Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 3 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 4, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Izuku wheezed as Katsuki stomped on his stomach like he was trying to squish a bug. Just give up already, Deku. There's never been a quirkless hero. And if you seriously think you can be the first, you must be a bigger dumbass than I thought. Katsuki stormed off before Izuku could respond, leaving the boy to tend to his wounds. It was the usual bruises, scratches, and burn marks for him. Nothing he hadn't dealt with before. That didn't make it sting any less, though. Izuku couldn't help but think about what Katsuki had just said. Heroes had been around for decades, and quirks for even longer. Surely, he couldn't have been the first person ever to want to be a hero despite their lack of a quirk. The world was a big place, after all. That evening, he logged onto various online hero forums and asked if anyone had ever heard of a quirkless hero. He got the usual responses, some no's, some maybes, and some people who laughed at his face. However, one response from the account 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐺 piqued his interest. The user brought up rumors of a quirkless vigilante in Narahata who used to be a pro-hero until he got his quirk stolen by some sort of quirk-stealing boogeyman. Izuku doubted the likelihood of that story, but pressed for more details. The user said the vigilante went by the name Knuckleduster and wore a black bandana and green trench coat. Izuku stopped and pondered to himself for a moment. Was he really going to go all the way out to Narahata on the off chance he would run into some quirkless vigilante just to prove Katsuki wrong? Oh, who was he kidding? He had nothing better to do. In the alleys of Narahata, a bulky man in a bandana and green trench coat dispensed justice to the villain before him. "Your reign of terror ends here, driver," Knuckleduster proclaimed as he sent another punch toward the villain, who just barely dodged it. The driver, who had red skin and yellow horns like a demon and dressed like a biker, complete with a leather jacket and white helmet, simply rolled his eyes. "Ooh, you drive one fireworks truck into a school, and suddenly everyone's out to get you. You're just lucky my ride's in the shop." The driver threw a punch of his own, which Knuckleduster easily blocked and used as an opportunity to send a fist toward his face. The driver saw this coming and tilted his head down so his brass knuckles would connect with his helmet instead. The driver activated his quirk and shot a small fireball from his mouth at Knuckleduster's leg, which exploded on impact and sent the vigilante to the ground. "Damn it!" Knuckleduster yelled as he clutched his burnt leg. "Ha! Seems as if the tables have turned, haven't they?" The driver charged up a much bigger fireball in his mouth, ready to hit his opponent dead on. Suddenly, a rock came out of nowhere and hit him in the cheek, causing his trajectory to shift and the fireball to land several feet from his target. "Oh, that hurt." The demon-like man cradled his bruised cheek as he turned to see the source of the rock, where he was met with a nervous-looking, freckled kid awkwardly standing at the entrance to the alley. "What the?" Before the driver could comprehend his situation, a brass knuckle uppercut him in the jaw and activated its taser mechanism, electrocuting and immobilizing him. "Teasich, the guy let his guard down too easy," Knuckleduster grunted as he got up and began tying the villain's arms behind his back with some rope that he brought with him. "Are you okay, sir?" the green-haired boy asked as he ran up to him. He took special notice of the vigilante's burnt leg and took out some bandages from his backpack. "Here, let me help you. I know how to treat burns." "So do I. You don't get into fights without knowing how to treat yourself. But thanks anyway," Knuckleduster responded. "What's your name, 𝐒𝐿? "Izuku Midoriya," he said as he wrapped up Knuckleduster's leg with a practiced ease. "Midoriya, eh? Let me ask you this, Midoriya, why did you go in and throw that rock?" "Oh, The boy tensed as he struggled to form words. I saw you were in trouble, and I did the first thing that came to my mind. I saw the villain was wearing a helmet, so I went for the cheek instead. Sorry if I got in the way." "No need to be sorry, 𝐒𝐿. If you didn't do what you did, I'd have been twice as burnt as I am now. Why's a kid like you checking out alleys in Narahata, anyway?" "I heard rumors of a quirkless vigilante somewhere in this city." He looked at the man before him with a sense of familiarity. You wouldn't happen to be Knuckleduster, would you? That depends, why are you looking for him? The boy looked slightly apprehensive, but continued on anyway. Well, I'm quirkless, and I've always wanted to be a hero. But everyone at my school says a quirkless person can't be a hero. But when I heard of you, I mean him, I thought my dream wouldn't be quite so out of reach. So I wanted to ask him for some tips on how he does it. Knuckleduster stayed silent for a moment before he turned and started moving. Walk with me, 𝐔𝐻, he said without checking to see if Izuku was actually following him. Oh, yes. Of course. Izuku jogged to catch up. After a short walk, the two sat down at a nearby diner, and Knuckleduster ordered a plate of fries, which he smothered in a frankly illegal amount of ketchup. So, you want to be a hero? Am I getting this right? He began. Aha. Izuku nodded as he sat straight up in his chair. All right, 𝐔𝐻. I'll be honest with you, if you hadn't impressed me with your quick thinking back there, I probably would have just ignored you. But you threw that rock, so here we are. I mean, it wasn't much. It was just a rock. Sometimes, a rock can be the difference between life and death. But enough about that, you want to know how I do things, right? Right. Izuku pulled out his notebook, eager to write down every word that came out of the man's mouth. All right. So here's my wisdom which I impart onto you, you gotta fight. Izuku paused and looked up from his note-taking. I gotta fight. Yeah, you gotta fight. But it's not just about that, you gotta know how to pick your battles. How do I pick my battles? Knuckleduster took a bite out of a fry. You have to pick the fights you know you're going to win, he said with his mouth full. Which should be every fight. Every fight. Izuku tilted an eyebrow. How do I know if I'm going to win every fight or not? Well, is a hero just going to step down from a fight just because they think they won't win? I don't think so. That would be kind of cowardly for a hero, them just refusing to fight a villain due to a bad matchup or something. That's right. Knuckleduster continued, you gotta go into every fight with the intention of coming out on top. No hesitation, just fight. Okay, I think I can do that. Izuku scribbled the advice down. He didn't know if he could actually do it or not. But apparently, false reassurance was the first step. But do you have any tips on how to approach the fight itself? Yeah, I do. Whenever you see an opponent, you have to identify their weak points as fast as possible, then exploit the hell out of them. When you say weak points, do you mean in terms of body, quirk, or both? Both, if you can help it. But sometimes it's hard to guess a quirk based on appearance alone, like with that demon-looking guy from earlier. I didn't know he could shoot fireballs, but he looked like he had a very punchable face, so that's what I went for. I see. Izuku frantically jotted down every last detail. Here, let me see that. Knuckleduster snatched the book out of Izuku's hands and flipped to a page with a drawing of a person on it. Preferable weak points are here, here, and here, he said as he pointed at various body parts. Izuku wasn't surprised one of those parts was the PP. Now, pop quiz. How would you take this guy out? Who, Kakin? Izuku thoughtfully stared at the drawing in his notebook. That would be tough. He's got a really good quirk. But if I had to, I guess I could douse him with water to wash the nitroglycerine off his body. Actually, fire extinguisher fluid would probably work even better. On the opposite end of the spectrum, I could douse him in a flammable liquid, then he couldn't attack me without setting himself aflame. If I didn't have that, I could just try and ignite the sweat on his skin. Or maybe I could make the floor slippery so his explosions would push him around. Izuku paused for a moment as he came to a realization. Wow, Kakin's quirk has a lot of counters. Maybe it's not as cool as I thought it was. I mean, sure, the way he uses it is cool. But how many of these potential counters has he seriously taken into consideration? I dunno, Knuckleduster shrugged. But it'll be useful if you ever have to fight him. Izuku winced at that statement, a gesture that Knuckleduster quickly picked up on. What's the matter, 𝐔𝐻? Your remark has more truth to it than you think, Izuku chuckled mirthlessly. Kakin, he likes to pick fights with me. A lot. Okay, it's less of a fight and more of a one-sided beatdown. Sounds like a real bully to me. The quirkless vigilante took another bite of his fries. I mean, I wouldn't say that. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 just wants to prove he's better than everyone, always, every day, especially me. You really gonna take that sitting down, 𝐒𝐿? You can't sit there and tell me you're fine with taking the brunt of his anger. I mean, if given the choice, I'd rather he leave me alone. Well, I guess we know who you're fighting first. After all, you can't be a hero if you can't even save yourself. Izuku wanted to protest, but he had to admit the man had a point. Heroes became the change they wanted to see in the world. They didn't just sit by and let themselves get picked on. Do you really think I can use these counters to beat 𝐭𝐽𝐻? Knuckleduster let out a sudden laugh. Ha! No. No way. You can't. But that's why I'm here. He got up from his seat, threw some money on the table, and walked out the door. Come with me, 𝐒𝐿. It's time for some training. Izuku's face brightened as he followed his new mentor. What are you going to teach me? He asked excitedly. Just the basics for today. How to throw, block, and counter a punch. Any chance you could teach me how to counter a right hook, perhaps? Knuckleduster just grinned. The next day, as he walked through the near-empty hallway, Izuku reached into his pocket and gripped the brass knuckles his mentor had given him as a reward for a productive day of training. He thought he had taken to punching rather well, able to get the hang of the fundamentals after only a few hours. Granted, it still wasn't much, but he thought it would prepare him well enough for the fight that was about to go down. There you are, Deku. Katsuki yelled as he stomped up to him. However, just because he expected him didn't make Izuku any less nervous. What do you need, 𝐭𝐽𝐻? Izuku reached into the front pocket of his backpack. I know you were muttering louder than usual in class just to piss me off. Well, guess what? You succeeded. I hope you're ready to face the consequences. He made the familiar hand-clutching motions that signaled an oncoming explosion. Wait. Hold on just 1 second. Izuku pulled out a bottle of soap and poured it on the ground in front of Katsuki, confusing him greatly. Deku, I don't know what the hell you're doing, and I frankly don't care. Just die. Izuku sidestepped the explosion Katsuki launched at his face. The force of which, combined with the lack of friction from the greased-up floor, caused the blonde to slide backward, slam his back into the wall, and fall to the floor. Oh! Thing hell! Katsuki rubbed the back of his head as he struggled to get up. You're gonna pay for that, Deku. Izuku, thoroughly shaken by this threat, quickly ran over to Katsuki with his next item in hand, flint and steel. One spark was all it took to ignite all the sweat on Katsuki's body in a thick puff of smoke. Heh! Good luck trying to make me pay now. Izuku nervously taunted, hoping his newfound confidence wasn't misplaced. You really think that'll stop me? Katsuki finished getting up and charged in Izuku's direction. Izuku knew he was right, which was why he reached into his bag yet again and threw 2 water balloons filled with ice-cold water at his bully, who stopped and shivered upon contact. That way, he couldn't generate more sweat even if he tried. Oh okay. And now I'm possessed. He pulled back his fist and threw a right hook at Izuku's face, but the coldness only made him slower and more predictable. Izuku easily dodged as he gripped his brass knuckles, let out a small grin, and slugged Katsuki across the face. BLD dribbled out of his nose as he stumbled to the ground and passed out unconscious. Despite not having exerted himself, Izuku breathed heavily from the shock of the situation as he stared at the metal coating surrounding his fist. Man, that felt good. And not just punching Katsuki in the face, the fact that his analysis managed to actually accomplish something. After all these years, he was finally seeing the fruits of his LBS. He felt on top of the world. Yup. That'll happen to you after a good fight, Knuckleduster smirked as Izuku finished recounting his fight with Katsuki from earlier that day. Yeah. I see why you're so serious about fighting. Izuku excitedly punched the air, still riding the high of his post-battle euphoria. It just makes me want to go out and train so I can get better. Then I can fight some more people, which will make me want to train more. It's like an endless loop. Better get used to that feeling, 𝐒𝐿. That blonde Bomberanian was just your warm-up. I got quite the training regiment in store for you. I'm so excited. Izuku exclaimed, only for his mood to dampen slightly as he thought of something. I just hope Kaken doesn't come back for round 2, or 3, or 4. I don't want to end up fighting him every day. Don't worry, I gotcha covered. If your bully wants to fight so bad, I'm sure he'll get along just fine with the rapper. Who's the rapper? Kumo, I was promised a real fight here. Kendo rapper whined as he senselessly pummeled Katsuki's face in. I'll, OW, F, OW, U, OW, up. Katsuki yelled as he tried to escape rapper's one-arm chokehold, to little avail. Yeah, I'm waiting for that. Hurry up, already. Several months later. Seeing any new potential students out there, show? Hisashi asked as the UA teachers watched over the entrance exam. Nothing much, just the usual CRP of future headaches. Though I won't deny I have high hopes for the Ida kid. Aizawa responded with a sip of his coffee. Fair enough. Oh, but what about that little listener over there? Hisashi pointed to one of the monitors, where a green-haired kid was seemingly getting into a fistfight with one of the robots. Aizawa didn't think much of it at first. But looking closer, he noticed a pair of brass knuckles on the child. Now, that wasn't out of the ordinary. Applicants were allowed to bring their own gear, after all. But when one of the punches connected with the robot's exposed wiring, electric sparks shot out of his brass knuckles and fried its circuits. Aizawa would recognize that fighting style anywhere. Oh god, Knuckle Duster had a protege. Aizawa spit out his coffee in shock and doubled over in a coughing fit. Sho! Are you okay? What happened? Hisashi said as he rushed over to him. I'm fine. It's just, Aizawa groaned, I know for a fact the rat's going to put him in my class. That's correct. Nezu grinned as his head popped out of the vent above. Aizawa sighed and pulled out his phone. Might as well order the migraine pills in advance. Rody, you have a visitor. Yelled the guard. Here. Oh. The driver quickly got up and ran over to his cell bars to greet his guest. Hey, it's you. Guess you decided to visit your old pal, the driver. And in case you were wondering, yeah, my real name is Rody. Rody Crash. Not to be confused with any other person named Rody. I wouldn't know him. Anyways, I'm sure you're wondering why I'm in jail. Let's just say that repeatedly crashing a fireworks truck into random things catches up with YA. I managed to evade the heroes for a while, but some vigilante with brass knuckles snuck up on me while my truck was in the shop. But don't worry, I got a good lawyer. I'll be outta here in no time. But let's cut to the chase here. I know you're here for the sequels, and I'm here to deliver. First up, we got a good one from Chapter 15, Momo the Everything. If you'll recall, Izuku gave Momo some more than useful quirk advice. Let's see where that advice gets her in the future. And for our second round of semifinals, we've got the MS*OF creation, Momo Yorozu, versus the man of many arms, Mizo Shoji. Present MIC announced as both competitors entered the arena. Momo wasn't nervous. She and Izuku had spent all of last night coming up with strategies on how to beat each member of their class. Some might call it an odd activity for a date night, but Momo loved nothing more than bouncing ideas off a like-minded individual for hours on end. When Midnight's WHP cracked, signaling the start of the match, Shoji charged over to her and reeled back 3 of his fists while Momo stood there in silent anticipation. Momo was well aware of the weak points on her body, so she knew where Shoji was about to strike. Right before fist met flesh, she created 3 small but dense metal plates beneath her clothes in those exact spots. Shoji's eyes widened in pain the moment he heard the loud clang of the metal, and he quickly pulled back his fists, now red and slightly bloody. Momo wouldn't give her opponent the chance to breathe, however, as she created a small taser in her hand and jabbed it right in Shoji's stomach. He screamed in pain as electricity arced through his entire body. As Shoji fell to the ground, Momo couldn't help but feel bad for the pain she caused. But she discussed this issue with Izuku beforehand. Since Shoji's quirk gives him enhanced durability, she couldn't risk anything less than the taser's maximum setting. Hopefully, he wouldn't be too upset at her. And we have our second finalist, folks. Present MIC announced as the crowd cheered at Momo, who couldn't help but SCK up the praise a bit. She'd worked hard for this, danjit. She might have wiped the floor with every one of her opponents so far, but let's see how she fares against our other finalist, Izuku Midoriya. Momo inwardly deflated as she was reminded of who she was up against next. She had forgotten in the heat of the moment. And to be honest, she had no idea how she was going to defeat her boyfriend. Especially since she had helped him develop full cowling a week prior. Indeed, so, who do you think would win? Rhodey asked. I'd put my money on Momo. People forget that she could easily make an atomic bomb. Next up, why don't we check in on our good friend All For One? Oh wait, he died at the end of his chapter. Izuku accidentally killed him with a pyrokinesis quirk he gave to him. Talk about ironic, am I right? Well, even though All For One's dead, there are still some other perspectives I'm sure you're all dying to see. Well, don't die just yet, because I'm about to get into it. Thanks for meeting on such short notice, Detective Naomasa Tsukochi greeted. You said it was serious. I trust your judgment on these things, Toshinori responded. Yes, and I suggest you mentally prepare yourself for what I'm about to tell you. Okay. Though, I've lived a long life as a hero. I'm not sure if there's much that can truly surprise me anymore. We found evidence that All For One was alive. What? Toshinori spat BLD on the desk. And now he's dead. What? Another glob of BLD landed on Tsukochi's face. He was killed by a middle schooler. What? The entire floor became soaked in red. It looked a lot like a crime scene. Told you it would be shocking, Tsukochi chuckled. I hope you're not joking about this, Naomasa, Toshinori glared as he wiped the BLD off his mouth. I'm not. Here's the police report to prove it. He slid a file that was thankfully untainted by the BLD toward his friend, whose eyes darted across it fervently. Oh my god. Toshinori put down the file with a blank expression on his face. He was killed by a quirk he thought was too useless to use. Aha! He let out a small snicker. All For One killed by a quirk he thought was too useless to use. Pwahahaha. That's hilarious. Tsukochi found the laughter contagious, and the two friends quickly fell into hysterics. Neither of them thought they had ever laughed that hard in their lives. I can't believe it. I thought he was dead for years. And then he comes back, just to die again. Tears streamed down Toshinori's cheek as he clutched his stomach from the laughter. You should have seen the look on my face when I was first handed the report. Tsukochi banged on the desk repeatedly. I was like, his head looked like it had been crushed. Boy, that sure sounds familiar. After several minutes, the laughter died down, and Toshinori took a deep breath. I think I'd like to meet the kid who supposedly did what I couldn't. I'd be disappointed if you didn't give him the keys to Mike Tower. Heck, I might even give him one for all, just for the hell of it. Sure. All For One's dead. What do you have to lose? Yeah, that's right. Give him one for all. Yoichi cheered from inside the vestige realm. Make him the ninth. Make him the ninth. Make him the ninth. Banjo, En, and 𝐒𝐭𝐲 chanted. Come on, Toshi, you have to. Even second and third agree with us, and they never agree with any of our opinions. Nana gestured toward Kudo and Bruce. If eighth doesn't end up giving it to that kid, I swear I am commandeering this quirk and transferring it to him myself, Kudo declared. With all of us on board, it might as well be a mutiny, Bruce joked. I wonder who he'll choose to become the ninth holder of One for All. Rhodey placed a closed fist under his chin in a mock-thinking pose. Maybe he'll pick Mirio. I'm sure Night Eye would love that. While you think about that, let's change gears to our next sequel. A lot of you liked Chapter 34, Melissa the Pen Pal, in which Izuku meets Melissa at a hero convention and she ends up sending him a bunch of experimental technology from Island. That's all fine and dandy, but what if something were to potentially flip this relationship on its head? For better or for worse? Let's find out. Young Midoriya, I deem you worthy of inheriting my quirk. Izuku immediately paused his sobbing and looked up at All Might's skinny form, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. I'm sorry, Did you just say you'd give me your quirk? Allow me to explain. My quirk is actually a sacred torch of power passed on from generation to generation. It has granted me immeasurable power that helped me become the #1 hero. This power is known as One for All. And if you so choose, it shall be yours. So, what do you say? Of all the possible responses Toshinori Yagi expected, the boy angrily pulling at his hair was not one of them. You gotta be kidding me! He shouted. Is there something wrong? I'm sorry, All Might. Every cell in my brain is screaming at me to take this offer, to finally have a quirk. But I just can't. May I ask why? I have this friend, her name's Melissa. She's quirkless, just like me. That's something we've always confided about in each other. We're both the only other quirkless people we know. And what kind of friend would I be if I took that away from her? I couldn't do that to her. So I'm sorry, All Might, but as much as it pains me to do it, I'm afraid I'll have to refuse. Izuku turned to walk away, but Toshinori stopped him by placing a hand on his shoulder. Hold on there. Your quirkless friend, her last name wouldn't happen to be Shield, would it? Izuku slowly turned around, confusion etched on his face. Yeah, how did you? He suddenly facepalmed himself as he came to a realization. Oh my god, how the heck did I forget? That I'm already well acquainted with the Shields. And that I'm practically Melissa's uncle. Toshinori chuckled in amusement. In my defense, that topic rarely comes up. But yeah, I'm an idiot. Well, now that I think about it, Melissa had mentioned a quirkless friend in the 1 or 2 times we've spoken over the past year. But I'm not sure if she ever mentioned you by name. So, what exactly does this mean for the whole One for All situation? Toshinori pondered to himself for a moment. The most logical solution would be to tell Melissa and, by extension, David about One for All. But could he do that? After all, anyone who knew about his quirk would be put in immediate danger. Toshinori's train of thought jolted to a halt as he realized something. The only danger associated with One for All was All for One, and he crushed his skull years ago. Sure, he still had some lingering followers, but Melissa and David were on Island. There hadn't been a villain attack there since, ever. Young Midoriya, Toshinori turned to his protege at least, he hoped he would be. Do you think you have time for a quick video call? Several minutes later, Izuku and Toshinori met with David and Melissa via video chat, where Toshinori revealed his true form, told them about One for All, and recounted the events when he chose Izuku as his possible successor. Which included the conversation they had on the rooftop. What do you mean you told him quirkless people couldn't be heroes? Melissa yelled. Young Melissa, OW, please stop pelting me, OW, with that BB gun, OW. How are you doing that from behind a computer screen? Izuku questioned. It's a feature on a camera Island's developing, David explained. In addition to light, it also transmits certain matter, like specialized BB pellets. Seriously, Uncle Might. What the hell? Melissa continued firing at the hero through the screen. I mean, you could have at least pointed him toward the support or management course. But no. You just crushed his dreams and left him on a roof. Oh come on, lay off him, Melissa, Izuku defended. Sure, what he said hurt at the time, but he was just trying to keep me safe. Besides, he's offering to train me now. Would he really do that if he didn't believe in me? No, my boy. Melissa has a point. Toshinori said as he blocked the pellets with his outstretched hand. It was wrong of me to crush your dreams so casually like that. The truth is, my injuries have caused me to become disillusioned with heroics for a long time now, and it seems as if some of it had started bleeding out into my work. But that's no excuse for how I treated you, and I hope you can forgive me. Izuku's jaw dropped as Toshinori stood up and bowed at him, and he sputtered out a response. Sorry, I'm not used to this kind of thing. But I was never really angry at you, All Might. Plus, I'm not good at holding grudges, so please don't worry about it. Water under the bridge, and all that. Melissa slowly put her BB gun away, seemingly content with the outcome. All right. If Izuku's okay with it, I guess I am, too. And while we're on the subject of apologies, Toshinori looked toward his friend. I'm sorry I hadn't told you about this sooner, David. I understand, Toshi. David replied, I had just had my daughter, and there was an evil quirk-stealing boogeyman, and you didn't want to put me in danger. I mean, sure, I wish you had told me right after killing him instead of several years after the fact, but better late than never. I'm glad you understand, Dave. Speaking of one for all, Izuku spoke up, focusing on Melissa, are you okay with me doing this? I mean, I know we're the only other quirkless people we know, and I wouldn't want to isolate Izuku, Melissa interrupted. I appreciate you taking my feelings into account, but this was never something you needed my permission for. Are you sure you're okay with this? The knowledge that I got a quirk and you didn't. I'm sorry if that came off as patronizing, but I don't want you to feel that way. Izuku, I've already committed myself to support. What could I possibly do with a strength-enhancing quirk? I can already move around the lab equipment myself. If you want to accept Uncle Might's quirk, go ahead. No matter what you do, I'll always support you every step of the way. Izuku gave a watery smile as small tears flowed down his cheeks. Thank you, Melissa. He quickly wiped his face and turned to Toshinori. All right, All Might. I accept your quirk. Very well then. Toshinori smiled and nodded. But in order to properly handle the strain of my quirk, you'll have to train harder than you ever had before. Oh, that reminds me, Melissa spoke up. I've been working on a gauntlet that can handle the strength of Uncle Might's punches. If you need help handling the strain, I could ship a pair over to you. Really? Just like old times. Izuku smirked. Just like old times. What old times? Toshinori asked. Melissa sent him a bunch of island technology to help deal with his bully, David explained. One can only hope this leads to fewer broken bones on Izuku's part. Oh, who am I kidding? He'll find a way. Rody chuckled to himself. But hey, 2 sequels in a row where Izuku gets one for all. That was just a coincidence, I swear. But I'll tell you what's not a coincidence, 2 sequels in a row that feature support engineers. That's right. We're going all the way back to Chapter 9, Mai the Inventor. In it, Mai did what Mai does best and made Izuku some fancy support gear. But if you think she's gonna stop at just a few pieces of gear, you're dead wrong. As Izuku's group of test-takers waited for the UA entrance exam to begin, Izuku took deep breaths as he strapped on his support gear. He had practiced this routine 1,000 times before. He could practically do it in his sleep. He started with the kinetic enforcer chest plate, then the belt that provided the second pair of arms, then the rocket launchers attached to the shoulder pads, then the mechanical trousers, then the hover boots, then the bulky mechanical arms, and finally, the helmet. As soon as Izuku finished gearing up, President MIC announced the start of the practical exam, and he ran into the fray. He and Mai had already tested his gear on durable targets before, so Izuku was confident his suit would be enough to tear the robots apart. And he was right. A flurry of punches to a 1-pointer, a missile to a 2-pointer, a jet-powered kick to a 3-pointer, he thought he was racking up a pretty decent amount of points. At least, until he heard something hit his suit from behind. Hey! Izuku turned to see some kids summon rocks from the ground and launch them at him, which he barely managed to dodge in time. Hey! What are you doing? I'm not a robot. You're not. The kid asked perplexedly. But you're covered in metal. Izuku was about to refute that claim, but it was true. His entire body was covered by support gear. And worse yet, it was all colored green. Even so, do I look like the robots President MIC showed in his presentation? Okay, geez. The boy ran off in annoyance, and Izuku rolled his eyes. He was about to pummel another robot into SBMSN when another attack breached his armor. Oops. Sorry about that, said a girl with some sort of speed quirk. Thought you were one of them. It's fine, Izuku waved off as he tore a 1-pointer in half. Just watch where you dash. It was only thanks to the danger sensor in Izuku's helmet that he managed to dodge the incoming laser. Apologies, monsieur. I thought you were a target, said a blonde boy with a French accent. Why is everyone attacking me? I'm not a robot, it's just my suit. Wait, it's just your suit. said a girl who looked like she was about to chuck a fireball at him. Phew, I just dodged a bullet there, exclaimed a boy who looked like he was running at him with a crowbar. Before Izuku could express any more anger, he felt the ground shake and noticed a giant robot in the distance. From there, he spotted a girl who had been pinned down by the rubble, seemingly unable to move. Izuku smiled as he ran over to help the girl. He was glad Mai built his second pair of arms for this express purpose. So I imagine we're docking points from the kids who attacked the boy with the support gear? Aizawa asked as he watched the entrance exam footage play out live. Indeed. Nezu chirped. We told them which robots were meant to be destroyed. If they can't follow simple instructions, then they have no place at UA. I wonder where the kid got all that support gear, 𝐺𝐺 pondered. I mean, not even I had that much gear when I took the entrance exam. Nezu chuckled darkly. I'm sure you'll find out soon enough, Majima. You don't have to make everything you say cryptic, you know. The next day. Examinee number 2763, myheroacademia, you may now present your support items. I've got a better idea. Instead of a presentation, why don't I give you a demonstration? Mai pressed a button on a remote, and a large flat-screen TV emerged from her backpack. The TV turned on and began playing footage from yesterday's Hero Course entrance exam. How did you get this footage? This is supposed to be confidential. 𝐺𝐺 said. Please hold all questions until after the demonstration. 𝐺𝐺 reluctantly obliged and focused on the screen, where he saw footage of the kid in the green support gear tearing up robots left and right. 𝐺𝐺 had to assume Mai was the one to make it. Pretty cool, right? Mai said when the video ended. She then reached into her bag and threw all the support equipment shown in the video onto his desk. I hope this convinces you to enroll the great myheroacademia, future CEO of 𝐻ATSUM Industries. As Mai turned and left, 𝐺𝐺 had to admit the kid had guts. Utilizing the support gear in the entrance exam and letting the footage speak for itself. He didn't get students like that too often. 𝐺𝐺 knew she would probably be a handful in the future, but in the back of his mind, he already knew she had earned a spot in his class. And that's one way to get into UA. And it clearly worked out, so I guess Mai has the right idea. Too bad for Izuku, though. He better pick a different color if he wants to stop getting attacked like that. Next on the list is a more recent chapter. Specifically, Chapter 39, Cammy the Illusionist. You know, the one where Cammy took Izuku on a shopping trip and made Bakugo experience some serious illusions. And now here's a sequel. Read it. If he wasn't standing directly in front of it, Katsuki wouldn't have believed it. Yet here he was. After catching a glimpse of it on the train, he just had to make sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Unfortunately, they were not. Deku was on a billboard. Katsuki's brain did backflips trying to comprehend the situation. He knew that ever since that stupid girl he could barely understand started hanging around the nerd, his fashion sense had objectively gotten better though, considering he only wore those stupid GG shirts up to that point. That was a pretty low bar to clear. But to think that someone thought that waste of space looked hot enough to plaster his face on a billboard for some man's brand he had never heard of. It practically drove him insane. Pretty cool, isn't it, Kaken? Deku said as he admired the billboard next to Katsuki. Where the hell did you come from, nerd? Katsuki demanded. Oh, I was just in the area and decided to look over my accomplishments. I already got my first sponsorship, and I'm not even a hero yet. You say that like you're actually gonna be a hero. Don't make me laugh. Izuku didn't even look at Katsuki. He just kept watching the billboard. Well, how many sponsorships have you got so far, Kaken? Shut up. Do you wanna die? I can't, I've got another photo shoot next week. Oh yeah. I bet they'll kick you to the curb once I blast your face off. Katsuki lunged at Izuku, ready to unleash an explosion. But he just phased right through him and flipped on the ground. I'm not real, Kaken. I'm just a figment of your imagination. Izuku said flatly as he slowly dissipated into a sparkly mist. Katsuki idly stared at the sight for a few seconds. I think I'm going insane, he said to himself as he walked off, doing his best to fight off the migraine in his head. As soon as he was out of sight, the real Izuku stepped out of a nearby bush, followed by Kami. Man, I still can't believe he hasn't figured out your quirk yet. Izuku exclaimed. Yeah, fam. His like, not as bright as he says, Kami replied. Izuku turned to the billboard and smiled. And I must say, you've really improved with your quirk usage. Last month, you couldn't even cover the area of a door. I owe it all to you, 𝐷. Kami leaned over and planted a peck on Izuku's cheek, who blushed heavily at the contact. Before the couple could continue their conversation, a fashionable-looking man with spiky black hair walked up to them. Excuse me, are you the man on that billboard? He asked, pointing to Izuku's fake advertisement. Yes, Izuku awkwardly answered. But it's not a real advertisement. It's just the product of Kami's dash, save me the explanation. The man shoved a business card into Izuku's hands. We've got a photo shoot running tomorrow from 5 to 8. Be there, or be square. As he strutted off, Izuku and Kami stared at each other with wide eyes, neither believing what had just happened. Did we just? We just totally gaslit that guy into thinking you were a fashion model, Kami stated. Does that mean I'm like, your agent now? I have no idea, but I'm willing to see where this goes. Usually the words Izuku Midoriya and fashion icon don't show up in the same sentence. But I guess there's an exception to every rule, Rody said with a shrug. Last up, let's take a look at Chapter 22, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 the Mastermind. When we last saw Midoriya, she had just gotten a job as a school nurse and manipulated Bakugo into getting blacklisted from just about every hero school in Japan. But that was just the beginning of her reign of terror on Aldera. Let's take a look, see. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Mr. Principal, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 greeted as she sat down. It's no problem, Midoriya, the principal replied. How have your first few weeks on the job been so far? They've been eventful, to say the least. I've certainly been doing my best to get to know my fellow co-workers. But I imagine that hasn't been going well for you. The principal sighed as he sunk into his seat. Trust me, Midoriya, I have no reason why so many teachers are suddenly resigning. They just give vague explanations about family and stuff. He shook his head and quickly perked back up. But anyway, what did you want to meet with me about? Oh, I was just curious about something. It actually relates to the teachers who just left. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 reached into her bag and placed a book on the principal's desk, whose eyes widened in immediate recognition. Tell me, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 said, the sweetness in her voice having vanished in an instant, why did all those teachers who left own a copy of the Meta Liberation War? The principal gulped nervously, but tried to keep his composure. The Meta Liberation War. I wouldn't know. I've never read it before. Really? Then why do you appear to own a copy yourself? 𝐒𝐭𝐻 slowly turned to the bookshelf on her left, where she eyed a noticeably red spine. That was a gift. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 calmly placed her hands on the desk and leaned closer toward him with a deadly serious expression on her face. You're not a very convincing liar, sir. So I'd like to kindly request you explain to me what's going on here. This isn't something you want to get involved with, Midoriya. Especially considering your son is, how we say, expendable in their eyes. I believe you're mistaken, Principal. Izuku is the whole reason I'm getting involved in this. He has been hurt by not only his classmates, not only his teachers, but whatever meta liberation jargon seems to be involved with this sad excuse of a school. The principal had the gall to scoff. And what do you seriously think you can do? The Meta Liberation Army had some very powerful people attached. Heck, the entire city of Deku is under our control. Do you really think a simple school nurse like you can make a difference? 𝐒𝐭𝐻 calmly sat back down in her seat and reached into her bag again. Maybe, maybe not. But I've already managed to make more of a difference than you thought. She took out a manila-colored file and threw it onto the desk. Especially regarding your staff. Believe it or not, their blackmail was even more incriminating than yours. The principal cautiously opened the file and gawked at what he found inside. He slowly put it down and stared at 𝐒𝐭𝐻 in abject terror. How did you get this? That is none of your concern. What is your concern, however, is your letter of resignation. Which I'm sure you'll have in by the end of the day if you don't want your little secret getting out. How did you dash? As he eyed the blackmail folder up and down to confirm its validity, 𝐒𝐿 smiled and made her way out of the office. She poked her head through the door to deliver one last remark. Oh, and thank you for the valuable information. Now I know who's next on my list. With that, she shut the door and made her way down the halls. Truthfully, when she scheduled that meeting with the principal, she hadn't expected her suspicions about 𝐒𝐿 having connections to some sort of quirk supremacist group to be confirmed, but here she was. 𝐒𝐿 shook her head. It didn't matter. She made a promise to herself that she would take down everyone responsible for hurting her baby. If she had to fight an entire city, so be it. They underestimated the power of a mother's love. 𝐒𝐿 vs the 𝐒𝐻𝐿. Boy, do I feel sorry for the 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿's about to use her quirk to rip their collective nuts off. Anyways, that just about does it for today, said Rhodey. Thanks for visiting and all that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to call my lawyer if I want to get out of jail before the next chapter. Fortunately, I have the best attorney a truck driver's salary can afford. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a phone. Hello, Mr. Goodman. Flecht turned depressingly sighed as he mopped the halls for what seemed like the millionth time. To say he had been down on his luck would be an understatement. Having been fed up with his quirk, he vowed to save humanity by destroying all quirks. But that hadn't been going so well for him. He tried his best to start up his quirk-hating cult to bring together those of a similar ideology and indoctrinate those who weren't, but he just couldn't get the ball rolling. Apparently, very few people wanted to join a quirk-hating cult whose high-ranking members all had quirks. Who could have known? In an act of desperation, he had moved to Japan to try and build up a following there. But he somehow ended up in Mustafa, which had one of the densest quirked populations in the country. Desperate for work, he got a job as a janitor in some shady-looking school called 𝐒𝐿. He hated it there. Just about everyone, from the staff to the students, seemed to worship quirks and praise those who had the strongest ones. It drove him mad. Flecht shook his head as he wet his mop again. At this rate, he was going to work himself up into a frenzy for no reason. It was best to just finish up his work for the day and focus on saving humanity from quirks tomorrow. As Flecht quickly moved to finish, he suddenly jolted at the sound of an explosion that rang across the hall. Glancing to his right, he saw a blonde kid pinning some green-haired kid to the wall. Flecht rolled his eyes. He recognized that blonde kid, 𝐻𝐿 𝐵𝐻𝐿. He was someone who the teachers would go on and on about because he had a strong quirk or whatever. It made Flecht sick. He hoped those explosions made him go deaf or something. He didn't recognize the other boy, though. But he couldn't bring himself to care. That boy probably had a quirk, too, and therefore wasn't worth his time. Flecht was sure the boy would get out of the situation fine on his own. 𝐻𝐿 released an explosion into the boy's stomach. Ha! How do you like that, you quirkless freak? As soon as the word quirkless entered his ear, Flecht found himself standing between 𝐻𝐿 and the boy. Hey, leave him alone. What's it to you, Bluey? 𝐻𝐿 grunted. Someone as tainted and diseased as you should not be lording over a pure soul like him. Pure? What the hell are you talking about? I'm referring to his lack of a quirk, obviously. He's 10 times the man you'll ever be. If you seriously think that Nerd's quirklessness makes him better than me, then I wouldn't mind blasting my way through you to prove you wrong. Flecht narrowed his eyes challengingly. Do your worst. I'll do better than my worst. 𝐻𝐿's hands sparked as he pointed them straight at Flecht. Die! A pair of explosions hit Flecht dead on. Except, they didn't. Instead, they reflected right off his skin and struck 𝐻𝐿 instead, launching him into the wall. Oh! What the F was that? 𝐻𝐿 yelled as he rubbed the back of his head. You can dish it out, but can you take it? Flecht taunted. Of course I can. 𝐻𝐿 tried exploding a different spot on the blue man's body, but ended up with the same result. Gah! That burns. What the hell's your quirk? Really? I figured a top student like yourself would have figured it out by now. 𝐒𝐻, like I need to know your quirk to beat you. But didn't you just ask Dash, shut up? 𝐻𝐿 charged at Flecht again. This time, foregoing explosions and aiming a punch to the face, which ended in him being thrown against the wall yet again, which was starting to show cracks at this point. Had enough yet? Flecht asked in a bored tone. Katsuki slowly got up, stuffed his hands in his pockets, and walked away as he shot the kid behind Flecht a dirty look. This isn't over, Deku. As soon as the blonde left, Flecht turned to the green-haired kid in concern. Are you alright? He didn't hurt you too badly, did he? Nothing worse than usual. The kid got up and dusted off his clothes. What's your name, boy? Izuku Midoriya, you. My name is Flechtonius Turner, but I go by Flecht Turn for short. Nice to meet you, Mr. Turn, and thanks for saving me back there. Seriously, that was some cool quirk action back there. Flecht instinctively jerked at Izuku's blatant praise of his quirk. What did you just say? I said your quirk was really cool. I saw you send back Kaken's explosions. Is it some kind of copy quirk? No wait, you also sent back the force of his punch at the end. It must be some kind of reflection quirk. How accurate is that guess? Flecht outwardly sighed with disappointment. You poor boy. While your soul may be pure, this school has clearly tainted your mind with their lies. Izuku cautiously lowered his eyebrows. Does this have something to do with you calling me pure because of my quirklessness earlier? Do you hate quirks or something? Flecht couldn't help but laugh. Do I hate quirks? My boy, it was quirks that ruined my life. Izuku tilted his head and squinted his eyes. Quirks ruined your life. What do you mean? Stick out your hand for me, Flecht commanded, which Izuku obliged. He tried to go in for a handshake, but some sort of invisible force seemed to push the hands apart in a burst of blue energy. My quirk may shield me from attacks, but it also shields me from almost all contact. I haven't felt the touch of another person since I was 4. I could never shake a hand, never make a pinky promise, never partake in a high five. When I was 6, my kindergarten class went to a petting zoo, and I couldn't pet a single one. Do you understand what that does to a person? Tears dripped from Flecht's eyes, but they just reflected off his skin. So, you hate all quirks because you're touch-starved. Izuku guessed. That's an odd way of putting it, but yes. At this point, Izuku would consider himself confused. Sure, it was nice for someone to recognize his quirklessness as a positive for once. But at the same time, it was kind of creepy how Flecht went about it, calling him a pure soul, like he was some kind of religious figure. If he were to be that, he would rather it be for something he did rather than something he was. Not to mention how this Flecht Turn guy seemed to be, for lack of a better word, delusional. Izuku wasn't sure if skewed decision-making was a side effect of touch starvation, but he wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. Suddenly, an important question popped into his head. Mr. Turn, have you ever received quirk counseling of any kind? Flecht slowly shook his head. I'm afraid not, my boy. My family grew up quite poor. Oh, that makes sense. Most people with quirks like yours usually go to counseling to find ways around their drawbacks. Flecht's eyes widened at the information. Wait, that's what they do? Yeah, that's pretty much common knowledge. Well then how come no one ever told me? I don't know, Izuku shrugged defensively. Flecht's excitement died down, and his posture slumped. Well, it's not like it matters, anyway. There's no way I can afford quirk counseling on a janitor's salary. Izuku couldn't help but feel bad for the man. It was clear that he put a lot of value on physical contact, and being denied that had a serious impact on his mental state. But still, it wasn't like there was anything Izuku could do about it. All he had were his dozen or so hero notebooks that dissected and theorized quirks down to their fundamental level. Wait a minute. I got it. What if I helped you fix your quirk? A small shimmer of hope gleamed in Flecht's eyes. Really? You can do that? I can try. At least, if you'll let me. Yes. Please. Help me get rid of this curse. Flecht tried to grab Izuku by the shoulder and shake him violently, but his hands reflected off his body. All right, Izuku pulled out a notebook and pen. Let's put this quirk to work. Is that your catchphrase or something? No, I just thought it would be funny. Izuku and Flecht sat facing each other in the middle of an empty classroom. Since the school day was already over, they had no trouble finding a vacant space. "All right," Izuku began, "I have a few theories, but I need to ask some questions before I come up with anything concrete." "Sounds good," Fleck nodded. "Okay. First question, can you cut your hair and clip your fingernails?" "Yes to both." "All right. That most likely means your quirk affects only your skin. You could probably touch things if you used your hair to make some DNA-infused gloves." "But I likely wouldn't be able to afford that," Fleck finished. "Exactly. That's why we're here." Izuku turned to a new page in his notebook. "Next question, what's the toughest thing you've ever reflected?" Fleck thought to himself a bit before answering. "When I was 12, a grand piano fell on me." "Really? Like in a cartoon?" "Yes, exactly like the cartoons. Except for the part where it reflected off me and landed on some man with a coyote quirk. Thankfully, he was a wanted criminal, so I got off with just a warning." "That's interesting. And how did you feel after the impact?" "Looking back on it, I recall an odd tingly feeling throughout my entire body." Izuku scribbled down a hypothesis. "I think that was a sign your quirk was overloading. If it did, it would have shut off and you likely would have been able to touch things for a brief time. So all I have to do is find a way to overload my quirk." Fleck asked excitedly. "Yes and no," Izuku answered. "Like I said, it would only be gone for a short time, then it would come back stronger. Quirks are a lot like muscles in that way. Plus, it would be difficult to find something that could even overload your quirk fully." "You're unfortunately right about that," Fleck admitted upsettingly. "I mean, it's not like some sort of truck full of fireworks will just come out of nowhere and run me over." Izuku coughed awkwardly in an attempt to resume the conversation. "Anyways, I might have figured out a workaround for both of those issues. Does your quirk reflect external heat? If you're referring to sunlight, then yes, it does. No matter how hard I try, I can never get a tan. Then I think I might have the perfect solution for you. Just one more question, how desperate are you?" "Very," Fleck answered, his eyes practically bulging out of his head. Izuku got out of his seat. "All right then, follow me." "What is this?" Fleck asked as Izuku led him to the back of the art room. "It's a kiln," Izuku explained as he smacked the side of the large metal cylinder. "It's used to harden clay products. This thing can reach temperatures up to 1,500 degrees Celsius, 2,732 degrees Fahrenheit. And you want me to go inside that thing?" Fleck cautiously asked. "I mean, yeah." Izuku shrugged. "I would have used lava, but I wouldn't know where to get any. The heat should be enough to overload your quirk before the machine overloads itself. Plus, if you stay in there for just the right amount of time, your entire body will get covered in third-degree burns, thereby making sure your quirk won't be able to come back. Kind of like burning a field of grass then salting the earth to make sure nothing can grow there again." "Are you sure this is safe?" "No. Not in the slightest." "That's good enough for me." Fleck changed into a bathing suit which he had on hand for some reason, climbed into the kiln, and closed the top. Izuku slowly turned up the temperature. "Okay, yell when it starts to hurt, then I'll let you out after a few minutes." "I think it's working, Midoriya," Fleck called from inside. "I can feel my quirk weakening." Izuku shifted uncomfortably as he watched smoke rise from the kiln. "I hope it weakens faster. I don't want to have to pay for a new kiln." "Do not worry, I'm sure it's only a matter of time until— oh wow. Oh god, it burns." "That means it's working. Just give it a bit more time for the burns to set in. A few more minutes of unimaginably agonizing pain later. And that's time." Izuku opened the kiln, and Fleck turned slowly walked out, wincing at every step. Instead of a neon blue, his entire skin was colored cherry red, and his mustache was completely singed. "How do you feel, Mr. Turn?" Fleck's mouth slowly morphed into a wide grin, as if he was taking special care not to hurt his cheeks. "Pain. Everywhere." That's good, that's good." Izuku jotted down the results in his notebook. Now for the moment of truth, he grabbed Fleck's hand and shook it with vigor. "Oh. Flecht screamed as the physical contact activated his burns. Wait a minute, I felt that. I finally felt the touch of another person. He leaned in and pulled Izuku into a tight hug, his mind too ecstatic to register the pain. Thank you, young man. You have changed the course of my life, and I am forever in your debt. Oh, it was nothing. Izuku blushed at the praise. But now that your quirk isn't bugging you anymore, do you think you can stop blindly worshipping people because of their lack of a quirk? It's a little creepy. Oh, sure. I don't care about quirks anymore. I'd rather spend my days making up for lost time. Flecht waddled out of the room as he listed off some places he would go. First, I'll go to the petting zoo, then the fabric store, then the massage parlor, then the arcade, then the Play-Doh store. Izuku left the school in high spirits that day. He was glad he could use his quirk analysis to make a difference in someone else's life. All those people who said his work wouldn't amount to anything were wrong all along. Man, if only he could see the look on Katsuki's face. There you are, nerd. Speak of the devil, Katsuki snuck up on him just as he made his way through the gate. I saw that janitor walk by. I can't believe he let you make him into a quirkless weakling like you, he said as he slowly encroached on Izuku, who nervously stepped back. Hold on, that's not fair to Mr. Turn, Izuku weakly defended. His quirk was hurting him, and he couldn't afford proper counseling. I mean, I'm not sure if I should have given him third-degree burns, but he seemed happy with the result. Shut it, Deku. I only care that your human shield isn't around to protect you anymore. Katsuki rolled up his sleeves and let sweat funnel into his palms. Now it's payback time. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut as he anticipated the beating that was about to occur. But before Katsuki could do anything else, a fireworks truck came out of nowhere and rammed right into him, sending his body ragdolling across the school courtyard. Izuku looked up at the truck in confusion, and the tinted windows rolled down to reveal the demon-like figure driving it. Sorry I'm late. My court proceedings took longer than I thought. Izuku had no idea what to say, so he just settled on a flat, what? 2 weeks later. Mr. Turn, what the heck is this? Izuku grumpily stomped up to the janitor and shoved a flyer in his face. Flecht began noticeably sweating as he plastered on a nervous grin. Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't figure out about that until later. Mr. Turn, why are you trying to indoctrinate people into a cult themed around me? I thought you'd be more flattered. I would be if it weren't a cult. But I've already gotten over 500 sign-ups. I specifically targeted people who had less than desirable quirks and couldn't afford counseling. Just think about all the quirks you'd get to analyze. As Izuku's mind wandered toward the possibilities, he couldn't help but salivate at the prospect. 500. That was a lot of quirks. And he could help so many people that way. All right, I'm in. But we're changing it to a religion instead of a cult. Fair enough, Flecht conceded. Kaina Tsutsumi, aka the former pro-hero Lady Nagant, laid face up on the floor and stared at the ceiling of her cell. She thought her sanity couldn't dip any lower, but she quickly proved herself wrong. God, how long had she been locked up? Months? Years? Decades? The only metric of time she had was whenever she had her hair cut for being too long. She always hated those times. Some knockout gas would always fill her cell, then she would wake up an unknown amount of time later with her head nearly bald. Since her hair was reaching her shoulders, she assumed she was due for a cut any day now. The HSPC wouldn't want her to have enough ammo to break out, would they? Kaina exhaled at the thought. Like that was ever gonna happen. Suddenly, a light rumbling from the ground beneath her pulled Kaina from her thoughts. She pressed her ear against the floor, hoping to recognize the vibrations. It didn't sound like footsteps, it was something much larger. Could it be a vehicle of some kind? Before Kaina could even consider the possibility, a huge explosion of color erupted from her cell's back wall, revealing a large blue truck with yellow headlights and fireworks patterns on the side. Before she could even begin to fathom what she was looking at, the truck backed up and sped off into the night, leaving a large gaping hole in her cell. Kaina wasn't sure what god just answered her prayers, but she was sure they would be getting a hefty donation in the coming months. Things moved fast for Kaina after she escaped from Tartarus. She was lucky enough to meet an underground broker named Jiran who helped forge a fake ID. Gone was Kaina Tsutsumi, she was now Taina Kukumi. She felt uncreative that day. Leave her alone. After that, she swiped some dye and colored her hair pink with purple strands instead of purple with pink strands. She figured that would keep the feds off her tail for the time being. She would have gotten plastic surgery, but she was flat broke. The HPSC drained her bank account after her arrest. Thing great. The former hero quickly decided she needed to get an inconspicuous job ASAP. Thankfully, after Jiran forged a resume for her, she managed to find a position as a lunch lady at Old Dera Middle School. She was pretty sure HPSC would never find her there. Plus, the job provided free food. Sure, it was school cafeteria food, but compared to the literal slop she was fed in Tartarus, it might have well been 5-star caviar. At the end of her first day, Kaina perched herself on top of the school roof to keep an eye out for anything suspicious. Even though she was confident of her safety, she could never be too sure. Her eyes carefully and efficiently glided across the school grounds. If she had to thank the HPSC for one thing, it would have to be the heightened senses she gained as a result of her training. Nothing got by her. As she continued to survey the area from the rooftop, her left ear caught wind of the faint sound of an explosion. Coming southwest. Making her way to that side of the roof, she spotted what looked to be a blond boy under a tree unleashing explosions from his palms at a green-haired boy, who she also heard screaming out in pain. Come to think of it, she recognized that kid. He had given her a strange look as she handed him his lunch that day. It was almost like he recognized her. No, it couldn't be possible. She had lost relevance as a hero while this kid was probably still in grade school. Only the most die-hard hero fans would recognize her. Putting those thoughts aside, Kaina internally panicked at the sight. She knew illegal quirk use when she saw it. And if someone reported the blonde boy's behavior, a hero could get involved. And where there's a hero, the HPSC isn't far behind. Like it or not, Kaina had to get involved in order to draw attention away from the school. She plucked a strand of hair from her head and loaded it into her rifle arm. She didn't fire directly at the blonde boy, she wasn't that stupid. Instead, she chose to shoot at the tree he was under, blasting off a large branch that struck him on the head, knocking him down and distracting him for long enough for the green-haired boy to run away. Kaina sighed in relief as she put away her rifle. The most logical course of action would be to report the bullying and let the teachers handle it. Unfortunately, she didn't know either of the students' names. Plus, she still wanted to keep a low profile with everyone, including the school staff. So she settled on keeping an eye on both of them and discreetly intervening when necessary. Though, she silently hoped this would only be a one-time occurrence. The very next day, she found herself having to intervene at the school library. This both shocked and annoyed Kaina. For one, why would Katsuki she learn their names by reading their lips try and use his explosion quirk in a library? Then again, besides him and Izuku, she was literally the only other person in the room. But that didn't excuse him from interrupting her reading. She had years of magical girl manga to catch up on, dang it. Hiding a few aisles down, Kaina loaded her rifle and pointed it at the bookshelf behind Katsuki, waiting for him to unleash an explosion. When he did, Kaina fired at the exact same time so the sound of the explosion would drown out the gunshot. She made sure the bullet had a lot of force behind it, so that when it hit the bookshelf, it would tilt and fall over right on Katsuki. Gah! What the hell? He yelled as he found himself buried under a pile of books. Kaken, are you alright? Izuku asked as he tried to lift the bookshelf. I don't need your help, Deku. As soon as I get this shelf off me, you're fing dead, got it? Izuku squeaked with fear as he scurried out of the library. Kaina groaned internally. It seemed like this would be a daily thing. Yep, she was right. 24 hours later, Katsuki threatened Izuku by slamming him against the wall in the boys' bathroom while Kaina watched from the vents. She had seen Katsuki drag Izuku in and knew it just spelled trouble. Now, one might consider a woman looking in on the boys' bathroom to be an invasion of privacy. But Kaina already had a body count in the dozens. Put frankly, she did not give a SHT. Once again, she timed a bullet to fire simultaneously with Katsuki's explosions, this one breaking the faucet of one of the sinks. Water spewed out at Katsuki, causing him to slip and fall to the ground, giving Izuku the chance to escape once again. Kaina was already getting sick of this whole song and dance. She wondered when the explosive brat would just give up already. But she supposed bullies like him just didn't know when to quit. If she wasn't trying to keep a low profile, she had half a mind to cut out the middleman and teach the green kid how to defend himself. But she knew how most children scared at keeping secrets, and she didn't want to risk her freedom on whether or not a child could keep his mouth shut. So she was forced to be content with being Izuku's secret watchdog. Still a better fate than Tartarus. This past week had to have been the strangest in Izuku's life. Every day, Katsuki would try to beat him up. And every day, some strange accident would get in the way. At first, Izuku didn't bat an eye. Tree branches fall on people all the time, after all. But as the days went by, the coincidences started to pile up. Bookshelves toppling over, faucets suddenly breaking, falling ceiling tiles, someone randomly starting a food fight in the cafeteria. It all felt like more than a series of coincidences. He figured there were two possibilities: either he had recently manifested some sort of good luck quirk, or these accidents were being staged by a third party. Izuku felt like the second option was more likely, but that didn't answer the question of who the third party was. He figured there was only one way to find out. That day, after class let out, he intentionally stayed at his desk, knowing Katsuki wouldn't miss the opportunity to pick on him, especially considering his recent string of failures. Deku. Katsuki slammed both hands on his desk, just as Izuku suspected. What the hell has been going on? I don't know, Kakin. I'm just as confused as you, Izuku answered honestly. Oh yeah. The way I see it, there's only one possibility. You've had a luck quirk this whole time and were hiding it just to piss me off. As Katsuki yelled at him, Izuku's body stiffened in both fear and confusion. What? Even if I did have one, what makes you think I'd want to hide it from you? Don't play dumb, Deku. You were looking down on me this whole time, weren't you? You pretended to be weak just to pull out the rug from under me at the last moment. Well, guess what, nerd? I figured it out. And no amount of luck will stop me from what I'm gonna do next. Katsuki grabbed Izuku by the collar and aimed an explosion at his face. But before he could fire, one of the lights suspended from the ceiling fell and shattered on Katsuki's head, knocking him out. Oh my god, Kakin! Izuku screamed. After dragging his unconscious body to the nurse's office. He wasn't strong enough to carry him. Izuku went back to the classroom to investigate. Thankfully, the janitor hadn't gotten around to that room yet. But that just meant he had to make things quick. As Izuku looked over the area, he only found shards of glass scattering the floor. But as he leaned in closer, he noticed a speck of pink and purple nestled between the shards. Picking it up, he immediately recognized the texture as hair. As Izuku wondered if he knew anyone with pink and purple hair, his mind flashed back to the lunch lady who started working at 𝐿𝐷era at the beginning of the week. Right at the beginning of his impressive good luck streak. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how oddly familiar she looked. But it couldn't be who he thought it was, right? She hadn't been seen in years. And even if it was her, why would she go out of her way to help a nobody like him? As Izuku walked off with the hair in his hand, he figured all he could do was wait for his mysterious watchdog to make another move. Based on Katsuki's behavior, it was likely he would only have to wait a day for that. And then he could put this mystery to rest before it drove him insane. Hello. This is the Inch High Private Eye. And before you ask, yes, I am actually an inch high. What can I do for you? I need you to gather some information on Izuku Midoriya. He goes to 𝐿𝐷era Middle School. Katsuki spoke into the phone. He heard the sound of scribbling from the other end. All right, Izuku Midoriya, 𝐿𝐷era Middle School. What do you want to know about him? I need to know if that effer's really hiding a quirk for me or not. Whenever I try to confront him, some random bout of good luck comes in and screws me over. So, you want me to confirm whether or not he has a luck quirk? Yeah, and get video evidence if you can. And do you think there are any other explanations for what's been going on? Asked the private eye. Either he has a luck quirk, or he's got some kind of sniper watching his back. Look me in the eye and tell me which one you think is more likely, 'cause it's sure as 𝐿𝐷era ain't the sniper. Alright, got it. I'll start the investigation in about 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Yeah, I'm an inch high. Do you know how difficult it is to travel? Forget it, Katsuki said as he hung up the phone. Little did either of them know, their call was tapped by a member of the HPSC. They weren't the only ones, however, as hundreds of calls were being listened in on across Japan in search of one Lady Nagant. Not to mention all the agents frantically searching all forms of social media, hoping for even a passing mention. Ma'am President, Ma'am President. The president hung up the phone calmly when she saw one of her employees burst into her office. Employee number 2763, this better be important. It is. I might have found a lead as to the whereabouts of our missing convict. Ma'am President sat quietly with her hands folded. I'm listening. You might not believe this, but a student from 𝐿𝐷era Middle School in Mustafa mentioned the possibility of a mysterious sniper looking after one of its students. Either that, or it was a luck quirk. The president leaned back in her chair and hummed to herself thoughtfully. As unlikely as it sounds, it's the first lead we've gotten all week. We should proceed with caution. Send in an agent to investigate. Understood. Should we call on Hawks? No, he would draw too much attention. We need someone inconspicuous, someone 𝐿𝐷era will forget was ever there. Call on Agent Blue. The next day, as Izuku walked through the gates of 𝐿𝐷era, he couldn't help but notice the fancy black car parked out front. The door opened, and out stepped a plain-looking man with maroon hair combed to the side, wearing a black suit with a blue tie. Almost immediately, a teacher immediately strolled up to the man. Excuse me, sir, this is private school property. You can't be here. The man calmly took out a badge from his pocket and flashed it at the teacher. I'm here on official hero business. The teacher immediately changed her tune. Oh, a representative from the HPSC. What an exciting opportunity. She pulled out her phone and began typing something. I've just notified the other teachers. We'd be more than happy to give you a tour, Mr. Smith. John Smith, the man answered. Izuku assumed that was just a code name. That man did not look like a John Smith. But it's no bother, miss. I'm sure I can find my way around the school on my own. No, I insist. We have many talented students we're sure will catch your eye. Read, Bakugo. Guess we're doing this the hard way, John muttered as he looked at the teacher. His eyes flashed blue, and a forgetful expression found its way onto the teacher's face. What was I doing again? She asked dumbfoundedly. Izuku noticed John plaster a kind, helpful smile on his face. You were just about to make your way to your classroom. You better hurry. The bell's about to ring. The teacher's face lit up in recognition, as if what John said to her was true. Oh, you're right. Thank you, she said as she ran off. Izuku had a million questions at the moment. What was the HPSC guy's quirk? Why did he use it on the teacher? Why was he so adamant about exploring the school on his own? Why was he at 𝐿𝐷era in the first place? For the last question, Izuku thought back to his theory from yesterday. Based on the presence of the HPSC agent, it seemed his guess was correct. Lady Nagant was somehow hiding out at his school. But that begged the question, what was he going to do with this information? Despite all his fanboy knowledge, he didn't know much about Lady Nagant, only that she was labeled a traitor by the HPSC after supposedly killing a hero in an argument. But whatever hero she killed was never specified, almost like it was some kind of cover-up. Izuku didn't want to make any decisions without knowing the full extent of the situation. If Lady Nagant was really as bad as the HPSC said she was, then why would she go out of her way to help him? He decided he would set the record straight by asking the former hero herself. He knew it was risky, but John didn't look particularly eager to spill any government secrets. Now all he needed was a distraction so he could find Nagant before John did. As if on cue, right as John was about to enter the school, his homeroom teacher, Mr. Kobayashi, ran up to John while dragging Katsuki by the arm. Izuku quickly made his way into the building while his teacher talked to the representative. Mr. Smith, I heard you were a representative for the HPSC, and I'd like you to meet our star student, Katsuki Bakugo. Why the hell am I here? Katsuki barked, I'm trying to impress heroes. I don't care about some shitty pencil pushers. Excuse his foul language, Kobayashi nervously laughed as he tugged his suit's collar. This kid's got the makings of a future #1 hero. He's got an ultra-powerful explosion quirk and knee-perfect control over it. John eyed Katsuki up and down, his eyes not portraying any amount of interest. Loud, brash, and disobedient, I think we'll pass on him. What the hell do you mean brash? Katsuki yelled. I thought you said you didn't care about me. John leaned in uncomfortably close to his face. Shut up. You wanna catch these? John's eyes flashed blue again, and Katsuki's face turned forgetful. What was I doing again? The HPSC representative flashed his eyes at Kobayashi before answering. You were both about to get back to class and leave me alone. You're right. That's exactly what we were doing. Kobayashi strolled back into the building, blissfully unaware of what had just happened. Come along now, Bakugo. You wouldn't want to be late for class. Teach whatever. Finally, John grumbled as he made his way into the school, only to instinctively take a few steps back as several more teachers rushed out of the building and greeted him all at once. Mr. Smith, it's so nice to see you. Mr. Smith, I hope you like our school. Mr. Smith, how's working with the HPSC? He could practically feel the dry eye he was about to receive due to frequent use of his quirk. Kinda panicked as soon as she saw the unmarked black van pull up to the school. She panicked even further once she saw a man in a suit exit the vehicle. She didn't recognize him, but she knew they found her. She didn't know how, but they did. Since then, Kinda scrambled to get her belongings together and sneak out the back door. She felt like a real idiot for storing all her belongings in hidden compartments throughout the school. Though, in her defense, it's not like she had an apartment. She had just gotten her first paycheck yesterday. As Kinda snuck onto the roof to pick up her last item, a few spare bullets she hid behind the air conditioner, she noticed the representative still standing outside the entrance, surrounded by excited teachers. Absent-mindedly, she wondered if she could just shoot him now and be done with it. She had the ammo, the vantage point, and the perfect shot all lined up. It was like the universe wanted her to do it. Kinda stopped herself as she loaded her quirk. No, she couldn't. While she didn't regret it, Kinda couldn't deny that killing a member of the HPSC was what got her arrested in the first place. And she would be DM'd before she repeated her mistakes. I'm glad you didn't do it, said a voice from behind. Kinda's instincts kicked in, and she immediately whipped around and drew her weapon. But to her surprise, instead of another agent, it was the green-haired kid she had been helping throughout the past week. I'm unarmed. I'm unarmed. Izuku yelled as he put his hands in the air. Why are you here? Kinda asked coldly. I could ask you the same thing, Lady Nagant. First of all, that name is dead to me. Second of all, how long have you known? Izuku gulped, still shaken from the gun pointed at him. I suspected something yesterday when I found a strand of your hair. The HPSC representative solidified it. But why are you here? And more importantly, why did you defend me from Kaken? I came here to lay low after I escaped from Tartarus. And the only reason I helped you was so no heroes would get involved. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle. Well, I think you failed on that front. Kinda narrowed her eyes in confusion for a moment before picking up what he meant. I told you, I'm not a hero. Lady Nagant is dead, and the corruption of hero society killed her. Corruption in hero society. Kinda let out a tired sigh. Right. No one ever knows about what goes on under the surface. Everyone thinks the world of heroism is just like the cartoons. And while that may be true for symbols like All Might, no one ever brings up the heroes who have to do the dirty work. Well, then tell me, Izuku calmly requested. That's why I came to find you in the first place. I wanted to hear your side of the story. Kinda glanced back down to the representative, who was still swarmed by teachers. If you couldn't tell, I'm a little pressed for time. That's gonna be a no from me. If you don't tell me, I'll scream. Fine, but you get the Cliff Notes version. Basically, the HPSC trained me with my quirk, then ordered me to kill whoever they didn't like. Eventually, the guilt and trauma got to me, and I wanted out. When the former president threatened me if I didn't stop, I killed him in response. Got that? Izuku hung his head low, shaken to the core at the absolute bomb that had just been dropped on him. Wow, that's just... I don't even know what to say. Yeah, Kaina spat curtly. Word of advice, stay away from the heroics industry, kid. That immediately snapped Izuku out of his funk. What? No. There's no way I could just give up on my dreams like that. Even if hero society is as corrupt as you say, that doesn't mean I can't work to fix it. Really? You're gonna fight the system while also being a part of the system. Spare me the naivety. There's a difference between naivety and optimism, Izuku defended. I mean, no offense, but how's your attitude going to fix the problems with hero society? Kaina rolled her eyes. I'm not trying to fix hero society here. I'm just trying to live a free life. And that but down there is making it an issue. She pointed her thumb to the representative below her. Okay. Well, what if I told you I have an idea on how to get that guy and the HPSC off your back? I'd call you naive again. How could you possibly manage that? You're just a kid. A kid who knows the quirk of the man trying to hunt you down, as well as how to exploit it. Izuku pulled out a notebook and began writing at a lightning-fast pace. Kaina lowered her rifle and leaned forward slightly. Really? What is it? I don't know what it's called, but when he looks into someone's eyes, they seem to forget what they are doing. After that, they enter a state of suggestibility where they can be convinced to do a certain action. But I'm guessing you couldn't convince them to do something wildly out of character. It has to be feasible. Kaina nodded. All right. I think I see where you're going with this, and it's a good enough plan for me to go along with it. But how does that get the entire HPSC off my back? Izuku smirked as the bakery that was his mind produced a fresh idea right out of the oven. That's simple, all you have to do is buy a plane ticket. Here. It took a lot of memory wiping, but John finally got rid of all those 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐽 teachers. He really wished he had disguised himself as a plumber or pizza delivery guy or something. But none of that mattered as he made his way to the roof. He had a gut feeling he'd find his target there. Snipers took to roofs like bears to honey. It only took him a few seconds to pick the lock to the roof's access door, where his suspicions were proven correct. End of the line, Lady Nagant, he said. Kaina quickly turned around and pointed her rifle at John, but he didn't waver in the slightest. Oh, please. You think shooting me will solve anything? It worked last time. Kaina narrowed her eyes as she pet her gun. And what will the HPSC think when their agent doesn't come back from his mission alive? They'll be hot on your trail, hunting you down like a pack of rabid bloodhounds. You'll never have a moment's peace again. So why don't you just spare us the trouble and get back to your cell? Spare who the trouble? Said an unfamiliar voice. John turned to see a green-haired boy stumble his way onto the roof. Wait, is that the former pro-hero Lady Nagant? He gasped. No. It's nobody. John looked at the kid and activated his quirk. But right before his eyes flashed blue, the boy pulled out a mirror and pointed it at the agent's face. John saw the horrified look of realization on his face for a brief millisecond before the flash went off, and his memory was wiped. Before the light cleared, Izuku pulled out a piece of paper, threw it onto the ground, and then hid behind the roof's air conditioner along with Kaina. Here. What was I doing again? John asked dumbfoundedly. Oh right. I was looking for Lady Nagant. Now where could she dash? He paused as he noticed a small piece of paper on the ground. Picking it up, he discovered it was a plane ticket to America under the name Kaina Tsutsumi. Judging by the departure time listed, it had already taken off. Damn it, John swore under his breath before tapping on his earpiece. Ma'am President, this is Agent Blue. I searched the school, and now have reason to believe the traitor has fled to America. Don't worry, I'm already looking to book a flight of my own. We'll find her eventually. The moment he exited the roof and shut the door behind him, Kaina let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. Holy CRP. I can't believe that worked. Me too, if I'm being honest, Izuku admitted. I mean, I came up with that plan in like 2 minutes. In that case, color me impressed. I guess I'm free now. What are you gonna do now? Continue to keep a low profile, that's what. I'll be sticking around here for the time being. Though, I doubt I'll be able to handle your bully for you. Oh, Izuku couldn't help but droop his head in disappointment. Kaina nonchalantly threw a slingshot into Izuku's hands, which means I'll just have to train you how to do it yourself. Izuku's pupils dilated at the slingshot in his grasp. Wait, really? Sure, kid. You already defied my expectations once today. I wanna see what you can do. Your training starts. Wait. Before we start any training, Izuku pulled out a notebook and opened it to a blank page. Can I have your autograph? What do you want my autograph for? I'm not a hero anymore. Izuku shyly tapped his fingers together. Well, you're my hero. That is single-handedly the cheesiest thing I've ever heard in my life. Just sign it. In one of the many alleyways of Mustafa sat a man in a red cloak, black tank top, yellow trousers, grey boots with spurs, and brown cowboy hat. He played a few notes on his harmonica as he sat by the fire he had just made and waited for his sausage to finish cooking. Most people would see this man as some kind of Don Quixote-like figure pretending to be a cowboy in the modern day. But that's because he wasn't wearing his trademark mask and large letter S on his cap. If he was, everyone would recognize him as the gunslinger hero, Snipe. But he wasn't, so at most, people thought he was wearing some elaborate cosplay of the hero, rather than being the man himself. It had been 3 days since that fireworks truck crashed into UA. Classes were cancelled for a week in order to improve security, and Snipe decided to use that newfound free time to live the life of a cowboy. He had been traveling from town to town, seeing the world and helping out strangers along the way. He rather enjoyed his time as a drifter. It was a much-needed break from the often tedious patrol routes that came with the profession of a pro hero. Just as Snipe finished his little ditty, he noticed his sausage starting to brown. Just the way he liked it. Putting down his harmonica, he blew on his late lunch to cool it down before taking a big bite and melting at the texture. Grills, microwaves, stoves, none of them compared to the genuine article of roasting grub on an open fire. Suddenly, Snipe was pulled from his meal when he heard a faint bang ring out in the distance. After checking his revolver to make sure it wasn't him, he got up and ran over to where he thought he heard the sound. When he made his way there, he found himself under an overpass, watching a group of kids take shots at a scrawny-looking freckled boy. Come on, Deku. How are you supposed to be a hero if you can't fight back? A boy with spiky blonde hair said as he grabbed the freckled kid by the side and let out an explosion from his palm. Snipe's hero instincts kicked in immediately. He pulled out his revolver and fired a blank into the air, startling the group of kids and getting their attention. What in tarnation is going on round here? Snipe demanded, waving his gun around to add emphasis. One of the bullies quivered at the sight of his revolver. Hey! That guy's got a gun. Got a license for it, too. But I reckon you don't got a license for that. He gestured toward the blonde boy's hand, still smoking from the explosion. Y'all better scram, for I turn this into a Clint Eastwood movie. The bullies seemed to get the reference, as they scattered like an ant colony during a thunderstorm, dragging along the blonde boy with them, who simply glared at the freckled kid. And I'll be telling your teachers about this, why here? Snipe yelled before turning to help up the freckled kid. You're right there, cowpoke. What's your name? Izuku Midoriya. Thanks for helping me, mister. Snipe suddenly remembered he didn't have his mask on, and was practically unrecognizable as a result. He didn't feel like giving his real name, so he scrambled to come up with a fake one. Y'all can call me Rango, he answered, hoping Izuku wouldn't get the reference. And judging by the look on his face, Snipe figured he didn't. Well, thank you for the help, Mr. Rango, but you really don't need to go to the teachers about this. Snipe tilted his head in confusion. And why not? You worried about getting in trouble or something? Don't worry, I can vouch for YA. Izuku sighed. No, it's not that. It's just, those guys will probably beat me up even harder tomorrow if they learned I snitched on them. Well, ain't that just a big crock o' bull hunky? Translation, that's bullshit. Snipe declared. I know snitches get stitches and all that. But there's a fine line between simple snitching and reporting bad behavior. Izuku pointedly glanced away from the cowboy. Still, I'd rather you not tell anyone. I've tried before, and it never ends well for me. Snipe recognized this boy's behavior from a mile away. He had clearly developed a sense of learned helplessness, no doubt as a result of his bullies picking on him for God knows how long. Luckily, this was a problem Snipe knew how to fix handily. I reckon I know what your problem is, boy. These bullies of yours have it in their right mind that they can pick on you and get away with it. I mean, they're not wrong. Izuku mumbled just loud enough for Snipe to hear. Well, that's where you're wrong. They don't who they're dealing with. What you're gotta do is give them a reason for them to stay away from YA. Get them to not just respect, but fear YA, too. Understand? I think so, Izuku hesitantly nodded. But what can I do? I mean, it's not like I have any qualities that inspire respect or fear. Maybe not. But that's what I'm here for. If YA let me, I can educate YA on how to be a rootin' ready for shootin' cowboy like myself. Snipe pulled out his revolver and spun it around his finger to add a little flair. Wait, you're giving me a gun? Izuku exclaimed. Heh, not in this country, I'm afraid. But that don't mean I can't teach YA the tricks of the trade. What do you say, cowpoke? Izuku stopped to ponder the offer for a moment. Sure, he might have just met this man, but he seemed to really be committed to the whole cowboy bit. He hadn't seen many Wild West movies, but he was pretty sure he knew the types of protagonists those flicks usually featured: strong, determined, skilled, and always ready to dispense justice. Really, it wasn't too far off from what he wanted to accomplish as a hero, and if this guy could teach him how to be that, then maybe he would be one step closer to achieving his dreams. All right, Mr. Rango. Please teach me everything you know about cowboys. Izuku said with a bow. Good choice, fella, Snipe said as he pointed finger guns at Izuku. Now let's get moving along, for we burn any more daylight here. Of all the things Izuku thought his new teacher would show him, a mechanical bull in the middle of an open field wasn't one of them. Then again, this was probably a better alternative to an actual bull. Is this a substitute for horse-related training? He asked. You're dang right. I brought it from home myself, Snipe said as he pushed a few buttons on the control panel. I'd offer YA the real deal, but good old Silver Star is staying in a ranch down in Texas. Go on now, give her a spin. Okay, Izuku cautiously threw his leg over the bull and hoisted himself up, gripping the rope attached to the saddle as hard as he could. When the machine started up, he found himself bucked off and thrown to the ground almost immediately. No, Snipe said as he waved his hands. You're gripping in all the wrong places. Here, watch how I get it done. He climbed atop the bull and demonstrated the correct position. Keep your legs firm, lean forward, and grip the rope with your fingers, too. If YA use only your palms, you're as dead as a goldfish in the Sahara. Oh, okay, Izuku got back on and followed his teacher's advice to the letter. That time, he managed to last twice as long on the bull. Even though a 5-second improvement wasn't too much, he still felt accomplished. There YA go. That's how it's done. It's all about taking life by the horns and never letting go. I think I understand what you mean, sir. Izuku hopped up on the bull and wrapped his hands around its plastic horns, only to get bucked off almost immediately and receive a mouthful of dirt. Afraid that was just a metaphor, son. Try not to take my countryisms too literally. I'll keep that in mind, he responded as he spat out the dirt. Why are we in a field full of sheep? Izuku asked as he and Snipe hid behind a bush. This is the next part o' your training. Ain't no cowboy, girl, or hand alive that don't know how to wrangle up some critters. Snipe pulled out a lasso and handed it to Izuku to show what he meant. What did you mean by hand? Cowhand is the gender-neutral term for cowboy. Ah, I see. Izuku fumbled with the lasso for a moment before gripping it below the knot. He swung it around for a few moments, letting it gain momentum before he tossed it at the closest sheep. He missed it entirely. Snipe shook his head and tutted disappointedly. That ain't it, boy. Your form's alright, but you're focusing too hard on the rope instead of your target. What YA gotta do is focus on the varmint you're looking to hogtie. YA gotta know where they are at all times. Your tool will do the rest of the work. Oh, so it's like a form of dual processing. I think I can do that. Izuku tried swinging the lasso again. It took a few attempts to build up the momentum while keeping his eye on the sheep. But after about 5 minutes, he managed to get the lasso around his target. Yippee-ki-yay! That's some fine wrangling, boy. Ships cheered as he slapped Izuku on the back. Izuku bashfully scratched the back of his head. It wasn't that impressive. Even if it weren't, progress is still progress. And that deserves praise. Now reel in that sucker. We're having lamb chops tonight. Hey! What are you doing with my sheep? Yelled an angry farmer as he ran over to the pair. On second thought, I reckon we better make like a cactus and gee the hell outta here. Good plan, Izuku said as he proceeded to book it. Alrighty, cowpoke, here's your last and most important lesson. Roasting sausages. Izuku asked as he stared at the open fire. That's the ticket. Snipe pulled out a pair of sausages from his pocket, stuck them on some sticks he found on the ground. Sanitation is optional for cowboys, and handed one to his student. Now, grilling a good weenie might seem easier than shooting rattlesnakes in a kiddie pool, but it's not. Not if you're looking for a fine dining experience, it ain't. Lemme tell why, one wrong move, and your dog's less edible than a 2-time deep-fried rattlesnake. Izuku was now hesitant to put his sausage over the fire. How do you usually do it? It's all about precision, YA here. Snipe slowly rotated the stick in his hand, taking special care to grill the sausage in all the right places. If YA know the dog inside and out, know each and every one of its spots, both weak and strong, you're bound to achieve perfection on a stick. After a few moments, he pulled a perfectly brown sausage from the fire and took a big bite. Yup. That's the kind of flavor y'all can't get anywhere else. Lemme walk YA through it. Izuku held his stick over the fire, and Snipe carefully guided his hand to perform the correct rotating speeds, which shifted much more than Izuku initially thought. Each side of the sausage required a different approach, and sometimes he had to hold the stick at certain angles in order to get certain tough-to-reach spots. It was a level of care Izuku wasn't expecting when it came to roasting food by the fire. If he had to compare it to anything, he would say it was like painting an art piece, with the fire as his brush, and the sausage as his canvas. It was a delicately difficult process, for sure. But when he took a bite of his completed sausage, it was all worth it in his eyes. How's it taste? Snipe asked expectantly. Better than I thought any sausage ever could, Izuku responded with his mouth full. Then I reckon you're just about ready. Izuku swallowed his bite. For what? Furthest, Snipe reached behind his cloak and handed him a colorful dart gun. Izuku gasped. But I thought you said you weren't giving me a gun. That was a bit of an old cowboy's trick. I wanted to take a gander and see if you could handle it first. But now that I know you can, you're all set to stake your claim and make your mark. But I don't know how to use a gun. Do why, now? Snipe chuckled amusedly. Come on, now. Don't go forgetting what I taught YA so soon. What you taught me? Izuku carefully gripped the dart gun in his right hand. Suddenly, all the pieces clicked into place. Keep your legs firm, lean forward, and grip with your fingers, too. What YA gotta do is focus on the varmint you're trying a hog tie. YA gotta know where they are at all times. Your tool will do the rest of the work. If YA know each and every one of its spots, both weak and strong, you're bound to achieve perfection. The boy gasped at the gun in his hand, his mind blown by the revelation. You were training me for a gun this whole time. You're darn tootin'. Now JT out there and show them bullies why they shouldn't mess with Izuku Midoriya. Yes sir, Mr. Rango. Come on, boy. Is that any way to address your mentor? Oh, I mean, I'll have that done faster than a coyote strapped to a rocket, he said in the deepest, graveliest voice he could muster, which wasn't much. That's the ticket. Knock 'em dead. The next day, Izuku slammed open the doors of Old Dera Middle School, turning more than a few heads. He simply ignored them as he methodically paced through the halls, his expression absolutely oozing with determination. It only took a few minutes of pursuing the area for him to find his target. Katsuki Bakugo, he called out. Deku. Katsuki turned at the mention of his name. He looked the green-haired boy up and down, taking note of how differently he carried himself. Much less timid and much more willing to call him out on his bullshit. Katsuki hated that. What the F has gotten into you? Do I need to teach you another lesson? No, Kaken. I think it's the other way around. Izuku dropped a dart gun on the ground and kicked it over to Katsuki. You've been terrorizing me and this school for far too long, which is why I challenge you to a duel. Winner takes all, loser never shows their face around here again. What do you say? Katsuki and several of the students surrounding him let out a collective snicker. Really? A duel? I don't know what kind of cowboy SHT you're on. But if it gives me another chance to show how worthless you are, then sure, I accept. Good. Izuku pulled out a dart gun of his own, his glare never quite leaving Katsuki's eyes. The pair slowly walked up to each other as the crowd of students watching them went silent. The sound of their footsteps echoed throughout the halls. As the duelists stood back to back, and a random student stood in between them to act as referee, Izuku clarified the rules. 10 paces, then fire on 3. Got that? Yeah, sure, whatever. Katsuki rolled his eyes at Izuku's dedication to the bit. After the duelists took their 10 paces, making sure their steps synced up with one another, the referee raised his right hand and began to count. Combatants ready. 1. Izuku gripped his gun with all 5 fingers. 2. He had his enemy's position mapped out in his mind. 3. And he knew exactly where to shoot. Bang! The crowd went dead silent at the sound of the guns firing simultaneously. They anticipatingly glanced at the two opponents to see who had won. They were quick to notice the lack of darts in Izuku's vicinity. The same could not be said for Katsuki, however. For he had a singular sticky dart hanging from his shirt, right below his left lung. Here. I was aiming for the heart, but that works too, Izuku admitted out loud. His eyes wide with shock, Katsuki looked back and forth between the dart and Izuku's face several times before saying anything. What? How the F did you manage to beat me? Did you rig my gun? No, I didn't, Kaken, Izuku calmly answered. You see, I know you, and I know your quirk. You release explosions from your hands. You typically prefer to unleash them point-blank at your foes. Read me. Couple that with the fact you rarely have to actually aim an explosion, and you get a recipe for someone with naturally bad aim. Izuku leveled his bully with what Katsuki assumed to be a condescending glare. The truth is, despite all my training, I knew the outcome of this match from the very beginning. Something inside Katsuki snapped at the sight of Izuku tearing him a new one. Veins popped on his forehead, he practically grounded his teeth into dust, and he saw pure red. He gave into the first instinct that came to mind and charged at Izuku with the fury of a raging bull, his sparking hands outstretched, just waiting to grip someone by the neck and blast them to hell. Deku. Bang! The sudden jolt of pain on his right shoulder snapped Katsuki out of his rage-induced state. Gah! My arm. Who the F did that? It was me, said a tall man holding a revolver as he made his way to the front of the crowd. Katsuki recognized him as the man from yesterday. I told why I'd turn this into a Clint Eastwood flick if y'all didn't behave yourself. You Fing shot me. How the hell did you even get in here? Relax, varmint. It was only RBB. Dislocated your arm at worst. As for how I got in here, the gun-toting man pulled out a familiar-looking mask and slapped it onto his face. You'd be surprised what a pro hero can get away with. Just about everyone in the hallway immediately recognized the man as the gunslinger hero, Snipe. Katsuki's face looked as white as a ghost as he realized what he had just done in front of a pro hero. Snipe chuckled as he walked over to the duelists. He then turned and gestured to the crowd. Well, y'all saw what happened here. The green-haired cowboy won fair and square, which means this little doggy won't be showing his face round here anytime soon. He grabbed Katsuki by the arm and dragged him off. Izuku was too busy fanboying to focus on that, however. Oh my god. You were sniped this whole time. It makes so much sense. How did I not see it earlier? I have to pinch myself because I must be dreaming. He momentarily snapped out of his shocked stupor as he noticed Snipe wrapping his bully up in a lasso. Hold on, where are you taking Kaken? This little varmint tried to use his quirk on you. For that, he's earned himself a one-way ticket to the slammer. Katsuki didn't think it was possible for his face to get any paler. He was wrong. Dead wrong. What? You can't do that. I'm supposed to be the #1 hero. Well, now you're the #1 outlaw in the West. Congrats on your new title. Snipe turned to Izuku before he walked off. Good job out there, cowboy. I think you've earned your place as the new top doggo this here town. He reached into his cloud and tossed the boy a plastic sheriff's badge, signed by the hero himself. Hope to see you, boy. When Snipe left, Izuku turned back to the crowd of students and grinned, noticing the apprehensive look on each of them. He knew his placement as Aldera's new top dog would stick. If not for his gunslinging skills, then the fact that his actions led to a pro hero carrying off the school's previous top dog would make people respect and fear him enough. And if anyone disagreed, Izuku could see just how well they fared in a duel. In a way, Rikido Soto was relieved that fireworks truck destroyed his old middle school. He knew that was a weird thing to think, but it was the truth. He didn't have many friends at his old school. A few friendly acquaintances, maybe, but no one he would call to move a couch or something. Changing schools gave him a fresh start of sorts. And he wouldn't put that opportunity to waste. Hi, my name's Rikido Soto, he introduced himself in front of the class before reaching behind his back and pulling out a tray. I made cookies. He knew baked goods were a great way to make a first impression. People always said things like, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, but Soto found that saying applied to all genders. People tended to like good food. Judging by the class's eagerness to each take a cookie for themselves, Soto figured the saying held true. Wow, Soto, this is amazing, said a girl with long blue hair. Yeah, super sweet, exclaimed a boy with spiky black hair. Soto blushed at the praise as he bashfully scratched the back of his head. Oh, well, you know, my family owns a bakery, so I have experience with slap. Suddenly, Soto felt a disturbance in the force. He turned to see a green-haired boy fretting over his cookie, which had been slapped out of his hand and onto the floor by another boy with orange hair, who looked oddly satisfied by his display of rudeness. Ha! Too slow, Deku. The orange-haired boy taunted, prompting a series of snickers and chuckles across the entire class. And a satisfied grin from one spiky-haired blonde boy in particular. The boy referred to as D dejectedly slumped in his seat, and Soto couldn't help but feel bad for him. Thankfully, he was seated right next to him, and he was dutifully prepared for situations like this. After all, what kind of baker would he be if he didn't make a baker's dozen? When class started and the focus shifted to the teacher, Soto reached into his bag's secret compartment, pulled out a spare cookie, and silently slid it to the boy, who may or may not be named Deku. After a brief moment of surprise, Deku turned to Soto and gave him a look, seemingly asking for his permission. After a silent nod of approval, Deku bit into the confection and practically melted at the taste, which was the standard reaction when experiencing his baking for the first time. Later that day, after the teacher finished his lecture and the students dispersed for lunch, Soto was slightly surprised to see the green-haired boy nervously approach him as he packed up his bag. Hey. Soto, was it? I just wanted to say thanks for the cookie you gave me. I mean, it probably wasn't that big of a deal to you. I know it was just a cookie, and you had plenty of them. But it was nice to have someone look out for me. Not to mention it was probably one of the best cookies I've ever had. And I've probably been talking for too long. Sorry if I'm annoying you, he began awkwardly shuffling away, but Soto was quick to stop him. Hold on, you weren't being annoying or anything. What's your name? It's not really Deku, is it? The freckled boy was quick to turn around. Oh, sorry for jumping to conclusions there. But no, my name's not actually Deku. It's Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. I'm Rikido Soto, in case you forgot. And I'm glad you enjoyed my baking. I worked real hard on those. No kidding. If you had given it to me without telling me who made it, I'd think it was lunch rush. Not that I've ever tried his food before, but it tastes just how I thought it would. Soto let out an impressed whistle. Wow! That's high praise, comparing me to one of my favorite heroes. You like Lunch Rush, too. He's a real underrated hero in my book. I know, right? Whenever people bring up the heroes who work at UA, they always forget about Lunch Rush. I wonder why that is. Probably because he's the kind of hero who works on the sidelines, always there to provide nourishment for heroes and civilians during large rescue operations. But that's what I've always liked about him. Beating up bad guys isn't the only way to be a hero. Agree with you 100% on that one. I've always thought that making people smile is one of the best things a hero can do. And what better way to do that than with food? That's why I got so heavily involved in the family bakery. That last sentence caught Izuku's attention. Wait, your family has a bakery. That explains a lot, actually. Hey, was it that obvious? Soto shrugged as he gave a sheepish smile. Nothing wrong with wearing your inspiration on your sleeve. So, what's your family's bakery like? What kind of stuff do they sell? Soto, sensing a spark of friendship with Izuku, decided to play all his cards straight in a quick attempt to seal the deal. Would you like to see for yourself? Izuku gaped. You're inviting me to your house. I mean, if you want to. No pressure or anything. It was just a spur of the moment. Great. Once school was done for the day, instead of making his usual trek home, Izuku followed Soto to the train station, where they took a short ride before ending up in front of a rather homey-looking building with large display windows showing off various delectable confectionaries. The store's closed for today since my mom and dad are at a baker's conference, Soto said as he unlocked the front door, a small bell chiming once he opened it, so it's just you and me today. The moment Izuku stepped in, he was hit point blank with a fresh-smelling aroma. Very much the kind he would expect from a bakery, except somehow more potent. Wow, this place is nice, he said as he admired the decor. He ran his hand across one of the tables as he passed by. Is this real wood? Yup. My grandpa says that table's older than him, Soto chuckled. Of course, he also says that quirks are a result of a bacterial mutation that came about because not enough people were washing their hands, so I take everything he says with a grain of salt. Izuku couldn't help but snicker. As Soto led him behind the counter and into the kitchen, he couldn't help but notice the rows and rows of freshly baked sweets that laid behind the display cases. He could practically taste them. All right, this is where the magic happens. Soto gestured toward the kitchen, which looked pretty standard for a bakery, except for one minor detail. Soto, why is that mixer larger than me? Pretty cool, right? Soto smacked the top of the mixer like he was a salesman trying to sell a used car. We do catering orders, too. This thing helps us make stuff in bulk. Wanna try it out? Try it out? Do you mean, duh? We're in a bakery. What else are we supposed to do? Come on, I know you want to give it a spin. Thankfully, it didn't take much convincing for Izuku to agree with that statement. Alright, let's bake something. Or rather, a bunch of somethings. Great. Let's get started. Soto quickly zipped around the kitchen, opening drawer after drawer, gathering all the ingredients he needed with practiced ease. I hope you don't mind having cookies again. My parents accidentally ordered a surplus of the ingredients last week. It's fine, I get it. Something similar happened to me around that same time. Izuku, I accidentally bought several dozen pounds of pork. I hope you like katsudon, because that's all we're having for the next week. Best diamond week of my life. After Izuku finished reminiscing, he and Soto quickly got to work. Since they were working with an exceptionally large mixer, they opted to go plus ultra on the portions. A dozen eggs, a gallon of milk, a bag of flour, a bag of brown and white sugar, an entire salt shaker, several sticks of butter, a container of baking soda, and a teaspoon of vanilla extract all flew into the bowl. As the boys watched the oversized mixer work its oddly satisfying magic, they both couldn't help but feel like something was missing from their recipe. You feel it too, right? Izuku asked. Yeah. These cookies are missing something. Soto opened a nearby cupboard and pulled out various jars of candy, chocolate, and various other bite-sized foods, ready to be thrown into the dough. So many options. Which one should we go with? Well, Chocolate chips, obviously. 𝐒𝐿 scooped several handfuls out of the jar and threw them into the mix. But it's still missing something. How about caramel? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 suggested as he dumped a few scoops in. Not bad. But what about 𝐴𝐵 and Ms.? 𝐒𝐿 opened a sharing-size bag of the candy and dumped it right in. What about Oreos? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 emptied the whole box. What about pretzels? What about hot fudge? What about sprinkles? Marshmallows? Cinnamon? Coconut? White chocolate? Dark chocolate? Peppermint? It's not Christmas. Who cares? Not me. By the time the cookies made their way out of the oven, they could hardly even be classified as cookies anymore. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and 𝐒𝐿 had clearly gone overboard with the amount of extra stuff they added, but they couldn't bring themselves to care. Their confectionery monstrosities violently assaulted their taste buds in all the right ways. This is terrible, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 grinned as he took another bite. Terribly delicious. 𝐒𝐿 added as he dunked his monstrosity in a glass of milk before devouring it. You know what we have to do now, right? Unfortunately, I do. We made cookies. The boys cheered as they presented the trays to the classroom the next day. Reactions varied this time around. Some students thought the bakers were culinary geniuses, while others took one bite and decided to swear off cookies forever. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 noticed Katsuki was somewhere in the middle, not particularly enjoying it, but not hating it enough to stop eating. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 understood where the mixed reception was coming from, but he just shrugged it off. The cookies tasted good to him, and that was enough. Though, part of him wondered if this was because of some sort of psychological phenomenon in which the food tasted better to the person who baked it. He'd have to do some research on that later. Regardless, 𝐒𝐿𝐴's spirits were high that morning, so he decided to add to it by taking a bite out of his culinary monstrosity. Slap ha! Got you again, Deku. The same boy from before taunted yet again as he pointed at 𝐒𝐿𝐴's cookie on the floor, causing laughter to break out across the classroom. 𝐒𝐿 watched silently as 𝐒𝐿𝐴 shriveled up into a small ball of embarrassment, his good mood from 3 paragraphs ago vanishing immediately. The big-lipped baker felt a quiet rage rising in his stomach, like a cake in an oven. How dare they? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 went out of his way to make treats for the entire class, and this is how he's treated. 𝐒𝐿 wouldn't let this stand. In the back of his mind, he remembered something his mother used to say, "Rikido, there is no bigger crime in life than messing with someone else's food. Unless they mess with yours first, then it's fair game." After he thought of that, it only took a few seconds for his revenge-fueled brain to come up with a delightfully delectable scheme. The next day, after lunch, 𝐒𝐿 walked up to the front of the class and held out another tray. "I made brownies for you all. Try them," he said in a completely monotone voice. The students didn't seem to care. They were all quick to snatch up a brownie for themselves and dig into it as soon as possible. It was clear they had all gotten attached to 𝐒𝐿's cooking, even after just 3 days. The baker's eyes focused on 𝐒𝐿𝐴, who, like yesterday, went to take a bite out of his treat. And like yesterday, the orange-haired kid slapped it out of his hand. "Ha! I guess 3rd time's the charm, Deku." He laughed as he took a bite out of his brownie. 𝐒𝐿 had to stop himself from smiling devilishly, as he knew what was about to happen. A few seconds later, several students began clutching their stomachs uncomfortably. A few quickly turned into a lot, and the sound of upset stomachs could be heard from all around. I gotta go." One student bolted from their desk and ran to the nearest bathroom. "Me, too," said another, who followed suit. "I don't feel so good." "Ditto. Out of the way. Where's the bathroom?" It didn't take long for nearly the entire class to make a mad dash to the nearest toilet. Based on what 𝐒𝐿 put in those brownies, he knew they'd be in there for a while. "𝐒𝐿, did you do something?" 𝐒𝐿𝐴 asked in a scolding tone with his arms crossed. "I have no idea what you're talking about, Midoriya," 𝐒𝐿 answered with mock innocence. If anyone were to take the blame for this, it would be the school cafeteria and their low standards for what qualifies as a lunch. "Yeah, I can't really argue with that," 𝐒𝐿𝐴 reluctantly admitted. "Well, I can," yelled a voice that was unfamiliar to 𝐒𝐿, but very familiar to 𝐒𝐿𝐴. "𝐾𝐸𝐵𝐵𝐵. You didn't eat your brownie. Hell no. I knew better than to trust some 2-bit big-lipped baker and his shitty desserts. 𝐒𝐿 scoffed. 2-bit. I'll let you know I have a lot of pride in my baking skills. Even my completely normal, totally not tampered with brownies were baked with love. TCH. Yeah, right. Your cookies from yesterday were mediocre, and the ones from 2 days ago were just okay. 𝐒𝐿 gasped in shock and horror, as if Katsuki had just insulted his mother. Just okay. I doubt you could do any better. Those sound like fightin' words to me. They are. I challenge you to a bake-off. Right here, right now. Fine. I'll bake circles around your shitty butt. I'd like to see you try. Unfortunately, due to the lack of baking supplies in the classroom, they could not hold their bake-off right here, right now. So they had to settle on moving to the home EC room. Alright, here's how this is gonna work, 𝐒𝐿 announced. The judges should be here in about an hour. We have until then to make some kind of dessert, and they'll judge on a scale from 1 to 10. Highest score wins. Any questions? Yeah, how do I know the judges won't be biased? Katsuki asked. We won't tell them who made which dish. Fine. Let's just get this over with. With that, the 2 bakers made it to their stations and began prepping their desserts. As 𝐒𝐿 mixed all his dry ingredients together, Izuku nervously sauntered up to him. 𝐒𝐿, I know you're good at baking and stuff, but I should probably warn you about Kaken. What about him? 𝐒𝐿 asked as he cracked an egg. He's really good at cooking. Like, really good at cooking. Look, Izuku pointed to Katsuki, who had already finished his whipped chocolate 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 and was currently mixing the dough for what looked to be the first of several layers. It hadn't even been 10 minutes yet. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't help but respect the tenacity, yet it also made him feel nervous in comparison with his own cake. Oh geez, this guy seems like a tough one. I guess I'll have to WHP out my secret ingredient. Your secret ingredient? What's that? Is it love? No, love isn't an FDA-approved ingredient. But placebos are. Placebos? Isn't that just a fancy word for gaslighting? You bet. I just have to wait until the cake's out of the oven, then my victory is assured. 50 minutes later. All right. Now that both of our desserts are done, the judges should be here any minute, 𝐒𝐿 announced. TCH, about time, Katsuki grunted. Right at that moment, a large, rotund figure burst through the door to the home EC classroom. Hey! Is this the place? Asked the BMI hero, Fat Gum, because it would be real weird if a cooking contest were held anywhere else but here. That would be so embarrassing, muttered Fat Gums in turn, Sun Eater, who tried to look as small and unnoticeable as possible. Izuku gasped so hard that he accidentally choked on a fly. As he flew into a coughing fit, he turned to ask 𝐒𝐿, how the heck do you know Fat Gum? He frequents the bakery, 𝐒𝐿 casually answered. And I've been looking to refill my fat stores, the hero said as he sat down in one of the judges' chairs. So come on, bring on the grub. Just 1 minute. Izuku ran to get the first dessert. It was decided that he would be the server to keep the bakers' identities anonymous. He quickly placed the first plate on the table and read off the description Katsuki gave to him. This is a 7-layer chocolate tuxedo cake. And is sure to be the, and I quote, best thing you've ever eaten. Ooh, sounds exciting. Can't wait to find out if it's true. Fat Gum cut a slice for his intern, then down the rest of the cake in one bite. That's a good texture. The layers add a lot of depth, and the chocolate 𝐒𝐽𝐽 is always a nice touch. 8 out of 10. Katsuki smirked with pride at the adoration of a pro hero. Sun Eater, on the other hand, didn't seem to be enjoying himself as much as his mentor. There's a lot of flavor in here. Too much flavor. It's overwhelming. 5 out of 10. Katsuki bit his tongue to hold in an angry remark, knowing it would only make him lose favor with the judges. After taking their plates, Izuku carried the next dish over to the judges. Alright, next up is a simple chocolate cake with added placebos. Placebos, you say? Fat Gum noticed a message written out in frosting on the top of the cake, which he read aloud. This cake tastes really, 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 really good. Well, that's a good sign if ever there was one. The hero once again cut out a slice for Sun-Eater before stuffing his face full of chocolatey goodness. Wow, the cake doesn't lie. That was really, 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 really good. But maybe not really, 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 really good. 7 out of 10. Meanwhile, Sun-Eater ate his slice slowly and methodically, as if he were afraid of making a mess. This is better. Less is more in my eyes. 7 out of 10 as well. With the scores set, Izuku pulled out a piece of paper to tally the results. Okay, let's see here. Kaken's tuxedo cake got a combined score of 13/20, while Soto's chocolate cake got 14. Soto wins. What? Katsuki spat in disbelief. Yeah. Woohoo. Soto briefly celebrated before extending a hand to his opponent. Hey, good game, man. We should do this again sometime. You're a real good cook. Instead of shaking his hand, Katsuki just sneered. Good game, my butt. You might have won this round, big lips, but I'll show you. I'm gonna become the best DMN chef in Japan. Then we'll see who can bake the better cake. He stuffed his hands into his pockets as he stormed out of the room. Yeesh, talk about a sore loser, Fat Gum remarked. Well, since I'm all filled up now, we probably ought to get going. Wait. Before you do that, Izuku pulled out his notebook and flipped it open to a picture of Fat Gum and Sun-Eater. Can I have your autographs? Heh, sure thing, man. Fat Gum gladly scribbled his name next to his picture. Oh geez, people are asking for my autograph now. This is a lot of pressure. Sun-Eater bashfully pulled his cloak over his face, but still went to sign the page. His signature looked like a jumbled, practically illegible mess of scribbles. Izuku still treasured it like it was gold from the lost city of Atlantis. Several months later. Ha! Take a look at this, big lips. Katsuki shoved a piece of paper into Soto and Izuku's faces. I just got accepted into the top culinary school in Japan. Who's the better chef now? Heh. Wow, that's super cool. Soto smiled. That place was actually going to be my second choice. But I'm glad I'm going to UA with Izuku instead. It was at that moment Katsuki realized that, in his vengeful attempt to one-up Soto's culinary skills, he had completely forgotten about UA. Izuku Midoriya gawked in disbelief as he gazed up at the building from outside. He checked the address he was given, and sure enough, he was at the right place. Right now, he stood outside Mustafa's HPRC Heroes Private Recreation Center. There were several dozen of these built across Japan. They were made so heroes would have somewhere to stay if they had to travel. They were heavily fortified and securely guarded to keep out both villains and the press. None of this made any sense to Izuku. His mom had asked him to look after her college friend's kid. Was he about to babysit the child of a pro hero? Before he could answer that question, a voice called out to him. Hey! You're Inko's kid, aren't you? At the sound of the voice, Izuku focused his attention on the building's entrance, where he recognized a pro hero walk out and greet him. He immediately felt his fanboy instincts take over. Oh my god! It's Super Soka of the Water Hose Duo. Haha, yup. That's me, the hero in question smiled as he pointed to himself. Izuku quickly fumbled his notebook out of his bag. See, can I have your autograph? Sure thing, Midoriya. And thanks for agreeing to this on such short notice. Super Soka signed Izuku's notebook as he led him inside the HPRC and to the nearest elevator. And no problem, sir. I'll be honest, I'm surprised to see you in Mustafa of all places. You wouldn't be the first. A bunch of heroes were called to the next city over to help bust a drag ring. They brought me and Spyra over here to pick up the slack. That makes sense. A lack of heroes in any given area would theoretically lead to an uptick in crime. Yup. Now, right this way. Super Soka led Izuku down the hall, where he opened a door to one of the apartments. It looked a little bigger and better furnished than his. Is that the babysitter? Asked Spyra, the other half of the water hose duo, as she poked her head out of the kitchen. Sure is. Here, sign this. Super Soka casually threw her the notebook, which she casually caught in midair. Thank you for coming over, Midoriya, Spyra said as she wrote her signature on the page. We'll be out on patrol for a few hours. We'll be back around 6. Keep an eye on Kota for the time being. If you two want to go out and do something, I left money on the counter. Sound good? Yes? I can do that, Izuku answered dutifully as he took his notebook back. He excitedly hugged it to his chest over the fact it contained 2 new signatures. Kota! We're leaving now. Super Soka yelled. A small boy wearing a red cap with a pair of yellow spikes protruding out the front emerged from the hallway and ran over to hug his parents goodbye. Do you have to go? He asked quietly. We'll only be gone for a little bit. We'll be back in time for dinner, his mother assured. Promise. Promise. Now be good for Mr. Midoriya. Okay, Kota separated the hug and waved goodbye as his parents made their way out the door. Love you. Love you too, sweetie. When the water hose duo closed the door behind them, Izuku turned to Kota and extended a hand to shake. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Kota. The boy simply scoffed and turned away. Whatever. Izuku couldn't deny, that was kind of cold. He supposed Kota wasn't the type to get along with new people. Thankfully, growing up with Katsuki meant Izuku knew how to deal with grumpy kids. As long as Kota didn't threaten to kill anyone, Izuku was sure he could handle him. Izuku inconspicuously approached the child, who was digging through the couch cushions, likely in search of the TV remote. Looking to watch TV. What shows do you like? He asked. None of your business, Kota spat. He pulled out the remote and turned to Channel 6, where the news anchor droned on about falling stock prices. Here. I had no idea you liked watching the news, Izuku stated, to which Kota gave an annoyed grunt. Not this channel, dummy. He changed the station to Channel 10, where they showed footage of All Might pummeling a villain with skin made of diamond. That's pretty interesting, here. All Might's always fun to watch. He's not my favorite. Who is your favorite, then? Is it your parents? Of course it's my parents. What are you, stupid? Kota huffed as he changed the station again, where a commercial for Uwabami brand jewelry played. Are you looking for a specific channel? Izuku asked. If you want to watch SpongeBob, I think Nickelodeon is channel 252. Kota seemed to take offense to that statement, hitting Izuku with a frustrated glare. I don't want to watch SpongeBob. That's a baby show for babies, and I just turned 5. Besides, SpongeBob got bad after Season 3. I thought Season 4 was pretty good, Izuku defensively muttered to himself. Kota changed the channel again, where the TV played an interview with Death Arms after he had just arrested a villain. He turned to Izuku as he pointed at the screen. Hey, does that hero work in news? Mustafa. Izuku corrected. Yeah, Mustafa. Yep, Death Arms does his patrols around there. Why? Are you a fan of his? Because I have a few notes on his quirk that I think you'll shut up. Kota got off the couch and scooched closer to the TV, where his eyes rapidly darted around the screen, almost like he was looking for something. Suddenly, the pieces clicked together in Izuku's brain. Kota, are you trying to find your parents on TV? Kota turned to Izuku with a shocked look on his face as he flushed in embarrassment. No, I'm not. It's all right if you are. I was just curious. So what if I am, here? You got a problem with that? Izuku paused for a moment, unsure how to answer the question. It's not that he actually did have a problem with that. He just wasn't sure how to approach Kota's situation. It was clear to Izuku that the child missed his parents while they went out on patrol. And why wouldn't he? Izuku knew heroes often worked long hours, so it was likely that he didn't see them as much as he liked. Part of Izuku wanted to tell Kota the greater importance of his parents' jobs, that they only worked long hours so they could save more people. But the other part of him knew that wouldn't work. Izuku remembered how he felt when he was Kota's age. He always hated it when his mom had to leave for work. After weighing all his options, Izuku decided it would just be better to let Kota air out all his grievances. And who better to air them out to than someone who could understand his pain? I think I get it, Izuku calmly nodded. You miss your parents, don't you? Kota didn't respond, instead choosing to forego eye contact with his babysitter. I get it, Kota. It 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, doesn't it? 𝐒𝐬𝐴𝐺, what would you know? More than you think. My dad works all the way in America. Kota's eyes widened slightly, as if the possibility of a parent being so far from their kid was foreign to him. America. America. 10,144 kilometers away. I'm kind of jealous of you. You get to see your parents doing cool stuff on TV. Kota glanced back over to the television, small bits of disappointment dotting his face. Only sometimes. Sometimes is better than none of the time. What's the coolest thing you've seen them do? The little boy paused to think for a moment, as if there were so many instances in his head that he couldn't decide on just one. Well, there was this one time where this fire guy was attacking the city, so Mom and Dad shot at it until he went out. That's cool. Anything else? There was this one time when this guy made of clay was trying to choke another guy, so Dad blasted his arm off. But it's okay because he said it grew back. Really? That's so awesome. Yeah. And there was this one other time when Mom teamed up with Midnight and... Wait, Mom said I wasn't allowed to watch that one. It didn't take a genius to figure out why that was the case. You know, Kota, my favorite was the one where the water hose duo teamed up with All Might to take down that giant lizard villain attacking the city. Kota's excitement paused as he lowered his eyebrows at his babysitter. Wait a minute, that never happened. Izuku simply smirked as he took out a pair of water hose duo action figures in one hand and an All Might action figure in the other. Are you sure about that? Oh no. The giant lizard villain is attacking the city. Izuku yelled in a high-pitched voice, trying to imitate a random civilian. Rah! Rah! In the teen's right hand was a green sock puppet meant to resemble a lizard. It wildly flailed around the miniature city playset. Whoever will save us? Asked the disembodied voice of the civilian. We will. Kota answered in an impression of his parents' voices as he brought their action figures onto the playset. Rah! I'm gonna get you. The sock puppet chomped the air as it closed in on the water hose duo. Double hydro blast. Kota yelled as he repeatedly slammed his figures into the sock puppet. Izuku did his best to ignore the minor pain in his finger. He didn't want to ruin Kota's good time. Rah! I'm not done yet. The lizard monster grabbed the Spira figure out of the kid's hand and began flailing it around. Oh no, the monster's got Spira. Kota yelled in an impression of his father's voice. Do not despair. Izuku's free hand planted an All Might figure right next to Super Soaker. Why? Because I am here. All Might. I'm so glad you're here. Cheered the Super Soaker figure, let's take out this bad guy together. Great idea, Super Soaker. The two heroes then jumped toward the villain's face as they yelled out the names of their ultimate moves. Texas, Hydro, Smash. Blast. No. They've defeated me. The sock puppet released Spira from its grasp and fell to the ground. Thank you for your help, All Might, said the Spira figure. We couldn't have done it without you. All in a day's work, said the All Might figure. And then here comes a giant fist. Kota suddenly yelled as he slammed down on the playset, shaking the hero figures to their core. Whoa there, Kota, Izuku chuckled, breaking character now that the game was over. You seem pretty riled up there. Why don't we go out? Your mother left us some money, we could go get ice cream. Ice cream? Hell yeah. Kota suddenly slapped his hands over his mouth. Please don't tell Mom I swore. She doesn't like it when I say hell. Izuku pinched his fingers and made a lip-sealing motion, much to the child's delight. After all, what kind of kid could dislike a babysitter that both got them ice cream and let them swear? Gimme a double chocolate fudge with rainbow sprinkles. Kota, sorry. Gimme a double chocolate fudge with rainbow sprinkles, please. That's better, Izuku nodded. And I'll have a cookie dough on a waffle cone. The moment the ice cream vendor handed them their treats, Kota immediately dug into his like a rabid lion, desperate to finish it all before the summer heat could beat him to the punch. Slow down there, Kota, Izuku warned, you don't want to get a brain freeze. Kota clutched his forehead with one hand as he stumbled around incoherently. Press your tongue to the roof of your mouth. That'll make it go away faster. The kid followed Izuku's instructions, and the pain rushing to his head ceased a few seconds later. No need to eat it so fast, Kota, Izuku advised as the two strolled down the sidewalk. I mean, you got yours in a cup. It's not like it's going anywhere. I don't like melty ice cream, it's too wet and soupy. If I don't eat it all right away, it's gonna get gross, and then I won't want it anymore. Okay. Whatever you say. Just make sure not to get another brain freeze. Izuku rolled his eyes as Kota wildly ran up and down the street, too blinded by the headache to notice the man he was about to run into. Oof, he stumbled back, slightly dazed by the impact. Hey! Yelled the person Kota bumped into. Sorry about him. Izuku quickly ran up to guide the kid away. He just got a brain freeze. You know how those are. I hope he didn't. He paused as the man Kota bumped into turned around, revealing a familiar face. Deku. Izuku's metaphorical danger-sensing instincts immediately kicked into high gear. Keikaken. Deku, Katsuki repeated, this time with a deeper scowl, you've got some nerve showing your shitty butt around here. I'm sorry, Kaken. We'll get out of your hair. Izuku took Kota by the hand and began to walk away, but Katsuki grabbed him by the shoulder and turned him around. Hold up. Your little brat made me drop my ice cream. He pointed to a splattered chocolate ice cream cone on the sidewalk. You're gonna pay for that. Oh, of course. Izuku nervously fumbled through his pocket before handing a wad of cash to Katsuki. Thankfully, Spyra and Super Soaker gave me extra. Katsuki paused before he could take the money. Spyra and Super Soaker. The Thing Water Hose Duo. Oh. I probably shouldn't have said that. Just take the money, and I'll No, back the F up. What the hell kind of connection do you have with two pro heroes? His eyes trailed down to Kota, who had remained mostly silent up until this point. Hold on a minute, are you babysitting their kid or something? And no. I mean, yes. But it's not what you think, Kaken. I think I know what's going on here. Katsuki rolled up his sleeves as he stomped toward Izuku. You're doing favors for pro heroes to get your greasy little foot in the door. I bet you think you're clever, Deku, trying to get a head start on your hero career, thinking you can outdo me. He grabbed Izuku by the shoulder and activated his quirk slightly, which quickly burned through the fabric of his shirt. Well, guess what, nerd? If you think you're quirkless but can get into UA by doing a few odd jobs for some shitty B-list heroes, then I guess I have to remind you of your goddamn place. Katsuki grabbed Izuku by the scruff and prepared an explosion in his open palm. All the while, Izuku instinctively squeezed his eyes shut and braced himself for the incoming beatdown. Hey! Hey! Katsuki turned to see Kota angrily stomping up to him. Truth be told, he had forgotten about the child's presence due to being clouded by rage. What the hell do you want, brat? In place of a response, Kota pulled back his fist and punched Katsuki straight in the nuts. The explosive blonde immediately buckled under the pain and clutched his wounded PP in his hands. He instinctively stumbled a few steps back, only to slip on his ice cream cone and fall backwards into the street, where a fireworks truck was just about to pass by. Thankfully, the truck driver spotted Katsuki fall to the road and instinctively jerked his wheel to the left, causing the vehicle to spin out of control and crash into a nearby telephone pole. The force of the crash jerked the driver forward, and his body slammed into his dashboard, with his right hand in particular landing on the launch fireworks button. In an instant, all the fireworks in the truck shot upwards and swerved left. The driver quickly got out of the car, seemingly more worried about his cargo than his or the truck's safety. Oh no! My fireworks! They're all headed downtown. Meanwhile, downtown. GWA ha ha. Is that all you got, little heroes? This hardly even counts as a fight. Taunted Muscular as he stomped toward the water hose duo, who were scratched and bruised, but thankfully not wounded. Though, they had a feeling that was about to change. When's backup arriving? Asked Super Soaker as he shot a stream of water at the villain, who simply brushed it off. ETA, 5 minutes. Spyra responded as she tried the same attack as her partner, with similar results. Muscular tutted mockingly. Too bad for you. By the time help arrives, you'll already be dead. He raised his thick, beefy arms, ready to turn the water hose duo into corpses. Now show me your BLD. As Muscular laughed maniacally, a sudden barrage of fireworks flew into his open mouth and lodged themselves in his throat, exploding almost immediately afterwards. As the muscle-bound villain fell to the ground, most likely dead, the water hose duo stared at each other with pure and utter bewilderment. Spyra, what in the hell just happened? I think we were saved by an act of God, Super Soaker. Spyra, that was a barrage of fireworks. God works in mysterious ways. Kaken, are you alright? Izuku ran over to help him up, to which Katsuki slapped his hand away, while the other still rested on his PP. I don't need your diamond pity, Deku. He grunted through the pain in his nether regions as he tried to force himself up. I'm gonna kill you. Eep. Izuku dodged a swipe of Katsuki's hand and ran back to Kota, grabbing him by the arm and running off. 𝐒𝐻 serves that JK right. Kota turned and narrowed his eyes at Katsuki as he turned a sidewalk corner. Kota, why did you do that? Izuku asked exasperatingly. Mom said that if a villain ever approached me, I was allowed to punch him in the ball. Kota, Kaken's not a villain. He goes to school with me. Nah. Dad says people who use their quirks to hurt other people are villains. Well, Kaken's different. He only really hurts me. If you look past that, he has the makings of a good hero. Kota stared at Izuku like he had grown a second head. He's gonna be a hero. Says who? Says everyone at my school. Izuku paused his running and knelt down to Kota's level. Listen, Kota, Kaken has a really powerful quirk, and he knows how to use it effectively. He can save a lot of people in the future. But he threatened to hurt you, he burnt your shoulder. Heroes don't hurt people. It's fine, Kota. It was my fault, anyway. I shouldn't have made him angry by bringing up your parents. Izuku got up and gestured for Kota to follow him. You don't have to worry about Kaken, I can handle him. But what about your shoulder? I've dealt with worse. Now come on, why don't we go to a park or something? Kota, being surprisingly perceptive for his age, could tell Izuku wanted to drop the issue. Okay, he reluctantly complied. But despite Izuku's words, he did worry about Katsuki. His babysitter's odd behavior confused him to no end. Izuku said the explosive blonde was supposed to be a hero, but in Kota's eyes, Katsuki was the furthest thing from a hero you could get. Maybe it was just something he didn't understand. If it wasn't, he figured he could always ask real heroes about the issue. So, Kota, how was your day with Izuku? What did you think of him? His mother asked. The boy in question paused eating his dinner to try and form the words in his mouth, but all that came out was the most blunt response imaginable, Mr. Midoriya's stupid. Both his parents looked shocked and perturbed, but didn't say anything at first. After sparing a brief glance between one another, Kota's father spoke up. Do you not like him? No, I like him, he's fun. But he says a lot of stupid things. Like what? We ran into a villain when we went to get ice cream, but Mr. Midoriya tried to tell me he was actually a hero. Kota, his mother cautiously asked, are you sure he was actually a villain and not a scary-looking hero? He threatened to hurt Mr. Midoriya with his explodey quirk. He even burnt his shoulder a bit. I know he was a villain, but Mr. Midoriya said he wasn't. It was weird. And, does Mr. Midoriya know this person from anywhere? They go to school together. And everyone there says he's a hero, too. Which is stupid, because the explodey guy hurts Mr. Midoriya a lot, but he says it's okay. I don't get it. Kota crossed his arms and huffed in frustration. After a short moment of deliberation, Kota's dad spoke up. Listen, sport, what Mr. Midoriya's going through is complicated. You know how we save people from villains. Kota nodded, unsure as to where this was going. Well, there are some people out there who don't know they need to be saved. That's dumb. Do they not know what a villain looks like? His mother was quick to continue off from his father's point. What your father's trying to say, sweetie, is that there are some people who hurt others, and they've been convinced to think they deserve it. A feeling of worry pulled up in Kota's stomach. Does Mr. Midoriya think he deserves to be hurt by that explodey guy? His mother placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. We can't say for sure, sweetie. We don't know everything. But please don't worry. Me and your father are both heroes, which means we can make sure he's safe at school. And if he's not, then we'll do what heroes do, and take care of the villains. Promise. Kota's dad playfully ruffled his hair. We promise, sport. Mr. Midoriya will be all right. 1 week later, Izuku wasn't quite sure what he was looking at. Okay, that was a lie. He was looking at his school being shut down and a large portion of the faculty being arrested. But he wasn't sure why. Ah, Midoriya, there you are. Greeted Super Soaker as he walked up to him, much to the teen's confusion. Super Soaker. What's going on? Why are my teachers getting arrested? Did you have something to do with it? Kota told us about your encounter with Bakugo last week. Explained Spyra as she joined the pair. We did some digging into your school and found multiple cases of child neglect and endangerment, as well as blatant quirkism among most of the staff. And what about Kakin? Arrested for multiple accounts of public quirk use and assault. We combed through the security footage and found a lot. Oh, Izuku stood still and stared at the ground as he tried to process the information, during which he couldn't help but reassess his previous CNCPTN of Katsuki Bakugo. He was initially in denial that Katsuki was a villain. Growing up, he thought he always had the never-give-up attitude that defined heroes like All Might. But he supposed that attitude could be applied in the opposite direction as well. After all, villains can have as much conviction as heroes. And in the eyes of the law, as well as 2 pro-heroes, the pendulum swung squarely on the villain side. Are you okay? Asked Spyra. I don't know. This is just a lot to take in. I understand how it would be. Super Soaker patted him on the back. We're sorry for what you had to go through in there. No kid your age should have to deal with that. I appreciate your concern, but it's all right, Izuku smiled, but he wasn't exactly sure what emotions were behind it. It felt partially forced in his eyes. In hindsight, I probably should have considered that Kota would tell his parents. I hope you're not upset with him. He was just worried about you. I know. He only did what he thought a hero would do. He's a good kid. Yeah, he really is. While we were working on our case against the school, he would always go into our office and ask how you were doing. Izuku's heart melted at that. Oh, that's just adorable. You know, if you ever have to go on another Mustafa patrol, I wouldn't mind looking after him again. Heck, even if it's not in Mustafa, I wouldn't mind taking a short train ride to your agency. Both members of the water hose duo grinned simultaneously. We might just have to take you up on that offer. Meina Furisu didn't really think Old Dera Middle School was all that different from her old school. In fact, if it weren't for the absurd reason for her sudden transfer sticking in her brain that being a fireworks truck, she probably would have forgotten she had changed schools in the first place. It was all a pretty similar experience. Similar hallways, similar classes, similar lunch options, and similar classmates. Okay, that last one was a lie. There was one classmate at her new school that stuck out to her. One classmate whom she had an irrational hatred for. One classmate with a quirk that Meina considered to be the bane of her existence. Boom Katsuki Bakugo. Hey! Could you cut it out with your quirk already? Meina turned and yelled at the sneering blonde behind her, who had just finished giving a speech about how great and awesome he was. Probably she wasn't listening, and decided to punctuate his closing statements with a few bursts from his palms. Shut the hell up, you DMN. Extra. Katsuki barked in response. Don't tell me what to do if you value your life. That's enough, both of you. Let's get back to the lesson. The teacher spoke up, causing Katsuki to sit back down with a huff directed at Meina. She didn't care. She just wanted to get back to her project. With a roll of her eyes, Meina turned back to her desk and leaned in on the incomplete microchip lying between a pair of tweezers, which the antennaed girl picked up and got back to work. She did her best to try and pick at the parts, wanting to take a look at the transistors specifically. Unfortunately, the circuits were feeling extra sensitive today, and she couldn't poke around too much without the risk of setting something off. Frankly, progress on the microchip had been going slow as of late. It was an inevitability. She was at the point of production where one wrong move could lead to the whole thing going up in flames. Granted, it would be a very small explosion, but that did little to comfort the inventor. Explosions were common in the field of support engineering, which was something that 𝐻𝐻𝐻 tried to avoid at all costs. She always hated the idea of losing progress, no matter how small. It was part of the reason she resented Katsuki so much. That boy was just the textbook definition of destructive. Putting those thoughts of frustration aside, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 breathed a sigh of relief when the lunch bell eventually rang, and a majority of the class made their way out of the room. Hopefully, that would mean no more distractions for the next half hour. Hello. The universe just hated 𝐻𝐻𝐻 today, didn't it? Is there anything I can help you with? She asked without looking up from her microchip, hoping to get this conversation over with as soon as possible. The green-eyed boy bit his lip and stuttered out, "Oh, well. I just wanted to assure you that 𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐻 just gives death threats to everyone, so he won't actually kill you, probably." 𝐻𝐻𝐻's expression softened a bit. She couldn't bring herself to be too frustrated with him. He was only trying to help. "I appreciate it, but I figured he was all talk," she assured. "Well, I wouldn't say 𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐻's all talk. He can get a little physical sometimes." "How physical, exactly?" I'd rather not say." The green teen pointedly glanced away as he uncomfortably clutched his arm. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 had the slight suspicion there was some sort of burn mark there. Given what she already knew about Katsuki, it wouldn't surprise her. "Just don't bring up anything about going to UA, and you'll be fine," he advised. "I'm sure that's a secret I can keep to myself. Either way, I'm sure I can handle him. Every school has one of those loud, cocky, abrasive types. Emphasis on the loud for him." The green teen let out a slight snicker. "Well, you're not wrong there. Loud is one of 𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐻's defining traits. I'll say. I've only known him for a few days, and he already gives 𝐼𝐺 a run for his money." The green boy's eyes lit up at the mention of the hero. "Oh, I love 𝐼𝐺. He's alright. I mostly like him for his radio show, which I'm listening to right now, actually." She reached up and flicked one of the antennas on her head, which made a sharp twang sound. "Oh, is that your quirk? Or is it a technologically advanced headband?" "A bit of both. The antennas themselves are part of my quirk, but I made the headband so they could better pick up signals." "That's amazing. What other kinds of signals can you pick up?" "Pretty much anything, as long as it produces radio waves. Like, right now, if I focus really hard, I can pick up some nearby phone calls." 𝐻𝐻𝐻 took an antenna in each hand and adjusted them to the right, where she picked up on a phone conversation already in progress. "I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you are looking for ransom, I can tell you I don't have money, but what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I have acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. If you let my daughter go now, that'll be the end of it. I will not look for you, I will not pursue you, but if you don't, I will look for you, I will find you and I will kill you." "What did you hear?" asked the green-haired boy. "Something I probably shouldn't have," 𝐻𝐻𝐻 answered with a wide-eyed look on her face. "But still, that's pretty cool. I'm sure you could get into UA with tech like that." "Hey, thanks. What's your name again?" "Izuku Midoriya. You?" "𝐻𝐻𝐻 Furisu, nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you, too." Izuku curiously glanced over to 𝐻𝐻𝐻's desk. If you wouldn't mind me asking, what are you working on there?" "Oh, this. It's just a simple microchip." "A microchip?" Izuku stared at the unfinished device with a sense of unfamiliar recognition. "What do microchips do again?" "Well, I can't speak for other inventors, but this microchip is designed to be implanted in the brain through the ear. At the press of a button, it'll activate a select cluster of brain cells, making the subject perform an involuntary action. So, the microchip could force someone to take a step forward, or throw a punch, or clap their hands." Izuku guessed. "Yeah, but it could also make them smack themselves across the face." "That sounds pretty cool," Izuku exclaimed. "Thanks. But unfortunately, progress has been slow lately. A lot of things aren't working, and it's hard to poke around and find out what does and doesn't work without risk of it blowing up. 𝐒𝐿 leaned in close to the microchip and eyed it up and down. How long has progress been going slow? About 3 weeks, give or take. 𝐒𝐿 got up and paced around the classroom while rubbing his chin thoughtfully. 𝐵𝐻 could faintly hear a soft mutter escape his lips, though she couldn't make out what exactly he was saying. After about a minute of that, 𝐒𝐿 turned back to 𝐵𝐻 and bluntly stated, "Maybe you should blow it up." 𝐵𝐻 nearly fell out of her chair from the sheer audacity of that statement. What? 𝐒𝐿 noticed her shock and quickly went to correct himself. Hold on, I phrased that wrong. I just think that maybe blowing it up might be part of the process. Part of the process? 𝐵𝐻 squinted her eyes at him. And what would you know about the support engineering? 𝐒𝐿 gulped nervously, almost like he was starting to regret his words. But he continued on. Not much. But I do know about trial and error. And I know you can't overcome a trial without some error. So what? You want me to just delete all my progress? What would that accomplish? He darted his eyes around the room, his brain struggling to form words in the heat of the moment. Well, come on. 𝐒𝐿's posture noticeably shrank under 𝐵𝐻's judgmental gaze. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm in no place to give you advice on this. I was just... I'll get out of your hair. He quickly turned and walked out of the room with his head hung low. As 𝐒𝐿 closed the door behind him, 𝐵𝐻 felt a small twinge of guilt for making 𝐒𝐿 upset like that. But still, that didn't mean she agreed with his idea or anything. Honestly, what good could come from intentionally blowing things up? She figured she could try and make amends with him later. For now, it was back to work. She grabbed her tweezers and continued closely observing the microchip, having just as much luck as before in being able to fix any problems. 𝐵𝐻's eyebrow twitched as she lightly bit her lip. At this point, the frustration regarding her lack of progress was starting to get to her. One could only stay stagnant for so long until they desired to go somewhere. And, as is the case during these types of scenarios, her frustrations found their way into her work. When trying to pick at one of the resistors, her finger slipped, and the tweezers grabbed onto a nearby capacitor instead. The sudden force caused a chain reaction, ending with a tiny explosion in the center of the microchip. 𝐵𝐻 stared blankly at her ruined progress before she yelled out in frustration. No. My work. It's all gone. She planted her face on the desk and let out a muffled groan. That's weeks of my life, all down the drain. Why did I root so much energy into that specific capacitor? Wait a minute. Why did I do that? I guess that's something to keep in mind for the new prototype. 𝐵𝐻 put her pity party on pause as she reassessed her situation. She just learned from her mistakes as a result of her failure, just like 𝐒𝐿 said. Suddenly, she felt even worse for casting 𝐒𝐿 out like she did. His suggestion had merit, and she was too blinded by her own fear of failure to see it. I suppose there's only one thing to do now, 𝐵𝐻 mused to herself as she glanced down at the smoldering remains of her invention. Hopefully, she could get the chip done a lot quicker with this new process. And she already had a new test subject in mind. One that 𝐵𝐻 was sure both she and 𝐒𝐿 would approve of. The next day. Midoriya, I finished the microchip. Already? 𝐒𝐿 stared at the finished invention with bewilderment. That was fast. Yeah, that's because I didn't sleep last night. When the progress chain is chugging along, you just can't afford to have it stop, 𝐵𝐻 said as she rubbed her tired eyes, which had very noticeable bags under them. But I thought you were having assembly issues or something. How did you manage to fix them? Yeah, about that. 𝐵𝐻 nervously tapped her fingers together. Turns out, you were right about the whole trial and error thing. I don't know how I managed to forget such a fundamental part of the scientific method, but I somehow did. So, sorry. It's okay, don't worry about it. 𝐒𝐿 gave a small smile. I'm just glad you managed to finish your chip. What are you going to do with it? I'm glad you asked, Midoriya. 𝐵𝐻 pulled out a plastic straw from her pocket and loaded the microchip in the end. She then pointed the straw at Katsuki Bakugo, who was busy yelling at some other classmates. After lining up the shot, 𝐵𝐻 blew into the straw, and the microchip fired out at Katsuki and lodged itself in his ear. Gah! What the hell was that? He questioned as he whipped his head around the classroom in search of the perpetrator. Bullseye, Meina whispered as she and Izuku tried to look as inconspicuous as possible. Eventually, Katsuki gave up and went back to his seat. When the pair were sure the explosive beast was pacified, Izuku turned to Meina with a nervous look on his face. Furisu, why are you using Kaken as your test subject? Because he doesn't seem to get how loud and annoying his explosions are. Not to mention damaging. She glanced at Izuku's likely burnt arm at that last statement. So, I'm giving him a taste of his own medicine. Observe. Meina whipped out a small remote and pushed the red button in the center. As soon as she did, an explosion rang out across the classroom. Everyone turned to Katsuki to see he had left a pair of huge burn marks on his desk, and was now staring at his hands in confusion. Did you do that? Izuku asked the inventor. Sure did, Meina smirked. One press of this button will activate his quirk by igniting the sweat on his palms. How did you know his quirk worked like that? Lucky guess, she shrugged. And are you sure this is safe? Don't worry, Midoriya, I'll only make sure to test it out at the most opportune times. Suddenly, the teacher made his way into the classroom, holding a small stack of papers. All right class, quiet down. We have a quiz today. Like right now. The moment Katsuki was handed his quiz, Meina pushed the button, and a small explosion from the boy's hand reduced his paper to ash. Bakugo, I know you're excited, but please refrain from using your quirk on the quiz, the teacher instructed. That wasn't me. Katsuki yelled. Meina let out a snicker as she turned to Izuku and proudly presented the remote in her hand, to which Izuku couldn't help a quiet laugh of his own. Oh yeah, this was going to be fun. Meina refrained from pushing the button until lunch rolled around. After all, she wanted to make each explosion count, and confining it all to the classroom limited the potential. Humiliation. When the bell rang for lunch, Katsuki got out of his desk and walked down the hallway. Meina practically squealed with glee when she saw his hands stuffed in his pockets as he made his way to the cafeteria. With a push of the button, a pair of twin explosions erupted from Katsuki's palms, blasting his breathes off, and revealing his All Might branded underwear to the busy hallway. The explosive blonde turned red with a mix of embarrassment and fury when everyone pointed and laughed at his choice of undergarments. Hey! Don't laugh at me. When I get back, you're all dead, got it? He wasted no time dashing off to the nearest bathroom to hopefully get changed. Meina practically doubled over laughing at Katsuki's misfortune. She never would have guessed that he of all people would wear that particular brand of underwear. She hoped he brought a spare pair of breathes with him, because she didn't want this to end anytime soon. As it turned out, Katsuki did have a spare pair of breathes, and was now sitting down at the cafeteria, offering death glares to anyone who dared get near him. Thankfully, Meina's remote had a range of around 20 miles. The moment Katsuki took out his bento, Meina pressed the button, and the lunch got caught in the crossfire of Katsuki's ignited nitroglycerine. The contents of the bento flew across the entire cafeteria. Seriously, what the hell is wrong with me? He angrily slammed his hands on the table, which Meina took as an opportunity for another button press. The ensuing explosion blasted Katsuki into the air, where he hit his head on the ceiling before landing face-first on the table. Oh, Meina had to bite her tongue to keep herself from laughing too hard. Now, if only she could somehow get him to facepalm himself. She would pay good money to see what kind of disfigurement that would cause. Unfortunately, Meina didn't come across any more opportunities to push the button the rest of the day. But that didn't mean she could stop messing with Katsuki. That night, before she went to bed, Meina set up one of those drinking bird toys. You know, the ones that automatically dip their head into the glass of water. Except this time, instead of water, the toy bird's beak would tap the button every hour or so. Meina wished she could see the look on Katsuki's face as he was ripped from his sleep every hour by a sudden, unexpected quirk activation. But the image in her head made her laugh well enough, so it was okay. Was she being a little sadistic at this point? Probably. But hopefully, by the next morning, he would learn not to fire off explosions during class or on other people. If he chilled out, she would be sure to stop messing with him. But if not, Katsuki had a lot more involuntary explosions to look forward to in his future. Either way, it's a win-win situation for her. The next morning. Wake up, brat. You're gonna be late for Mitsuki paused as she walked into Katsuki's room, instantly noticing its general state of disarray. No, calling it a state of disarray would be the understatement of the century. The room was in total anarchy. There were scorch marks all over the bed, walls, and ceiling. Every poster and shelf had been either knocked down or torn to shreds. And the ceiling fan had somehow fallen off its hinges and crashed to the floor. She had no idea how she and Masaru slept through all that. And right in the center of it all was Katsuki, his body covered in soot, and his eyes red and bloodshot, like he hadn't slept a wink the entire night. Katsuki, what the hell happened here? Mitsuki asked. Katsuki didn't respond at first. He instead held up his palms to his face and stared at them in abject horror. I think my quirk hates me. During class that day, Izuku did a double take as he watched Katsuki enter the classroom, absolutely stunned by his choice of attire. Maina, why is Kaken wearing ice packs all over his body? He asked. I guess he wanted to stop his explosions, she answered without looking up from her desk. Good for him if you ask me. Maybe now he won't be so loud and standoffish. I'm still kind of worried about him. Mentally, that is. He'll get over it eventually. And hopefully, by then, he'll have learned some humility. I hear humility is a good trait for heroes to have, you know. I guess I can't really argue with that, Izuku admitted. Exactly. And now that is dealt with, I can work on my newest creation, the microchip. Izuku leaned closer to Mina's desk in search of the aforementioned creation. Yet, despite squinting his eyes, his vision came up short. I don't see it. Exactly. This thing's so small I need tweezers for my tweezers in order to properly grasp it. What's a chip that's small supposed to do, anyways? I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Right now, it's more of an I'm building it because I can kind of invention. But have you ever stopped to think if you should? I have, and the answer is no. At that statement, the microchip exploded in a torrent of flames that were barely visible to the human eye. And it looks like my creation agreed with me, too. It was business as usual for Izuku Midoriya one Friday morning as he walked to class. He was thankful that Katsuki hadn't decided to hold him up that day. The teachers always made a huge stink about him specifically being late. Though, judging by the glare on the explosive blonde's face Izuku received as he walked by his desk, he assumed he would be held up after school instead. Deciding that was a problem for future Izuku, he did his best to pointedly look away from his bully as he made his way to his seat. In the process, he caught sight of a head of long periwinkle hair slumped on the desk behind his. Nejiya Heido. It had been a little less than a week since she transferred to his class. And during that time, she had left him utterly perplexed. During at least half the classes on any given day, she was asleep. And during the other half, she looked like she was fighting to stay awake. And other than when she introduced herself in front of the class on her first day, Izuku hadn't seen her communicate with anyone else. The most he heard from her was occasional bouts of sleep-talking, where she seemed rather fixated on some kind of fireworks truck destroying a school. Izuku assumed it must be some kind of reoccurring dream. All right, class, the teacher began, his tone still bored as ever. Just a quick announcement, we have a math test at the beginning of next week. I know no one likes starting the week off with a test, but a colony of rats was found in our printer this morning. At the mention of a test, Izuku glanced at Nejiya nervously. Math was always one of the classes she fell asleep during. True, he didn't know the reason as to why she was sleepy all the time. Maybe she was an insomniac, maybe she frequented nightclubs, maybe she had a late-night job, or maybe she just refused to drink coffee, but none of that mattered. Unless something was done, Nejiya's grades would start slipping even more than they probably already were. With all that in mind, Izuku saw no good reason not to help her. So he spent a majority of that day's lunch period copying his notes on the most recent math subject, a practice which he found quite therapeutic, to be honest. All Izuku needed to do now was get the notes to his classmate. Unfortunately, he was painfully aware of his inability to initiate conversations with girls. Plus, Nejiya was asleep most of the time. So he decided to do the next best thing and write a note instead. Dear 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐫, hello, I'm the guy who sits in front of you during class. I noticed you've been having trouble staying awake most of the time. So I've left a copy of my notes for you in case you need them for Monday's test. If you don't, then you can just disregard this message. Sorry for wasting your time. Best regards, 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya. After reading it over a few times to make sure it sounded right, 𝐒𝐿 carefully slipped the letter along with his copy of the notes on 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐵's desk, being extra careful to not accidentally wake her. Hopefully, she would find his notes useful enough to get at least a decent score on the test. He knew most people called his hero analysis notebooks weird and creepy, but he hoped those traits wouldn't carry over to his other types of notes. He supposed only time would tell. He just wished time would tell him sooner. He hated the anxious feeling of anticipation. The next time 𝐒𝐿 walked over to his desk, he noticed a bright pink piece of paper absolutely smothered in stickers and glitter. He curiously picked it up, and through the near-endless decorations, noticed there was a message written on it. It took about 10 minutes for him to scrape off enough glitter to make the words legible, but he was eventually able to make out its contents. Dear 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya, thank you so much for the notes. They were super helpful. I haven't been able to pay attention much during class because my quirk drains all my stamina, so it's great to have someone to compare to. How did you get so good at math, anyways? Math's my worst subject by a long shot. I could hardly understand it when it was just numbers, and now they are adding letters. You'd think that'd be a good thing since English is my best subject, but no. Who even added letters to English? Was it some guy from pre-quirk times? I think so. Most stuff was made before quirks. Like, have you ever heard of sporks? They're part spoon, part fork. Have you ever used a spork before? Do you know if they work well with spaghetti? I've only seen pictures, and it doesn't look like they twirl spaghetti very well. Speaking of spaghetti, do you like yours with red or Alfredo sauce? I'm more of a red sauce girl myself, but Alfredo is still good for when I'm in the mood for something cheesy. Speaking of cheese, 𝐒𝐿's head spun as he continued to read 𝐂𝐻𝐻's note. Paragraph after paragraph, she would hop from one tangent to another like a bunny on crack, asking a migraine-inducing amount of questions along the way. It was a lot, sure, but 𝐒𝐿 still felt touched that 𝐂𝐻𝐻 was appreciative enough to write back at all, much less the dozens of paragraphs he received. He considered his efforts to be a success at this point. Though, one thing still stuck out to him at the beginning of the note, something that both explained and offered a solution to 𝐂𝐻𝐻's problem. So he pulled out a piece of paper and prepared another message to his seatmate. Dear 𝐂𝐻𝐻, first of all, thank you for the follow-up letter you wrote for me. You didn't have to, but I'm glad you did. Expect a second note answering all your questions in the future. Secondly, during the first paragraph of your letter, I noticed you mentioned that you had a quirk that drains your stamina, and that's why you're so tired during class all the time. Now, I know I'm not a doctor or anything, but I have a minor hobby in quirk analysis, so I at least want to try and offer a solution, if that's okay with you. The most immediate response to a stamina-draining quirk would be a change in diet. I'd recommend consuming more carbohydrates and proteins on a daily basis. And then maybe some stamina training. I hear a little jogging can go a long way. Unless, of course, you've already been doing these things. In which case, I'm sorry for stating the obvious. But regardless, if you somehow choose to follow my advice, I hope they prove at least a little effective. Nice talking to you, 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya. As 𝐒𝐿 left his letter by 𝐂𝐻𝐻's sleeping form, he silently hoped he wasn't crossing any boundaries by offering quirk advice to someone he hadn't even talked to in person yet. He couldn't help it, he just wanted to help her. And if he did, he figured it would all be worth it. And if he didn't, well, he just hoped she wasn't the type to get upset over these kinds of things. The next day. Hey, you're 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya, right? Here. 𝐻𝐻𝐻. 𝐂𝐻𝐻 asked 𝐒𝐿 the moment he walked into the classroom while getting way too close to his face. Well, 𝐒𝐿 furiously blushed as he struggled to stutter out a response. He hadn't expected his advice to work so instantaneously, nor had he expected 𝐂𝐻𝐻 to be so bubbly and in your face. Either way, 𝐂𝐻𝐻 took his stutters as a form of confirmation and brought him into a tight hug. Who am I kidding? Of course it's you, Thanks so much for your quirk advice. I always meant to see a quirk counselor about it, but I was too tired to book an appointment. No problem. Izuku was already feeling overwhelmed by her personality, so he opted to shift the conversation to a topic he was more comfortable with. By the way, what exactly is your quirk? Does it just drain your stamina, or does the stamina go anywhere? Oh, my quirk's really cool. It's called wave motion, but I sometimes like calling it surge. She held out her hand, and a small yellow spiral emerged from her palm, which Izuku stared at in awe. It lets me channel my energy into these flying spiral things. People say they hurt to touch, but I never understood that because I touch them all the time. Do you want to touch them? No thanks. It probably doesn't hurt for you because your quirk gives you a natural immunity. Like how Endeavor is resistant to fire. Oh, is that how he keeps his fire beard going? That always confused me. Like, does he always have his fire beard up? What happens when he takes a shower? Does he burn all the food he tries to eat? Izuku decided to condense all of Nejia's questions into a single answer. I think that's just part of his hero costume. Though, that does make me wonder how he keeps it up all the time. Does he do it consciously? I hope not. That sounds hard. That would be like me having a spiral wrapped around my body at all times. Wait, could I give myself a spiral mustache if I tried? Now that I think about it, covering your entire body in spirals would work really well in terms of defense. Izuku quickly whipped out his notebook and jotted that tidbit down. Wow! Is that me? Nejaya excitedly snatched the notebook out of his hands and held it in front of her face at various angles in order to fully appreciate it. Ooh, this is super cool. Do you draw? Are you an artist? What are your rates? Do you do NSFW? Asking for a friend. Her name is Yuyu. You don't think it's weird? Izuku cautiously asked, not used to this much blind praise being hurled at him at once. Yeah. I like how you did my hair. I should really grow it out more. I know it's already at my knees, but I always thought I could go farther. What do you think? Well, you wouldn't want to trip over it, would you? No, but I always hate getting my hair cut. Having to hold still for so long is practically torture. What about you? Do you get your hair cut? Does its texture make it harder to cut? She suddenly reached out to Izuku's head and began ruffling his green locks. Izuku was about 5 seconds away from going completely catatonic from shock. Chichido, what are you doing? The periwinkle-haired girl seemed to ignore the question as she found herself getting lost in the green forest resting on Izuku's scalp. Wow, your hair is super fluffy. Like, I met a girl with a sheep quirk, and her hair wasn't nearly as fluffy as yours. What kind of shampoo do you use? I just use anything with coconut in it. I just use whatever my mom buys. But why do you use coconut-scented products? Do you like the smell? It reminds me of that one trip I took to Okinawa with my family. It was great. I got to meet Mrs. Palm Tree. The coconut hero. Lucky, I always wanted to meet her. Oh, did you see her taking out that giant rampaging sea turtle on the news last week? I did. She was so cool. I wonder how hard her coconuts are to knock out a turtle that big. Izuku pulled out a different notebook and turned to a page with a drawing of the hero in question. I actually did a few calculations myself. If I'm right, the density of an average one of her coconuts should be dash. Will you two shut up already? Yelled a shrill, gravely voice. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Izuku instinctively shrunk in on himself as he caught sight of the frustrated look on Katsuki's face, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by Nejaya. I thought one blabbering nerd was annoying enough, but now I got to deal with two. He got out of his desk and menacingly approached Nejaya, leveling her with a murderous glare. Word of advice, Longhair, you should know your place and keep your demon mouth shut if you don't want your butt beat like Deku. In response, Nejaya just crossed her arms and blew a raspberry in Katsuki's face. Judging by his infuriated look, he seemed to take offense to that. You think this is some kind of thing game? I dunno, she shrugged. Do you know who I am? 'Cause if you did, you'd have half a mind not to pull this SHT on me. I know you're a huge jerkwad who wakes me up from my naps with his explosions. Oh, how do your explosions work anyways? Do you carry a bunch of tiny bombs with you? Or do you release some kinda explosive gas? Actually, he sweats nitroglycerine, Izuku couldn't help but point out. Really? Does that mean you smell like caramel? That's just a myth. Nitroglycerine smells more like bananas than caramel. Really? Nejiya took a quick whiff of Katsuki. Yep, that's definitely banana. Also, did you know you forgot to wear deodorant today? Alright, that's it. Katsuki screamed, you, me, courtyard, now. Are you challenging me to a fight? Are we fighting? Cool, I love fights. Except for the parts where I get punched. Nejiya cheered as she followed Katsuki out of the classroom. Wait, Kaken, don't we have class? Izuku asked. I don't see a teacher here, do you? Fair point. And now that you mention it, I overheard something about a mass hangover due to a party in the teacher's lounge. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, Nejiya commented. Izuku figured he'd question her about the implications of that statement later. Right now, he had a fight to watch. Alright, Longhair, you better not get your hopes up. Because by the time I'm done with you, there won't be a single bone in your body that isn't dislocated, Katsuki threatened as the two combatants circled each other around the courtyard. Nejiya casually ignored Katsuki's threat and instead turned to Izuku. Hey, do you know what his first move is gonna be? He starts out pretty much every fight with a right hook, Izuku explained. Nejiya pressed a finger to her chin as she thought out loud. Really? I wonder why he does that. Do you think his dad was a boxer or something? No. Uncle Masaru is a fashion designer. Kaken's been using a right hook since we were kids. Nejiya turned to Katsuki and gasped. Wow, your dad's a fashion designer. Do you get to pose for fashion magazines and try on cool clothes and stuff? Stop talking. We're supposed to be fighting. Katsuki shouted as he exploded himself toward his opponent and pulled back a right hook because deep down, he was a SLV to muscle memory. Die! Nejiya easily dodged his attack and put some distance between them. Wow, you were right, Izuku, he really does like his right hooks. Are you sure you're not a boxer, Kaken? Don't call me that. Katsuki went for another explosion-propelled punch, this one more sloppy than the last. Nejiya dodged it with ease. Oh, but it's such a cute nickname. Why do you only let Aizu call you Kaken? I don't know. Now shut up. I can't concentrate with you blabbering. Did you hear that, Aizu? Nejiya yelled in an obnoxiously loud tone. Yup. I heard it loud and clear. He doesn't like it when we talk. Shut up, shut up, Katsuki clutched his head to try and clear his thoughts. It didn't work. Nejiya pointedly decided to not shut up and continued her conversation with Izuku. So, how about this weather today? It's surprisingly warm for February. Climate change is doing its job well. Katsuki went in for a few more sloppily choreographed attacks, but found himself missing with each one. Can you go 5 seconds without being annoying? He yelled as he slowly felt his sanity chip away. Do you think they'll find a quirk that gets rid of climate change? Nejiya yelled, hardly even paying attention to the fight. They already have. They just can't find a way to make it stick. Stop ignoring me. Katsuki released several explosions in the air to try and get their attention. Oh, okay. Nejiya smiled as she fired a spiral point blank at Katsuki's chest, who was too distracted by the yelling to properly dodge. If you were to ask how it felt, Katsuki would describe the spiral energy blast as being burned and electrocuted at the same time. It was the kind of pain that made him want to lie on the ground and die. And so he did just that. Well, minus the dying part. Hey, good job, Heido. You did it. Izuku cheered for his friend, expecting her to turn around and say something. But strangely enough, she stayed silent as she swayed back and forth in her spot. Heido. She suddenly began to stumble backward, and Izuku quickly caught her before she hit the ground. Heido, are you alright? He asked in concern. Nejiya's eyes drooped as she let out a soft chuckle. Yay. I did it. I'm a superstar. I won Mario Party. Oh, you're just tired, aren't you? Izuku concluded, that makes sense. You just started on your new diet. That blast probably took a lot out of you. He then carefully led her back into the building in a manner not too dissimilar to how one would assert a drunk person. Come on, let's get you to the nurse's office. I'm gonna use my quirk to fly, Aizu. Nejaya tiredly laughed as she stumbled around. We're going all the way to the moon. Whatever you say, Heido. Izuku smiled as he pat her on the back. Whatever you say. Hi, I'm Titamaki Amajiki. Please take care of me. As soon as he finished his introduction to the class, Tamaki ran back to his seat as fast as humanly possible and buried his face in his hands, not willing to spare a glance at his likely unimpressed classmates. Oh God, he totally blew it, didn't he? Of course he did. He stuttered through his entire introduction and was so quiet that half the class probably didn't even hear him. He could kiss his chances of making any meaningful connections goodbye. As if a fireworks truck blowing up his old school wasn't enough, he also had to get transferred to a different school than Mirio. This really was the cherry on top of his disaster Sunday, wasn't it? He just wanted to disappear right now, to go home and hide in his room until the heat death of the universe. But unfortunately, he was stuck here to suffer for the next 6.5 hours. Before Tamaki could spiral any further, he was pulled from his thoughts by the soft sound of, was that gnawing? Sparing a quick glance upwards, he covertly peered around the room until his eyes beheld the source of the noise. His seatmate, a boy with green hair and freckles, was chewing his pencil as he tightly gripped his desk with both hands. From the looks of it, this guy looked just as anxious as Tamaki. The green teen continuously glanced behind him, as if he was expecting someone to sneak up on him. Tamaki couldn't help but wonder why he was so nervous. It wasn't like he was the new kid. Yet strangely, seeing someone as anxious as him in such close proximity made Tamaki feel a little better, like he wasn't alone in the world. Oh God, was he a bad person for feeling good about someone else's anxiousness? The answer immediately became obvious in his head, and the guilt quickly piled on top of him. He shouldn't have glanced up at his seatmate. He should have just kept his head down and pretended like he didn't exist. And that's what he proceeded to do for the rest of the period, not even bothering to process the teacher's lecture. Lunch was practically a godsend for Tamaki. For some, it was just that time of day when you eat your food. But for him, it was his only chance to recharge his social batteries by enjoying some good food in an isolated space. Heck, even when Mirio was around, he still ate lunch alone. He understood, he was a good friend like that. Unfortunately, with a new school came an unfamiliarity of where to find the best isolated spots, so he just went with the roof. Which was how he ended up sitting next to the green boy from class, trapped in one of the most tense silences of his life. Neither of them wanted to acknowledge the other's existence, which led to the awkwardness growing by the second. In a desperate bid for any kind of distraction, Tamaki opened his bag and took out his bento. Since it was his first day at a new school, his mom packed his favorites, takoyaki, clam chowder, and chicken nuggets. The familiar taste proved useful in soothing his nerves, but not by much. Out of the corner of his eye, Tamaki noticed the green-haired boy spare a glance at his lunch. He really hoped he wasn't silently judging him. He would rather be beaten half to death than suffer unwanted criticism. That's an interesting lunch you've got there, the green boy eventually spoke up, causing Tamaki to scramble through his mental library of responses. Thanks. Nailed it. The green boy glanced around skittishly as he struggled with what to say next. I can tell you really like meat. Yeah. It's good for my quirk. The green boy's eyes noticeably lit up at that. Your quirk. What is it? Thankfully, Tamaki was more comfortable talking about his quirk compared to other subjects. It's called manifest. It lets me take on the traits of any living thing I consume. Like, if I eat chicken, I can grow wings or talons. As soon as he finished the explanation, the green boy's pupils dilated, and his mouth widened in excitement. Before Tamaki could realize what was going on, the boy was already furiously scribbling down information in a notebook with an intensity that made the elf-eared boy want to run and hide under his bed. That sounds like one of the coolest quirks I've ever seen. The possibilities are practically endless. Does it only work for one living thing at a time, or can you make yourself into a chimera? Does it work on plants, too? What about people? Could you copy someone's quirk by eating them? No, wait, I just suggested cannibalism. But would it work if you just ate their hair? How about... He suddenly paused as he noticed Tamaki slightly trembling in place, clearly uncomfortable about all the questions thrown his way. Sorry about that. I just get excited about quirks. Tamaki, for his part, was still recovering from the mood whiplash. Just 5 seconds ago, he thought this guy was just like him. Then, he started getting all excited and enthusiastic about his quirk. He had been tricked, backstabbed, and quite possibly bamboozled. It's fine, he tried to assure. How about we start over? I'm Izuku Midoriya. And you're Tamaki Amagiki, right? He nodded. Alright then, nice to meet you. Izuku took a seat next to the indigo-haired boy. So, how are you liking Aldera so far? Wait, no, that was a dumb question. I saw you during class. You didn't look like you were having a good time, were you? Tamaki anxiously glanced away. No, not really. Izuku seemed to pick up on this apprehension in his tone. I get it. Changing schools can be rough sometimes. And if I'm being honest, this isn't really the best place to transfer to. But sometimes, life's like a jawbreaker, you gotta like through the sour shell to get to the sweet center. I think Fat Gum said that. I like Fat Gum. He's one of my favorite heroes. Izuku hummed as he picked at his lunch. Yeah, that makes sense, what with you both having food-based abilities. Any other heroes you like? I don't think you've heard of him, but... Eraserhead. Izuku gasped. Eraserhead, really? He's one of my favorites, too. I'm surprised you know him. I like underground heroes. Me too. But it's seekers that they are so underrated. Wait, now that I think about it, that's kind of the point, isn't it? Yeah. Tamaki let out a soft smile as he popped another takoyaki in his mouth. I'm actually hoping to be an underground hero myself. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow. Really? That's so cool. I'm not good with being the center of attention, so I'd prefer to help people while staying under the radar. That's very noble of you, Amagiki. Honestly, with a quirk like yours, I can see you being one of the best underground heroes in all of Japan. Tamaki flushed red and shrunk in on himself in response, never the best in regards to receiving praise. Thanks. Before Izuku could form a response, the door to the roof literally exploded open, and out walked a spiky blonde figure, accompanied by 2 of his cronies. Deku, he sneered in Izuku's direction. Kaken! The green teen yelped as he instinctively scrambled backwards. Meanwhile, Tamaki felt a huge spike in anxiety. He didn't know who this guy was, but if Izuku was scared of him, then he felt well within his rights to feel the same way. You really thought you could get away from your beating yesterday? Katsuki said with a crack of his knuckles, are you seriously that much of an idiot? I wasn't being stupid or anything. I just didn't want to dash. An explosion from Katsuki's palms cut him off. Can it, nerd? You should have known I'd get back to you eventually. But it looks like I gotta beat the lesson into your thick-butt skull. He then glanced over to Tamaki, and who the hell is this? He's not involved, Kaken. Leave him alone. TCH, works for me. He'll just get a front row seat to watching your butt get beat, and then he'll know better than to hang around a quirkless hero wannabe like you. Katsuki revved up his explosion and charged in Izuku's direction while his victim curled in on himself, awaiting the beating. But suddenly, Katsuki stopped as he felt a strange feeling on his ankle. He looked down to see an octopus tentacle latched to his leg, seemingly trying to hold him back. Glancing up, he quickly identified the source of the appendage. What the hell do you think you're doing, elf ears? Tamaki froze in place like a deer in headlights. I don't know. My body just moved on its own. Yeah, right. He shoved the tentacle aside and began encroaching on Tamaki. You really think protecting this waste of space is a good idea? He gestured toward Izuku. Guess I have to beat up 2 dumbass today, and I think I'll start with you. Now 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐾 aimed an explosion at Tamaki's face and grinned as his attack landed dead on. But when the smoke cleared, he let out a shocked expression when he saw that the explosion had been blocked by a clamshell that grew over his target's head. What the hell kinda cheap trick is that? Katsuki demanded. If you're not gonna fight back, the least you can do is stand there and take it. The explosive blonde lunged at Tamaki, his palms already partially ignited. The indigo-haired teen stuck out his hands defensively as he activated his quirk yet again. In an instant, half a dozen tentacles sprouted from his fingers, grabbed Katsuki by the torso, and threw him into a nearby wall, knocking him out. Both Izuku and Katsuki's cronies watched in shock, while Tamaki struggled to comprehend the situation before him. What just happened? He dumbfoundedly asked. Holy SHD! One of Katsuki's cronies exclaimed. That guy just beat up Bakugo. We gotta tell someone, said the other as they grabbed Katsuki's unconscious body and hauled him off. As soon as they left, Tamaki curled up into a ball and rested his head between his knees. I didn't mean to do that, Midoriya. I didn't want him to hurt you, and I started moving on instinct. Izuku was quick to crouch down and comfort him. Hey, it's all right, 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐾. I know you didn't mean to, and it's okay. We'll just say you had a small quirk accident. Happens all the time. Tamaki gulped as he dug his fingernails into his leg. He quickly remembered the calming breaths he learned from Mirio and practiced them as he closed his eyes. Faintly, he could hear Izuku breathing along with him. That did a lot to cool his nerves. Are you sure it'll be all right? I'm positive, 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐾. I know we just met, but trust me on this. Izuku let out a sigh of relief as he saw his friend slowly uncurl himself and take a few deep, calming breaths. Also, thanks for standing up for me. I know it wasn't completely intentional, but I appreciate what you did. You're welcome. I'm just glad he didn't get to hurt either of us. You looked so scared earlier. Does he do this to you often? Izuku bit his lip. Sometimes. But let's not worry about that now. We should probably get back to lunch. But what about class? I'm sure they won't mind if we're a few minutes late. It'll be fine. Okay, Tamaki nodded as he went back to his clam chowder, and the two friends continued to eat in silence. But unlike before, both teens found themselves much more comfortable in the other's presence. The next day, the moment Tamaki walked through the entrance, he noticed several pairs of eyes were already on him. And for once, that wasn't his anxiety talking. Several students were staring directly at him. He took a deep breath and tried to play it cool as he made his way to the classroom. But unluckily for him, his pointed ears managed to pick up a few hushed whispers, most of which were directed toward him. Hey, did you hear? That guy beat up Bakugo yesterday. I heard he didn't even get hit once. He probably has a really powerful quirk. I don't think it's him. He looks too meek to have beaten Bakugo. What's his quirk? Does it make him look like an elf? Does this mean Aldera has a new top dog? With each comment he overheard, Tamaki found himself picking up his pace ever so slightly. By the time he reached his classroom and sat at his desk, he was practically sprinting. Midoriya, what's wrong, 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐾? Izuku asked as he stood over his friend, who once again rested his head on the desk. People are talking about me. They are. What are they saying? Are they talking smack? They're talking about how I beat up Bakugo yesterday. He buried his face even deeper into his arms. They said I was tough, strong, the top dog. Oh God, what if they're expecting me to get into even more fights? Don't panic, 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐾, it'll be fine. He offered his friend a reassuring pat on the back. These kinds of things happen all the time. I'm sure all the students will forget about it, and it'll all blow over. It's not just the students, Midoriya. Look. Tamaki gestured to the front of the classroom, where Izuku saw his teacher looking at his friend expectantly, as if he was beginning to anticipate big things from Tamaki. Izuku immediately figured out what was going on. He knew the teachers favored Katsuki for his strong quirk. But since Tamaki curb-stomped him yesterday, that clearly proved which one of them was superior and therefore deserved the teacher's favor. Of course, Izuku knew that was the last thing Tamaki wanted. He just wanted to coast by while attracting as little attention as possible. Plus, he'd rather his friend didn't get wrapped up with the teachers of Aldera. Shady wouldn't even begin to describe their behavior sometimes. Amajiki, I think I have an idea, Izuku stated. I moved to Siberia and changed my name to Amaki Tamajiki. He guessed. No. We just need to make you lose a fight to counteract the fight you just won. Double negative. It all cancels out, then people go back to ignoring you. I have to fight again. Tamaki gulped as he began chewing on one of his fingernails. I really don't like unnecessary violence, especially if it's aimed at me. No, you don't get it. You won't actually be fighting. I'll just pretend to rough you up a bit, you'll fall to the ground in defeat, and then everyone leaves you alone. Sound good? I guess. If it'll get people to stop paying attention to me. Trust me, once they see you lose to the quirkless loser, they won't want to associate with you ever again. Tamaki let out a small grumble of discontent as he clenched his fist to his side. If that's what they really think, then I don't want to associate with them either. A dash of red found itself on Izuku's face. Or, I'm genuinely touched. During lunch that day, when the cafeteria was at its busiest, Izuku mentally reviewed his script before standing up and making a proclamation. Tamaki Amajiki, I challenge you to a fight. This statement of his turned quite a few heads, but what turned even more was the boys' response. Okay. The two got into fighting stances, and the crowd swiftly formed a circle around them. To make the fight seem more realistic, Tamaki grew octopus tentacles in one hand and a clamshell in the other. Take this. Izuku threw a punch that barely grazed Tamaki, though he reacted like it struck him in the gut. Oh, that hurt, he muttered unconvincingly, which prompted Izuku to send a few more fake blows at his opponent. Oh no. Please. Stop it. You're too tough. After a few minutes of that, parts of the crowd quickly saw through their ruse, which prompted them to get bored and leave. Izuku and Tamaki took note of this, and both silently opted to finish their fake fight. Hi-ya! Izuku tapped Tamaki with a karate chop on the head, which prompted him to fall to the ground and play dead. There. I beat him, Izuku said, gesturing to the unconscious body before him. No, you didn't. Katsuki emerged from the crowd, right behind Tamaki. That was the fakest fight I've ever seen in my life. I don't know what you two are trying to do, but it's sing me off. I'll show you what a real fight looks like. Wait, Kaken, don't. Izuku pleaded. But it was too late. Katsuki charged at Izuku, explosions charged up in his hands. Unfortunately, he failed to account for the tentacles Tamaki intentionally sprawled across the ground. Too focused on his opponent to think of anything else, Katsuki tripped on one of them and landed headfirst into Tamaki's clam hand, knocking him out once again. Holy CRP! Midoriya beat Bakugo without even touching him, said one of the crowd members. Izuku, for his part, was perplexed at the situation, but decided to roll with it anyways. Yep, I sure did. That means there's no more top dog at the school anymore. So, go home. The crowd didn't feel like arguing with him, mostly out of boredom. So they all dispersed back to their classes. During which, Tamaki got up and whispered to his friend, Did it work? I think so. I doubt they'll want to talk about you anymore after a performance like that. Tamaki breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thank God. They'll finally leave me alone. Yeah, but what are we gonna do about that? Izuku gestured to Katsuki's unconscious body. It was at that moment when Tamaki remembered Izuku's quirk suggestion from the other day. The one about potentially copying people's quirks. Let me try something. He reached down and plucked a hair off Katsuki's body. After forcing it down his throat, he held up his palm and concentrated on his sweat glands. Sure enough, a small explosion burst from his hand. The two friends just grinned at each other. Tamaki might not be the top dog by name, but if anyone messed with him or Izuku, he wouldn't mind demonstrating why they preferred to be left alone. Alternate joke ending. The moment Izuku got everyone's attention in the cafeteria, Katsuki knew he was about to do something asinine. So he decided to save everyone the headache by sneaking up behind him and blowing his brains out metaphorically. As he proceeded to do that, Izuku pointed at Tamaki dramatically. "Alright, you're going down, Tubby." Tamaki let out a light gasp as a tear pricked at his eye. Tubby." His look quickly shifted to that of murderous rage. "Nobody calls me Tubby." Tamaki pulled back his clam hand and threw a punch aimed at Izuku's face. He ducked at the last second, and it hit Katsuki instead, who was sent unconsciously sprawling across the floor. As soon as he registered what just happened, Tamaki snapped out of his blind rage and looked over Katsuki with panic in his eyes. "SHT, not again." Izuku wheezed as Katsuki landed yet another kick into his gut. Their first day at Aldera Middle School had just ended, and it was already beginning to look like 3 more years of the same. "Quit fing whining, Deku," Katsuki sneered as he stomped down Ichi on Izuku's side. "You should have seen this coming. Just because this is a new school doesn't mean anything's different between us. You're still just as weak as ever." Izuku knew Katsuki was right, but that didn't make it sting any less. A small, hopeful part of him hoped that he and his bully would be put in separate classes. Or, at the very least, he would lose interest in him. But the world just seemed to be against him. Same as it ever was. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut as he saw Katsuki reel his arm back, ready to hit him with another explosion. At this point, he just hoped it wouldn't singe his uniform too bad. He was already having a hard enough time hiding the injuries from his mom. He really didn't want to buy a new uniform so soon. "Hold on 1 second," said an unfamiliar voice. Izuku creaked one eye open to see a hand gripping Katsuki by the shoulder, holding back his attack. Katsuki whipped around and growled at the new presence, an older-looking boy with beady blue eyes and blonde hair tied back in a ponytail. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded. The blue-eyed boy smiled and pointed his thumb to himself. "I'm Mirio Tagata. New transfer, and you're upperclassman by about 2 years. I'd say it's nice to meet you, but this isn't really the most welcoming situation. Now why don't you just quit terrorizing the boy, and we can all talk this over?" Katsuki rolled his eyes at Mirio's beaming grin. "Like I give a rat's but if you're older than me. Once I become number 1, I won't have to take orders from idiots like you." Mirio let out an amused chuckle. "Number 1. As in number 1 hero. Boy, you've got your work cut out for you if you're aiming for that. The FS that's supposed to mean. You think I can't do it? Because I can prove it to you right now. Mem. Alright, hit me with your best shot." Mirio stood up straight with his arms folded behind his back. "Go on, hit me. I promise I won't move from this spot." As soon as he realized he was serious, Katsuki stomped toward Mirio with a feral grin. "Heh, your funeral, dumbass. Now die." Katsuki released a concentrated explosion at Mirio's chest. Izuku instinctively shielded his eyes from the damage. He knew it wouldn't be pretty. "Heh, wow, almost felt that one, Mirio." Taunted. What the F?" Katsuki gaped. Confused by what he heard, Izuku unblocked his vision to see that while the spot on Mirio's uniform was burnt and singed, his skin remained completely untouched. As expected, this didn't do well in diffusing Katsuki's rage. "I don't know what the hell kinda quirk you have, but just because it blocked one attack doesn't mean it isn't SHT. He then fired off a torrent of explosions around Mirio's entire body. And while it ripped his uniform top to shreds, it didn't do any damage to his body. In fact, Izuku noticed some of the explosions go right through him. As Katsuki stood out of breath, breathing with his hands on his knees, Mirio's grin sharpened as he got into a fighting stance. "That was pretty good, but now it's my turn." He pulled back his arm and sent a punch flying toward Katsuki's stomach. "Ta this!" Using up the last of his sweat reserves, Katsuki jumped back and released one more explosion toward Mirio, which actually connected this time, sending the upperclassman tumbling back into a nearby wall. "Ha! I knew you were all talk." Katsuki said, having regained his lost confidence, "You might be able to dodge like a coward, but when it comes to fighting, you're as bad as Deku." And with that, Katsuki strolled away as he dusted off his hands, leaving his 2 victims to wallow in their collective failure. At least, Izuku wallowed. Mirio, on the other hand, stood up as he cradled his burnt arm with a strained smile. Wow! That guy's really tough, isn't he? You alright there, man? He asked Izuku. Am I alright? What about you? Izuku got up and fretted over Mirio's injuries. You just took a hit from Kaken dead on. Here, I have some burn cream in my bag. You carry burn cream around with you. That does not paint a good picture, Mirio said, the smile never quite leaving his face. Well, it is what it is, Izuku shrugged as he gently applied the cream to Mirio's arm. Still, I'd rather not other people take the brunt of Kaken's outbursts. You didn't have to step in for me right there. I mean, I appreciate that you did, you'd be the first to do so since ever. But I'd hate for other people to get hurt just because of my uselessness. Hey, don't say that about yourself. Just because you got hurt doesn't mean you're useless. Mirio offered him a comforting pat on the shoulder. Besides, I would have stepped in regardless. What he was doing to you wasn't right. And heroes don't let that kind of behavior slide. Izuku perked up at that last part. You want to be a hero? You bet I do. I want to go out there and save people with a smile on my face, just like All Might. His expression suddenly dimmed, but, I still got a lot of work to do on my end. Are you talking about your quirk? I saw you used it to avoid Kaken's explosions earlier. Does it let you phase through solid matter or something? Right on the money. What's your name again? Izuku Midoriya. And you're Mirio Tagata, right? Sure. I just transferred here from Chiba Prefecture. Yeah, I heard about that. Didn't your school get destroyed by a TNT truck or something? Fireworks truck, actually. But yeah. This place is all kinda new to me. I had a friend at my old school, but he got transferred to a different place. I hope he's doing alright. Tamaki Imagiki didn't know what to do. He was in a new classroom environment, completely alone, with Mirio nowhere in sight. He had clearly taken his friend for granted before, because he had no idea how he would survive without a consistent positive presence in his life. Right as he thought that, a girl with long, periwinkle hair curiously zipped up to him. Hey, are you new here? Did you just transfer? Is it because of that fireworks truck I saw on the news? What's your name? What's your quirk? Does it have something to do with those pointy ears? Are you an elf? Do you get to live for a long time? That's so cool. Never mind, Tamaki just wanted to be left alone again. Getting back to my quirk, you were right on the money, Midoriya. Mirio shot him a pair of finger guns. My quirk is called permeation. It lets me phase any part of my body through solid matter. Unfortunately, that also includes air and light. So when I'm using it on my face, I can't see, hear, or breathe. Izuku wasted no time summoning a notebook and jotting down the information. Wow, that's a really interesting quirk. Sounds difficult to use, too. You have no idea, Mirio chuckled. I've been training my quirk my whole life, and I only recently got the hang of stepping through walls. So I take it you don't have much experience with fighting. Nope. He said, popping the pea. In fact, I'm lucky my breathes didn't fall off during my scuffle with that explosions guy. If I had a yen for every time I lost a good pair of breathes to my quirk, I could almost pay off the public NDTY charges. Izuku let out an unexpected laugh at the upperclassman's joke. Heh, that's a good one, Tagata. Though, I have a quick question about your quirk. Can you use it to reach into people? Like, into their bodies? Can I reach into their bodies? Let's see. He permeated his arm through the back of his head. His hand then came out of his mouth from the other side, giving the illusion that he was eating his own arm. Well, if the taste is anything to go off of, then yes. Well then, that makes you a seriously dangerous fighter, Izuku stated, jotting down theories on quirk application in his notebook. You could punch right into someone's innards. If you go at it at the right angle, you could break someone's bones in a single punch. Heck, all you'd have to do is poke their heart, and you could cause some serious damage, or even death. Upon digesting this information, Mirio stared down at his open palms in shock and awe. Oh my god. I never realized these hands held so much power. You know, considering they're the hands I used to pick my nose. Izuku stifled a snort. Yeah. Your quirk sure has a lot of potential. Of course, if you were to do that in combat, you'd have to be mindful of the most optimal place to hit someone, so as to ensure their defeat, but not death. Mirio suddenly grabbed Izuku by the arm and dragged him off. Well, what are we waiting for, Midoriya? Let's go look into that. Wait, we're going now. Sure. I mean, unless you have something better to do. Izuku sighed. No, I don't. The pair soon found themselves at the library, where they checked out as many books on human anatomy as they could and began pinpointing the most effective spots for attack. Let's see here. So far, the best spots we've pinpointed are here, here, and here, Izuku said, pointing to various parts of a diagram of the human body. Mirio nodded in agreement. Right. And places like the heart, lungs, spinal cord, and testicles are huge no-nos. I don't think punching someone in the testicles would kill them. It's the principle of the thing, Midoriya. It might be a matter of life or death, but that doesn't mean we should be willing to break the man code. But what if someone tries to hit you in the ball first? In that case, all matter of pretenses are out the window. They dug the hole, so they should be willing to lie in it. Tough, but fair, Izuku conceded, so now that we have a series of weak points you should be aiming for, we can deal with the elephant in the room. Actually, Midoriya, I think that's a mammoth. Mirio pointed to a man with a mammoth quirk sitting across from them. Yes. He's been using his trunk to root around in your backpack for the past 5 minutes. Upon being called out, the mammoth man blushed in embarrassment. Sorry, I just smelled his peanut energy bar. He quickly and awkwardly scooted away. Right, Izuku continued. Anyways, now that we've figured out where to hit your opponent, we need to figure out how to hit them. Yeah, that's a good point. How am I supposed to breach their defenses while also keeping them from breaching mine? There's got to be some kind of strategy for it. Unfortunately, I got nothing, Izuku shamefully admitted. I feel like this can only be accomplished by a form of parallel processing in which I lack the experience to teach you. I'm sorry, Mirio, but it looks like our road ends here. Hey, don't sweat it, man. We made a lot of progress for one day. Don't give up just yet. I'm sure we'll figure it out eventually. He bent down and picked up a handful of anatomy books. For now, let's put back these books. I'm sure we've got that covered. Izuku chuckled at his friend's stupid joke, putting him in a slightly better mood than before. He picked up a handful of books of his own, but paused when he noticed the cover of one still on the table. Hey, what's this? Just a book on dolphins, I think. Must have grabbed that one by mistake, Mirio said as he funneled his stack of books back on the shelf. As Izuku continued to stare at the cover of the dolphin book, he felt the gears inside his brain begin to turn. Slowly but surely, his brain cells began playing a word association game, ending with a new idea formed in his mind. Tagata, you're a dolphin. Pardon? Tagata, you're a dolphin. Izuku excitedly exclaimed as he ran up to his friend's face. Mirio just blinked in confusion. I'm pretty sure I'm a man. No, not literally. You know that thing where dolphins leap in and out of the ocean to get air? You could do that. You're saying I use permeation to swim through the ground while occasionally shooting up to take a breath while also getting a brief glimpse of my opponent's current whereabouts. Exactly. Mirio smiled thoughtfully as he scratched his chin. That just might be crazy enough to work. Great. Now let's not waste any time. Izuku dashed off to the DVD section, where the pair rented as many documentaries on dolphins as they could, of which there was a surprising abundance of. Something to do with the dolphin documentary boom of, and that's how the two spent the entire night at Mirio's house, binging dolphin documentaries. Izuku would take notes throughout the entire thing, and once the film was over, he and Mirio would go outside and practice using permeation to swim on land like a dolphin, with varying results. Then, they would go back inside and repeat the process. They were currently on documentary number 11. It was around 2 in the morning, and both boys struggled to stay awake. Izuku still took notes, but in his half-awake, half-asleep days, they looked more like scribbles than anything. Should we call it a night after this one? Mirio asked sleepily. Yeah, probably, Izuku stifled a yawn. I should probably be getting home soon. Dude, it's like 2 a.m. It is. Then I should probably call Mom. She's probably worried sick about me. Don't bother. My dad called her and said you were sleeping over. Cool, thanks. Izuku tried to focus back on the movie, but found his vision blurred when he tried to look at the screen. A telltale sign his body was ready for sleep. Hey! Midoriya! You still awake? Asked Mirio, who wasn't sounding very awake himself. Barely, Izuku said with a snort, earning a laugh from his friend as well. I just wanted to say thanks. You know, for helping me with my quirk and all. Sure, it's no problem. No, but, like, most people just wrote me off when they saw me fail to use my quirk. Well, except for my dad and Tamaki. So it's always nice to, you know, have someone in my corner. I get what you mean, Izuku nodded drearily. Just about everyone writes me off, too. Except my mom, obviously. Why's that? Izuku spared a brief moment of hesitation before his next words, but he eventually decided to just go for it. It's because, well, I'm quirkless. Izuku's gaze crept over to Mirio to try and gauge his reaction, hoping it wasn't shock or disgust. It might have just been the sleep deprivation taking effect, but he didn't notice any noticeable shift in mood from his friend. It just appeared as though he was deep in thought. Izuku took that as a victory regardless. So, when I saw you getting beat up by that Bakugo guy, Mirio continued. Yeah? Izuku's gaze lowered to the floor. He's always doing that kind of stuff, always telling me I can't be a hero, always making me feel worse about myself. I try to brush it off, but sometimes it gets to me. Well, you're a smart guy, Midoriya. I think you could do it if you really wanted to. Izuku slowly sat up and turned to Mirio, the green teen's eyes already shimmering with unshed tears. You really mean it? Of course I do. Mirio treated him to a soft, genuine smile. Once I'm done showing your bully what's what, we can start working on your training. Yeah, Izuku nodded as silent tears streamed down his face. I'd like that. The next day. Hey! What the hell are you two doing? Katsuki questioned as he stomped up to Izuku and Mirio. Who? Us? Mirio asked innocently. Me and Midoriya are just smugly leaning on this wall behind the school. Like most teenagers do, Izuku added. Katsuki suspiciously lowered his eyebrows. What the hell do you have to be so smug about? Midoriya just helped me figure out a few new tricks with my quirk, Mirio explained. Katsuki scoffed. Yeah, right. Like that quirkless stalker could actually amount to something. You're both still useless as the day I kicked your butts. You mean yesterday? Yeah, and every day after that. I'll prove it to you if I need to. The explosive teen held up his palms in a battle-ready position. Izuku's smug face suddenly turned to one of sorrow. You know what? You're probably right. We'll get out of your hair. He got off the wall and slowly trudged away, Mirio following close behind. Hold on 1 second. Katsuki grabbed them by the shoulders and forcefully turned them around. Don't think I can't see what you're doing. What? You're trying to get me riled up. You think that advertising some flashy new quirk development is gonna make me wanna start a fight with you? Mirio stared at him unassuredly. So, just to clarify, you don't wanna fight and I'm gonna kill you for that. Katsuki shoved Izuku aside and squared up against Mirio. You're going down, meathead. That's correct, I am going down. Before Katsuki could comprehend that sentence, Mirio took a deep breath, activated permeation, and dived into the ground. Here. What the dash? Katsuki whipped his head around in search of his missing opponent. He had his right palm aimed outward, ready to counter whenever Mirio decided to show his face. Suddenly, Mirio popped out of the ground, completely naked, and chirping like a dolphin. There you are. Katsuki turned and launched an explosion at the source of the noise, only to barely miss, as Mirio sank back as quickly as he popped out. Katsuki instinctively ran over to the spot where he last saw his opponent, only for Mirio to pop out in a different location. So Katsuki fired, missed again, and ran over to Mirio's last seen location. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 popped up, he fired, he missed. This game of cat and mouse lasted a few more rounds until 𝐼𝐻𝐸 saw the perfect opportunity to pop out from behind and partially phase his fist through Katsuki's shoulder, striking him directly in the shoulder blade and dislocating it. Mother effer! Katsuki yelped in pain as his right arm hung limply at its side. As soon as I get my one good hand on you, you're dead meat. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 didn't hear this threat, as he was already back in the ground. He wasted no time popping back out for another hit. This one flew right through Katsuki's belly and slammed into his stomach, shaking it up enough for him to get on his knees and hurl up his lunch. Oh, that doesn't look pleasant. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 winced as he popped his head out of the ground. What say we stop it here, call it a draw, and let bygones be bygones? Katsuki coughed up the last of his vomit as he limped over to 𝐼𝐻𝐸 with murderous intent. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Seeing me admit my own weakness. But I'd rather vomit 100 more times than admit defeat to the likes of you. Suit yourself. He took a deep breath and sunk back into the ground. Before Katsuki could even begin to come up with his next move, his opponent popped out and somersaulted right over him. At the height of his arc, he permeated a hand through Katsuki's head and lightly poked his brain. I felt that. Katsuki squirmed in disgust, feeling like throwing up for a second time. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 smiled as he suddenly poked his head through Katsuki's chest. What did it feel like? Hey! Get the F out of my body. Katsuki went to blow up 𝐼𝐻𝐸's face, but he permeated it at the last second, causing the explosive teen to accidentally blow himself up. The explosion sent him skidding across the ground and crashing headfirst into the back of the school. God damn it, he said as he lost consciousness. Nice job, Tagata. You did it. Izuku cheered for his friend before handing him his breathes while he averted his gaze. Now please put some clothes on. Heh, whoops. 𝐼𝐻𝐸 was quick to get changed, having been used to losing his clothes in public. Sorry about that. This is why I'm hoping to get a DNA-encoded suit one day. For everyone's sake, I hope you do. But still, you were great out there. I knew all those dolphin documentaries would pay off. Hey, now don't sell yourself short, Midoriya. I couldn't have done any of this without that big ol' brain of yours. He playfully tapped on Izuku's forehead, earning a grin and a blush from the boy. Well, I guess we both did well today. We make a pretty good team, don't we? That we do, Midoriya. That we do. He held out a fist toward Izuku, just begging for it to be bumped. Here's to working together and becoming great heroes. You bet. And as the duo shared the first of what would be many fist bumps, they both knew that no matter what challenges awaited them on their journey to UA and beyond, they'd always have each other by their side to help weather the storm. And as long as that was the case, they felt like they could take on the world together. Because that's what friends do. The moment Nine stepped into his team's hideout, he was greeted with cheers of admiration from his peers. A sight he very much appreciated, given the less than pleasant surgery he had just undergone. Hey! There you buddy. 𝐿𝐼𝐸 walked up to Nine and gave him a smack on the back. Where have you been, man? Feels like you've been gone for weeks. It was a necessary procedure, 𝐿𝐼𝐸, Mummy interrupted. He certainly possessed a great deal of power before. But now, he should be unmatched. Ooh. I like where this is going. How much stronger are we talking about? Asked Slice. Stronger than I ever could have dreamed of, Nine answered. My new arsenal covers just about every base imaginable. From short, middle, to long-range combat. With the right training, my abilities will become unmatched. A shred of disappointment then found its way into his eyes as he glanced to the ground. There are, however, a few unfortunate caveats. While I am stronger in most areas, I'm also weaker in others. Specifically, in regards to weather manipulation. 𝐿𝐼𝐸 let out a fearsome growl. That brain-dead quack of a doctor. What kind of half-butted surgery makes you weaker? Now, 𝐿𝐼𝐸, this is just a minor setback. Once I come across an individual with the right quirk to combat my weaknesses, there will be no one on this planet with the power to stop me. Nine let out a slow laugh as he held his hand up to his face. The hum of all for one was already beginning to feel familiar. So what's our current objective? Are we still on track to create our perfect world? Asked Mummy. Of course, my friend. For now, it would be wise to focus on bolstering our forces. We can't change the world with only 4 people. And I'm confident there are more individuals out there who strive for the same world as us. At that moment, 9 noticed Chimera's ear twitch as he looked around their hideout in confusion. Hey, does anyone hear that? Asked the blue-furred man. Slice audibly groaned. Chimera, we talked about this. You have the best hearing out of all of us. So if you struggle to hear something, that means we do too. No, wait, I hear it too, Mummy interjected as he peered out the window of his hideout. It sounds like a series of explosions. Perhaps someone is about to attack us. Curious, 9 walled over to where Mummy was standing and activated scanning to get a better view of the area. His quirk picked up 2 figures running down the empty street, both of adolescent age. The most interesting part, however, was that one of them lacked a quirk signature, indicating quirklessness. It seems as if some blonde boy with an explosion quirk is angrily chasing a quirkless child, 9 observed. An explosion quirk, here. That sounds pretty powerful, Slice grinned devilishly. And he's using it to assert his dominance over someone clearly inferior. Mummy grinned. Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? I think I am. 9 stared down at the explosive boy from out the window. I believe it's time to bolster our forces. Deku, get back here so I can kill you. Izuku Midoriya was having a terrible day. He had been walking on eggshells during school because Katsuki was in one of his moods again, and he knew even the slightest provocation could set him off. He had been doing a good job of not catching Katsuki's ire throughout the day. But of course, the moment the bell rang and he thought he was safe, he accidentally stepped on Katsuki's foot. And in response, Katsuki began blindly chasing him, wanting to pop his head off. In a last-ditch effort to lose him, Izuku ducked into a road that was blocked off because one of the buildings was scheduled for demolition. Unfortunately for him, Katsuki had followed. Izuku heavily breathed as he passed the building that was set to be destroyed. It was one of those office buildings lined with reflective glass. Upon looking at his reflection, Izuku could tell he was running himself ragged. And glancing behind him, it seemed that Katsuki still had more than enough fuel left in his tank to catch him eventually. As Izuku silently hoped for something to save him from his impending beating, he found himself shocked when the universe seemingly responded for once. He heard a crashing sound from above and looked to see 4 figures jumping through the glass from the building's 3rd floor, landing right in between him and Katsuki. Who the hell are you? Katsuki demanded. Allow me to introduce myself, said a tall man with white hair and a periwinkle suit. I go by 9, and this is Slice, Chimera, and Mummy. Okay. And what the hell do you want? Can't you see I'm in the middle of teaching this weakling his place? That's why we're here, 9 explained as he methodically walked closer to Katsuki, his hands behind his back. You see, we saw you passing by and figured you were just like us, someone with a strong quirk with and an equally strong longing to prove his superiority and rule over the weak. You're DMN right, I'm superior. I'm gonna be the greatest hero in the world. Katsuki grinned as he pounded his fist into his open palm. Yes, but wouldn't you like to be something more than a hero? Perhaps, a key player of a worldwide revolution. Judging by his perplexed expression, Katsuki didn't quite seem to understand. What the F are you on about? What I mean is that we'd like you to join us, to help us create a new world where the strong rule over the weak. And people like us will no longer be oppressed for having powerful quirks. Wait a minute. Izuku interrupted. Did you say you were oppressed for having powerful quirks? Slice glared down at Izuku, making the boy tremble in place. Yes, he did. What of it? She sternly answered. It's just, everyone at my school S's up to me because of my quirk, Katsuki finished. Oh, really? Although a mask concealed 9's mouth, Izuku could tell through his eyes that he was smiling. Your school sounds like it's doing things right. How would you like to help us overthrow society so the entire world will treat us how your school does? Katsuki didn't even hesitate for a second before answering. Forget it, gas mask. You're sounding a lot like a villain with this whole overthrowing society CP. Suddenly sensing an opportunity, he eagerly grinned at the villains before him. And what kind of future #1 hero would I be if I let villains like you get away? 9 lowered his eyebrows at Katsuki's fighting stance, seemingly not impressed. I urge you to reconsider, young man. In our new world, you could be so much more than the #1 hero. That just sounds like a bunch of bullshit talk from a couple of cowards who are scared to get their SHT kicked in. I bet you assholes aren't even that strong. Oh, really? 9 raised an eyebrow as he and his gang squared up in fighting positions. Then why don't you prove it then? May the stronger fighter triumph. Katsuki carkily grinned as he cracked his knuckles. Oh, you just made a big mistake, buddy. By the time I'm done with you and your gang, you won't have any buttes left to kick. Kaken, wait. Izuku stopped Katsuki by placing a hand on his shoulder. I know you're strong and all, but these people look really dangerous. I'm not sure if you should dash. Shut up, nerd. Katsuki shoved him aside. You don't know SHT, Deku. I can take down these idiots on my own. Now, Izuku usually had faith that Katsuki would make good decisions when it came to being a hero. But based on the ominous storm clouds rolling in, as well as the murderous glares from 9 and his gang, he figured at that moment that Katsuki didn't know how to pick his battles well. He wanted to stop his ex-childhood friend, but Katsuki was already about to unleash his first attack. Alright, you Marvel villain rejects, die. Katsuki used an explosion to launch himself toward 9, his right arm pulled back in a right hook. All the while, 9 didn't move an inch. Katsuki was sure he had this fight in the bag. That was until a yellow barrier appeared out of nowhere between him and his opponent. Too late to change his trajectory, Katsuki's fist struck the air wall with a loud thunk. Oh! Mother effer! He cursed through clenched teeth as he cradled his bruised hand. He then went to release an explosion at the air wall in an attempt to destroy it. But before he could even touch it, 9 waved his hand, and the yellow barrier released a burst of pressurized air that launched Katsuki across the street. Kaken! Izuku yelled as he watched the blonde tumble across the empty road. 9 tutted as he shook his head. What a shame. Here I was, thinking you'd stack up to at least a fraction of my power. But I guess I was wrong. Like hell you were. Katsuki forced himself up and blasted himself back over to his opponents. Just because you knocked me down once doesn't mean I'm out. In fact, I'm just getting started. It doesn't matter. The outcome of this match has already been decided. He turned and gestured to the 3 other members of his gang. Chimera, Slice, Mummy, finish the job. With pleasure, Chimera smirked before charging over to Katsuki in a flash and punching him in the gut, launching him in the air. Katsuki tried to regain his bearings as he was airborne, but Slice didn't give him the opportunity as she sent a torrent of hair needles at him. He tried to weave his body around to dodge them, but they still littered his body with dozens of cuts and scrapes. When Katsuki finally struck the ground with an audible groan, he found himself surrounded by large beings made of red bandages. He desperately tried firing off a few explosions at them, but they were too numerous. They quickly began pummeling him senselessly. For beings made of bandages, they sure did a lot of damage. Alright, I believe we've made our point here, 9 commanded, prompting Mummy to call off his minions. Clearly, this boy was a lost cause. Let us be off. Izuku stared in horror at the state Katsuki was left in. Several of his limbs looked broken, patches of BLD stained his entire body, and it looked like he was barely hanging on to consciousness. Kaken! Izuku yelled as he ran over to him to look over his injuries as he whipped his phone out. Don't worry, Kaken. You'll be fine. I'll call for an ambulance, I'll call for a hero, I'll call for a dash. Suddenly, a purple laser came out of nowhere and blasted a hole through Izuku's phone from the backside. Peering through the hole, Izuku saw 9 slowly walking towards him. On second thought, I think we should stay just a little longer, the villain threatened. What was that? Izuku asked as he stood in front of Katsuki's body, hoping to act as a shield if 9 tried anything. Bullet laser, 9 answered as he pointed his hand toward Izuku and charged up another shot. Not that it'll matter to you for very long. After all, we can't have you ratting us out to the heroes now, can we? Izuku gulped at the quirk pointed in his direction. He knew what was about to happen. He had just witnessed a group of adults assault a middle schooler in broad daylight. And he knew there wasn't a DMN thing he could do about it. Those guys just beat 𝐭𝐿 to a pulp with minimal effort. What was a quirkless weakling like him supposed to do? At that mental question, Izuku glanced over to the pile of mirror shards from when 9 and his gang leaped out of the office building, then back at 9's glowing hand. It was certainly a risky idea, which was why it would serve as a last resort for Izuku. At the moment, he could try to stall until a hero arrived. Hopefully, someone heard the impacts and explosions from across the street. Wait. Hold on. Izuku spoke up. What? What could you possibly have to say right now? 9 asked, a pinch of annoyance seeping its way into his voice. I'm a little confused by your motivations. You said you were oppressed for having powerful quirks, but 𝐭𝐿 has a powerful quirk, and everyone at school says he's on track to attend UA. Maybe you just encountered the wrong people in life. In fact, I don't think you'd have any problems regarding your strength if you were heroes. No one gives All Might any flack for being strong. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 growled angrily at Izuku. Why the hell would we want to do good for the society that tossed us to the curb? Izuku nervously bit his lip as he slowly shuffled over to the pile of mirror shards. Because then you could use your influence as heroes to help out people in similar situations. Or we could just recruit them now, Slice interjected. I suppose. But what exactly are you recruiting them for? I know you said you wanted a world where the strong rule over the weak, but how would that even work? 9 annoyingly glared at Izuku like he had said something stupid. Are you daft? What part of the strong ruling over the weak don't you understand? Mostly the strong part, Izuku said as he bent down to pick up one of the larger shards, to which 9 and his gang seemed too engrossed in the conversation to notice or care. I have to know, how exactly do you define strength? Isn't it obvious? Whoever I can defeat, I'm stronger than. I managed to best Slice, Mummy, and 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 in a fight, which is why I'm the leader. Okay, I get that part, but what about people with quirks that aren't necessarily strength-related? If their quirk doesn't make them stronger, then we would have no trouble beating them, Mummy chimed in. But not all quirks are like that. For example, there's an underground hero called Eraserhead. His quirk lets him remove the quirk of anyone he looks at. And no offense, but you guys look like you rely on your quirks a lot during combat, so Eraserhead stands a good chance at beating most of you. Well, except him, Izuku pointed to 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻, his quirk looks like a mutation, so he'd probably be able to take him on. So, wouldn't that technically make him stronger than you? Kid has a point, 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 nodded. I'd argue otherwise, 9 grumbled. Just because 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 has the advantage in that particular matchup doesn't mean he's stronger than me. No, but that leads back to the point I mentioned earlier, how exactly do you quantify strength? Izuku poised, there are multiple ways someone could beat you without directly fighting you. They could poison your food, they could snipe you in the head, or they could rig your base to explode. If they managed to take you out in any of those ways, wouldn't that make them stronger than you? Of course not. That would just make them smarter. And that's where the flaws in your thinking lie, said Izuku, who was internally panicking from the words spewing out of his mouth. He knew he didn't have to go this far for a simple distraction, but he was on a roll, he couldn't stop now. Building a society based on strength just invites people to think of ways to get around it. If that weren't the case, we'd still be living in the Stone Age. It was at this point 9's irritation began seeping into his tone and facial language. Well, what would you know? You're just a quirkless middle schooler who can't even fight back against his own bully. You talk about how my goals are flawed, but at the end of the day, there's no doubt in my mind that I'm stronger than you. Izuku anxiously gripped the mirror shard in his hand tighter. I never said you weren't. I just don't want you to go down a path that would most likely end in failure. Of course you'd like that. As the weaker one, you have the least to gain from me achieving my goals. He then refocused his hand in Izuku's direction, and a purple glow emanated from his index finger. This conversation has grown tiresome. It's time for you to join your bully. 9 fired a laser bullet at Izuku's chest, to which the boy held up the mirror shard and deflected it right back at him. 9 quickly ducked out of the way, and the bullet sailed towards Slice instead, who was standing right behind him. She tried to duck, but was too slow, and the laser bullet grazed her scalp, severing almost all her hair in a single instant. "My hair!" she shouted as she kneeled over in defeat. The laser bullet continued its trajectory, where it soon stopped upon hitting the bottom of a nearby telephone pole, cutting off its bottom part entirely and causing it to tip over. Mummy glanced up just in time to see the pole about to fall on him, and he dived out of the way. 𝐒𝐿, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. The tip of the pole struck him on the head and tangled him in the wires, delivering 12,000 volts of electricity directly to his system. 𝐒𝐿. Mummy ran over to help his teammate, so distracted by his concern that he failed to remember that some telephone poles had the tendency to explode when knocked down. Caught right in the middle of the explosion, Mummy flew past Izuku and 9, smashed through the glass-lined office building, and struck headfirst into one of the load-bearing pillars, knocking him out. Izuku and 9 stared with their mouths agape at the chain reaction of events that somehow ended with 9's entire team getting taken out. "I swear I didn't mean to do that," Izuku insisted. Izuku felt his face pale as he watched 9 slowly and methodically turn his head towards him, the rage clear as day in his eyes. Not helping was that the storm clouds were now in full effect, painting the villain in an even more ominous tone. Suddenly, a large Hydra head emerged from 9's back and held up Izuku by the torso, squeezing tightly at his chest. "Let me get one thing straight, you might have somehow managed to defeat my allies, but that doesn't mean you're stronger than them in any way. As far as I'm concerned, unless you have some sort of luck quirk, you're still weaker than all of them," 9 proclaimed as the Hydra squeezed Izuku tighter. Izuku fought against the Hydra with all his might, but he still felt the air being choked out of his system. You're right. I'm just a quirkless weakling who got lucky. But doesn't this prove my point? If someone like me can somehow defeat them, then how are you supposed to tell who's stronger in your perfect world? Are you seriously trying to talk your way out of this now? Quit thinking there's any chance I'm going to stoop down to your level and take advice from a powerless weakling like you. Izuku shut his eyes tight as 9 tapped a finger directly to his forehead and charged up bullet laser. "Goodbye," 9 said in a cold, emotionless tone. Texas smash. Suddenly, All Might leaped onto the scene and punched 9 right in the gut, releasing Izuku from his clutches and sending him flying in the direction of another pro-hero. Demolition strike. Death Arms shouted as he struck 9 across the face, sending him flying across the road. Honk honk. Beeped a fireworks truck as it rammed into 9, knocking him unconscious and flinging him in the direction of Kamu Woods. Lacquered chain prison. He yelled as he tightly ensnared 9's entire body in branches, making sure to cover his back so he couldn't unleash any more Hydras. "Young man, are you all right?" asked All Might, who quickly rushed over to console Izuku. "I heard the explosion and came as soon as I could. I'm fine, but Kaken's badly injured. He needs medical attention." Izuku pointed frantically to the teenager in question. "Don't worry, I called an ambulance," said Death Arms as he looked over Katsuki's body before pulling out a first aid kit and disinfecting his cuts and scrapes. Most of his cuts looked to be only skin deep. He should hold out fine until they arrive. "Until then, would you mind telling me what exactly went down?" All Might requested, to which Izuku nodded and began rambling the experience off the top of his head. "Well, the villain and his crew came out and attacked Kaken. I tried to call someone, but they destroyed my phone and began threatening me, too. So I tried to keep them distracted while I waited for a hero to arrive. During which, their leader fired some kind of laser bullet at me. I reflected it with one of the mirror shards from that office building over there, because it's a laser. I didn't mean for it to destroy that telephone pole, but it ended up taking out some of them. And then you and the other heroes showed up. Thank you so much for that, by the way." "It's no problem at all, young man. In fact, I'd say you handled the situation remarkably well. You'd make a good hero someday." Izuku nearly broke his neck from how fast he turned to his idol in shock and disbelief. You really mean it?" "Of course I do. Now, let's get you to the police station so you can, All Might trailed off as he noticed the tears streaming down Izuku's face. Are you alright, young man? Are there any injuries you're just starting to feel now? No. I'm fine. Izuku quickly wiped the tears from his face, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of his idol. Thank you. It's no trouble at all. Just doing what heroes do. Including giving an autograph. Izuku grinned hopefully as he pulled out his notebook and pen and presented them to the hero. Of course. He snatched the pen and quickly scribbled his signature down on a blank page, making Izuku squeal with fanboyish glee. As the heroes led him out of the crime scene, Izuku glanced behind him to see 9 and his gang shoved into a police van, Katsuki being wheeled into an ambulance, and a few reporters making their way to the area. He wasn't exactly sure what repercussions this incident would have in his future, but one thing was for certain in his mind: there was no way Katsuki would be returning to school with his reputation intact. And if that just so happened to lead to less bullying on his end, then Izuku supposed he could accept it. Though, he wished the solution could have occurred in a less violent manner. He supposed it was just a byproduct of their superhuman society. Nemuri Kiyama, aka the R-rated hero, Midnight, took a deep breath to really soak in the atmosphere as she strutted down the streets of Mustafa. The area may have been foreign to her compared to the cities she usually patrolled, but she always looked for new ways to spice up her day. Of course, this wouldn't have been possible if that fireworks truck hadn't somehow broken through UA's defenses, leading to classes being cancelled for a week in order to reinforce the barrier. Nemuri didn't mind in the slightest. For as long as she could remember, she had been waiting for an opportunity like this, one that gave her the free time that allowed her to expand her patrol routes. It was no secret to any of her friends that patrols were her absolute favorite part of the job. She loved strutting around, making her presence known, running into fans, and beating up the occasional villain. Though, unfortunately for her, she wasn't getting much action today. The streets were practically barren, and there was barely a villain in sight. But then again, it wasn't like she could complain or anything. No news was good news, after all. And because life can be a cruel emester sometimes, right as she thought that, she heard the faint sound of an explosion from across the street. Nemuri wasted no time making her way to the source of the sound, running surprisingly quickly despite her high heels. When she arrived at what she thought was the place, a quick glance in a nearby alley revealed an angry-looking blonde boy with what looked to be 2 flunkies at his side. He was squared up against a green-haired boy of a similar height, holding his ground with a determined glare. Right behind the greenie looked to be a girl with long, light grey hair, lying on the ground, cowering up against the wall. They all wore middle school uniforms, which if Nemuri's watch was right, means they had just gotten out of class no less than 10 minutes ago. "Leave her alone, Kaken," said the green-haired boy, fists raised in a fighting stance. The blonde boy, apparently named Kaken, didn't seem to be intimidated in the slightest. "Are you serious right now, Deku? We've done this charade a million times, and yet you just can't seem to remember your place. Why are you so eager to get your butt beat?" Kaken slowly encroached further. But the green-haired boy, possibly named Deku, held his ground. Because standing up against impossible odds is what a hero is supposed to do. Nemuri couldn't deny it, she found herself impressed by the boy's tenacity. It wasn't every day she found such a display of youthful vigor outside of UA. He was looking like a real hero already. The blonde sneered. "Well then, too bad a quirkless freak like you will never be a hero." The moment Kaken looked like he was about to try something, Nemuri cracked her WHP in the air, attracting the attention of everyone in the alleyway. "Come now, naughty children, like you shouldn't be out fighting," she said with her trademark sultry yet menacing grin, which filled Kaken and his flunkies with a visible sense of dread. "SHT. It's a hero. Let's beat it." Both the flunkies grabbed Kaken by the arms and quite literally dragged him away from Nemuri, with the long-haired girl running away as well, just in a different direction. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy just stood there and gaped at the hero. Whether it was because he was a fan, or because she was dressed like a DMNX, she couldn't tell. "Oh my god. You're the R-rated hero, Midnight." "Well, that answered the question. I'm such a huge fan. I heard from the hero forums that you've been expanding your patrol routes, but I never thought you'd show up here." I've always admired your fighting style and quirk control and efficiency in villain takedowns. As the boy trailed on, Nomirai couldn't help but feel a small amount of pride. Most of her fans, especially those in the teenage demographic, just know her for her sex appeal. Not that she minded, of course. But it was nice to be appreciated for her other assets every now and then. The boy suddenly clammed up as he turned his head back to the alley and realized the situation he was in. Oh, wait, you just saw me in the middle of a scrap with 𝐭𝐿. I swear, neither of us were actually fighting. We were just trying to, hey, don't worry about it. Nomirai interrupted the kid's frankly nauseating whirlwind of emotions by kneeling down to his level. You're not in trouble or anything. What's your name? Izuku Midoriya. And, if you don't mind me asking, how much did you see? The kid seemed to already have calmed down, so Nomirai decided to add a little flair to the conversation to lighten the mood. Well, Midoriya, all I saw was you valiantly standing up for that girl back there. I'm sure you're quite the ladies' man at school, she winked. Izuku's face flushed a deep red as he shrunk in on himself. A ladies' man? Me? I couldn't. And even if I could, what kind of girl would want to go out with a useless nobody like me? He immediately slammed his mouth shut upon saying those last words. No, wait, sorry. I didn't mean to hoist all my own issues onto you like that. You're probably busy. I'll just leave. Nomirai mentally kicked herself for what she said. She was used to most of her fans accepting or even encouraging her teasing. But she could see the boy clearly had self-confidence issues that caused him to take the compliment in the opposite direction. Which was very odd considering what she had seen from him before. Izuku turned and began to power walk away, hiding his face in shame. Thankfully, Nomurai's longer legs made it easy to chase after him and rest a hand on his shoulder. Now, hold on there. I might not know you too well, but I can say with certainty that you're not a useless nobody. Izuku calmly shrugged her off as he continued to walk away. Thanks, but you don't have to tell me that just to make me feel better. You heard what 𝐭𝐿 said. Nomirai assumed he was referring to the whole quirkless thing, which just made her heart ache for the boy. She did the research, she knew the statistics. In a world where almost everyone was defined by their quirk, society did not look kindly on those without one. As a hero, and as a self-proclaimed symbol of youth, romance, and confidence, Nomirai felt it was her sworn duty to help this boy who was lacking in several of those departments despite the potential practically oozing off him. And she would do it the only way she knew how. All right, Midoriya. Theoretically, let's say you are a nobody. In that case, what's stopping a charming young man like yourself from becoming somebody? Izuku turned and looked at her like she was speaking in tongues. Somebody? As in, somebody like you. I don't think I could do that. I'm not confident or flirty or stuck like you. Flirty or stuck? Not yet. But confident. I beg to differ. I saw the way you stared down that bully. How, even though things looked bleak, you stepped up to protect that girl. I see a fire in you, Midoriya. And I want to be the one to unleash it. Izuku definitely seemed to be moved by Nomurai's words, but the seed of doubt was still present. That wasn't me being confident back there. I was just standing up for someone who looked like they needed help. Nomirai hummed. You know, those two things aren't exactly mutually exclusive. You seem like a smart boy, how do you think I take down most villains? In response, Izuku pulled out a notebook from somewhere and flipped to a page with a rather flattering drawing of Midnight. Well, let's see here. Your gas is usually your first go-to. But if, say, the villain is wearing a mask, your plan B usually involves your WHP. And of course, you're almost always teasing or flirting with the villain to get them to drop their guard and... Oh, have you figured it out? Asked Nomirai, using her trademark grin to cover up the fact that she could hardly understand the boy's mutters. I think so. Your confidence, attitude, and ability to flirt are all extensions of your hero toolkit. So, maybe if I just link confidence and being a hero in my mind, then that could help me better grasp the concept. That's the ticket. It's all about finding a mindset that works for you. She bent down and ruffled his green locks, a gesture which Izuku blushed at, but seemed to appreciate. In fact, I think you've earned this. 𝐼 reached into her pocket and placed a card in Izuku's hand. He openly gasped at its contents. You're giving me your phone number. Look at that. You're already getting phone numbers. You're becoming a real Casanova already, 𝐼 chuckled. Izuku rapidly looked down at the card and then back up at the hero, still in a state of shock. But why? 𝐼 bent down with a kind smile and poked a finger to Izuku's chest. Tears were already beginning to form in his eyes. Because when I look at you, I see a strong, heroic young man. Someone who can be a lot of people's hero, who just needs a push in the right direction. And even though we've just met, there's this part of me that knows you won't let me down. Izuku fought back sniffles as he wiped a few tears from his eyes. Ah, really? Of course, sweetie. After all, a hero like me doesn't mince words. 𝐼 patted him on the head before changing gears. Now, here's how this is going to work. I can't stay in Mustafa forever. So I'll be texting you as many tips and tricks as I can. And before you know it, you'll be stealing more hearts at school than you know what to do with. Right? Izuku nodded firmly. I'm still kind of new to this whole flirting thing, but I trust you'll be able to teach me. Glad to hear it. Now, if that's all there is to go over, wait. There's one more thing. Oh, what's that? 𝐼 gave her trademark stuck smile, already knowing what he was about to say. Izuku nervously pulled out his notebook again and opened it to Midnight's page. Could you please sign this? The training began as soon as Izuku got home. 𝐼 had sent him a few basic tips to try out in his day-to-day life. Simple things like good posture, eye contact, smiling a bit more. The message his new teacher was trying to get across was clear. It's not about what you say, but also how you say it. Izuku was inclined to agree. Looking in the mirror, he could already make out the difference. He looked a bit taller and a bit more sure of himself. It might have still felt like an act to him, but 𝐼 had assured him the mask would fade with time. He just had to keep it up. Of course, that part was easier said than done. Izuku found out very quickly that he was prone to falling back into old habits, especially if Katsuki was nearby. But thankfully, he managed to catch himself 9 times out of 10. And 𝐼 assured him not to beat himself up over the 1 time out of 10 where he couldn't. Though, that isn't to say he didn't feel the strain of this very particular form of training. By the end of each day, Izuku felt more emotionally exhausted than he ever thought possible. He had no idea how 𝐼 managed to build an entire hero persona off of this. But that didn't mean Izuku wanted to give up. He wouldn't dream of it. Someone believed in him, someone thought he could actually be somebody despite his quirklessness. And that thought managed to carry him through even the toughest days. Unfortunately, it couldn't exactly carry him through everything. Izuku found that out the hard way when he hit a roadblock in his training. Midnight, so how'd it go? Did you turn some heads? Maybe get a few numbers? Izuku, no I didn't. I'm sorry Midnight, what happened? Were you just not up for it today? Izuku, it's not that I didn't mean to let you down. I wanted to try and start flirting with my classmates. I really did, but I just didn't know what to say, and I know you had me rehearse all those compliments. But I just couldn't think of any. Not to say she was ugly or anything, but I just had so many thoughts bouncing around my head that I couldn't spit anything out, and I felt like an idiot just standing there. She probably thought I looked stupider than normal. Midnight, my Doria, you're rambling. Again Izuku, I'm sorry Midnight, it's alright, sweetie, please don't let this discourage you. You've been doing great so far. Maybe we just need to change your approach to something more your style. Izuku, like what? Midnight, well, let's think. When do you feel like your thoughts are the most straightforward? When do you feel like you're in the zone? Izuku, I don't know, maybe when I'm working on my quirk analysis, but I'm not sure how that could help me flirt with people. Midnight, oh, are you sure about that? Izuku, I don't think I get what you're trying to say. Midnight, I could tell you what I mean, but what kind of teacher would I be if I just gave you all the answers? Good luck red heart. Izuku leaned back in his chair with a sigh as he plopped his phone on his desk. Why does my mentor have to be like this? He questioned himself. I mean, seriously, what do quirks have to do with flirting? Is she referring to some kind of flirting quirk? No. That doesn't make any sense. He got up from his chair and decided to lay down in his bed, blankly staring at the ceiling above him as he continued to ponder out loud. Maybe she's referring to something in the metatextual sense. I mean, quirks are an extension of people, influencing their personality and such. Or was it the other way around, and the personality influences the quirk? Maybe it's a symbiotic thing. Izuku nodded to himself. That seemed like a potential lead he could follow. Let's see here. Quirks, people, flirting. There's a connection there, I'm just not seeing it. Maybe I need to jog my mind. He reached behind his back, pulled out a notebook, and mindlessly flipped through the pages, eventually stopping at Katsuki's entry. His mind immediately flashed to the blonde's explosive personality, which was rather befitting of his quirk, if you asked Izuku. Suddenly, Izuku felt a light click in his brain. Wait a minute. If quirks play a large part in shaping a person's identity, and I'm in the zone when I'm studying quirks, he immediately shot out of his bed like a bullet and scrambled to his desk to get to work, reviewing each and every one of his classmates' quirks. It was so simple. He just needed to boil down the art of flirting into a language he could understand. And there was no language he understood better than quirks. At that moment, he felt more confident in his abilities than he ever had. Not to say he still wasn't a little bit nervous. But regardless, he felt ready to accept the challenge awaiting him at school the next day. The next day, Nemurai's lessons echoed throughout Izuku's head as he made his way into the classroom, making sure to keep his posture straight yet natural. His eyes drifted across the room, on the prowl for his first target. He had a certain type in mind, mainly those he was sure didn't actively hate him, but were just hesitant to associate with him due to Katsuki's influence. Izuku couldn't blame them for thinking like that. Katsuki could be dangerously intimidating even on the best of days. Eventually, his eyes landed on a head of light gray hair sitting at her desk. Sagiri Fuka, if Izuku remembered correctly. Her quirk allowed her hair to levitate, but not much else. She was the girl Izuku was defending from Katsuki the day he met Nemurai. She seemed like someone good to start out with. Can I help you?" she asked when she caught Izuku's thoughtful glances toward her, just as he planned. "Here." "Oh, sorry," Izuku chuckled, casually running a hand through his messy locks. "Something about you just happened to catch my eye today. Maybe it was your hair." Fuka rolled her eyes with a frustrated sigh. Yeah, I know. My hair is distracting. The teachers make that clear enough on a daily basis." "No. Not that. It's just that your hair is looking a lot fuller today, more smooth, more radiant. New shampoo, I'm guessing." Fuka quickly turned around and leveled Izuku with a surprised look. "Why yeah. How did you know?" "Oh, I just tend to notice the smaller details for these kinds of things." He took another step forward and casually planted a hand on her desk. "Plus, I figured you'd want to take good care of it, considering your quirk." Fuka nervously tapped her fingers on her desk as she glanced away from Izuku's small yet radiant smile. Yeah, I guess that's one of the reasons. It's a really nice quirk, you know. It might be a little simple, but it's always managed to catch my attention whenever you use it. Of course, it doesn't hurt that it's attached to a pretty face like yours." A small tinting of red could be found on Fuka's face as she looked up at Izuku. "Oh, well, if you like my quirk so much, would you maybe like to see it in action?" "Of course," he nodded, to which Fuka took a deep breath, causing her hair to slowly levitate upwards. One of the strands brushed by Izuku's face, and he gently held it between his fingers, slowly rubbing it with his thumb. "It's just as mesmerizing up close. Very calm, yet graceful, almost enchanting in a way. Kind of like you. Like me." At this point, Fuka's face was fully red. Her eyes fully focused on Izuku as she watched his eyes trail down the strand of hair in his hand and gaze upon her face like no one else had before. She couldn't deny the sudden pounding of her heart at that moment. And part of her wanted to continue experiencing that sensation. "Hey, what's going on here?" said a new voice. Izuku and Fuka both turned to see another girl with short orange hair. Izuku recognized her as Fuka's friend with the fire quirk, Okawa. Izuku didn't waste any time in shooting her a similar sultry yet subtle look he gave to Fuka. "Hello, Okawa. I was just getting to know Sagiri a bit better. But if you're feeling left out, I wouldn't mind us becoming a little closer. What? Here? Okowa's eyes widened in surprise, clearly picking up on Izuku's vibes. Why are you acting so shocked? Or did you just forget how cute you look? Because I'd love to be the one to remind you. Izuku's smile widened as Okowa's face flushed red. He made the effort to casually stroll up to her, which only increased her nervousness. Wow, Deku. I never expected this from you. Come on, there's no need to be shy. I figured you'd be a bit more fired up, considering your quirk. Though, I wouldn't mind trying to kindle something more. He added a wink at the end for good measure, which seemed to be the right move, because Okowa got so flustered that she literally burst into flames, which just made Izuku chuckle. Wow. Looks like I got my wish. But still, I wonder if I can ignite more than just your flames. Just then, he noticed the dozen or so eyes fixed on him and Okowa, who were initially attracted by the sudden burst of fire, but chose to stay after noticing Izuku's sudden shift in tone and demeanor. Whoa, did Deku just flirt with Okowa? Asked one of the students. That's what it sounded like to me, answered another. Whoa. This I gotta see. Normally, Izuku would have buckled under the sudden pressure of having caught the entire class's attention. But today, he felt invigorated from all the new potential targets to practice on. Well then, he rubbed his chin as he non-subtlety scanned the crowd before him, making sure everyone got a good look at his devious smirk. If you're all looking for a show, then why don't I incorporate a little audience participation? The crowd's investment increased exponentially, much to Izuku's delight. Katsuki must have woken up in an alternate dimension today, because that was literally the only logical explanation for the bullshittery that was going on during school today. The moment he walked into class, he saw a majority of the extras crowding around Deku. But instead of beating or humiliating him, they were all collectively swooning as he flirted with each and every one of them. First of all, when the F did Deku learn how to flirt? Last Katsuki checked, the nerd couldn't even look at a girl without mentally falling apart. Second of all, why the F was everyone buying into it? Did they forget who they were talking to? Deku was just a worthless nobody. Katsuki was about to storm up to that shitty nerd and demand answers and maybe put him in his place if he had the time. But the teacher came in right at that moment and told everyone to get to their seats. Whatever, Katsuki would just wait until lunch to confront the nerd, then maybe he'd think twice before suddenly growing a big head out of nowhere. Though, lunchtime couldn't come soon enough for Katsuki. Because every time he turned to glare at Deku, the little SHT was still flirting with the extras. A small smile, a wink, a suggestive eyebrow wiggle, it made Katsuki want to throw up. But eventually, his torture ended, and lunch finally rolled around. And as much as Katsuki wanted to pull Deku aside in the hallways and beat the SHT out of him, he decided he would wait until Deku was properly situated in the cafeteria, where everyone could see him. That way, it would remind everyone that despite the new fancy coat of paint, he was still the same as before, that he was still an extra among extras that didn't deserve their time of day, much less their affection. Izuku had no idea how he managed to attract this much attention. Even during lunch, he was still surrounded by at least a dozen classmates, each eagerly waiting for Izuku to flirt with them next. Personally, he blamed the extra attention on the shock of it all. Since no one usually paid attention to him, they never caught the small changes leading up to this. So to everyone else, this was the equivalent of a poor kid showing up to school one day having suddenly won the lottery. But Izuku couldn't complain. It was nice being appreciated for once. His classmates were eating up every one of his compliments like candy. Was this how Nemurai felt all the time? If so, he finally got why she chose her hero persona. Deku, you bstrd. Izuku and everyone crowded around him suddenly paused at the sight of Katsuki angrily stomping in his direction. Honestly, Izuku thought this confrontation would have happened a lot sooner. But he still felt prepared regardless. Hey, Kakin. Izuku greeted in a sing-songy tone, still as eager as ever, I see. Can it, nerd? I'll kick your butt later, he said before focusing on the crowd of students. What the hell do you extras think you're doing? Have you lost your goddamn minds? That's Deku you're swooning over. The crowd collectively leveled an annoyed glare at Katsuki. Yeah, so what? Fuka spoke up, it feels nice to have somebody appreciate my hair for once. Yeah. And unlike some people, he doesn't call us extras. Said Okawa. And he doesn't scream all the time. Added another student. Now, let's not lose our heads here. Izuku calmly got up and stood between the crowd and Katsuki. I think you're all focusing on the negatives here. There's a lot to love about Kaken. Katsuki froze up in shock and confusion as he quickly realized what was happening, making Izuku's job a hell of a lot easier as he smoothly sauntered up to him. Sure, he might be a little brash at times. But when I look at him, I see an endless well of passion and determination practically begging to be put to use. He began circling the confused explosive blonde as he continued his advances. The predator and prey comparison was not lost on anyone. And if you couple those outstanding traits with his admirably infectious longing to never give up, he began encroaching in on his prey, his circles getting smaller with each revolution. It all coalesces into an appealing explosion of pure heroic potential. And you know how much I adore heroes. He leaned in closer to his face, liking his lips. The crowd stood on the edge of their seats, as it looked like Izuku was about to go in for a kiss. And what does he do with those explosions? Not even Katsuki could avoid buying into the hype as he nervously waited for Izuku to deal the finishing blow. He blows up my notebooks, uses me as a test dummy, calls me names, and goes out of his way to insult everyone at every turn. Izuku spat, his tone shifting from sweet to sour faster than a jackrabbit on crack as he suddenly shoved Katsuki away from him, causing him to fall to the floor. The entire lunchroom absolutely lost their minds, quickly devolving into a wild cacophony of screams and cheers. Meanwhile, Izuku silently stood over Katsuki with a bitter look on his face. Katsuki didn't seem to take that very well. As after the initial shock wore off, he shot up from the ground with his face contorted in the angriest snarl Izuku had ever seen from the blonde. You think you can just get away with calling me out and toying with my emotions in front of everyone? Katsuki yelled loud enough for the entire cafeteria to hear. Depends, is that what you're into? Izuku teased, which somehow managed to quadruple Katsuki's rage. Jia, I'm gonna kill you for that. He blindly lunged at Izuku, who sidestepped the obvious attack, causing Katsuki to faceplant into the ground. Hey! Leave him alone! Yelled one of the students as he ran up to Katsuki and pinned him down. Yeah, you can't just threaten to kill people like that. How about we beat him up, and see how he likes it? Isn't that kind of hypocritical? Who cares? He's a JRK. With that, the group of students began piling on Katsuki and taking their shots at him. Meanwhile, Izuku stood back and winced at his bully's yelps of pain. He made the wise decision to not enter any serious relationships until high school and to stick to just flirting with his old Dera classmates. Speaking of which, he whipped out his phone and called up Nemurai to immediately inform her of this new development. Midnight, you're never gonna believe this, but I think I just scored myself a very protective agent. Nemurai squealed with delight from the other end. Oh, trust me, my Doria, I believe it. Reminds me of my old youthful days at middle school. Ah, the memories, she sighed wistfully. I just hope you know how to treat your HM right, because that's gonna be our next lesson. Izuku let out a grin which he was sure matched Nemurai's own. I hope you're not threatening me with a good time, because I'm more eager to learn than you could ever imagine. Oh, trust me, I'm looking forward to it. There are several known universal constants. Nothing's faster than light, the sun will explode in a few billion years, the only certainties in life are death and taxes, the Simpsons will never end, and Kyoko hears everything. That last one was a fact she was more than familiar with. She'd been forced to live with this heightened sense since she was 4 years old. Thankfully, she shared a quirk with her mother, who was able to teach her the unbelievably useful art of tuning everything out, saving her an endless amount of headaches. But of course, even with her proficient tuning skills, there would always be a few far-off sounds that managed to slip past her radar. Something Gyro would be brutally reminded of when she transferred to Old Dera Middle School. After a fireworks truck-related incident. 99% of the time, she was content to let her surrounding sounds filter out into white noise. But that last 1% was a sound that somehow always managed to tear her attention away from whatever she was doing, no matter where she was and how many marshmallows she buried her jacks into. Explosions. It was explosions. And it annoyed J.I.R.O. to no end, practically driving her mad. It happened every 2 or 3 days, usually in the classroom right below hers, sometimes during class, but most times when the room was empty. And it was always the same guy with the explosion quirk, Katsuki Bakugo. Worse yet, when a teacher happened to notice it while walking by, they barely did anything about it. At most, it was just some light scolding and that was it. Even worse yet, judging by the squeals of pain following the explosions, it was clear he was using them on someone. The teachers referred to the supposed victim as Izuku Midoriya, but Bakugo gave him the demeaning name of Deku. And based on the small fragments of conversation J.I.R.O. picked up on, she figured his treatment had something to do with his lack of a quirk. Of course, J.I.R.O. didn't like that she had eavesdropped on this guy's personal life and learned about his struggles, but in her case, she literally couldn't help it. Especially since her jacks tended to zero in on loud noises and the sounds surrounding them. But all that just begged the question, what was she going to do about it? One of the other lessons her mother had drilled into her skull at a young age was the philosophy of snitches get stitches. She had to know when to act on some information she unwillingly picked up on, and when to just leave it be. Okay, but this is way more than some kind of schoolyard secret, J.I.R.O. thought to herself as she sat at her desk, currently listening in on one of Bakugo's explosion sessions. I'm pretty sure this is like actual assault. At that moment, her mind flashed back to about 4 years ago, when her mom had overheard and reported a case of domestic abuse from a few apartments over. She figured this situation was similar enough. And besides, this definitely felt like the kind of thing a hero would do. Okay, but what exactly do I do? It's not like I can go to a teacher about this. Because if they cared in the slightest, they would have done something about this by now. Wait a minute, I think I have something for this. Reaching into the front pocket of her backpack, J.I.R.O. pulled out a tape recorder she bought from Sound Off Music Store. In order to make sure it picked up the highest quality sound possible, she plugged one jack into the tape recorder and jammed the other into her desk, where she could hear a conversation already taking place. Kaken, do you really need to shut up? Bakugo snarled, don't think I didn't see what you were looking up on your phone before class. I was just looking into nearby dojos, Izuku responded, his voice noticeably shaky. Oh yeah? And what were you looking into them for? I just wanted to get a head start on the whole heroics thing and a sudden explosion cut Izuku off. J.I.R.O. wouldn't have been surprised if it was aimed right at him. The ensuing sound of clothes ruffling signaled to J.I.R.O. that Bakugo had likely picked up Midoriya by the collar in order to deliver a threat. Listen here, Deku. It doesn't matter how hard you train or what Fing dojo you go to, you can't be a hero. PRD. So stay the F out of my way or I will remove you myself. A grunt of pain escaped Midoriya's lips as Bakugo slammed him against the wall before letting go of him. J.I.R.O. stopped the recording at that point, knowing that interaction gave her more than enough evidence. Now all she had to do was show it off. Making her way to the classroom below her, she managed to catch Bakugo right as he was about to leave, with Izuku sitting on a desk behind him, already bandaging his wounds. Could you move? Bakugo demanded as J.I.R.O. approached him in the doorway. Yeah, no, I don't think so, she glared with a shake of her head, knowing she had the most leverage in this conversation. In fact, I think there's something you'd want to hear. She whipped out the tape recorder and replayed the conversation she just listened in on. Bakugo's face paled in horrific realization for a moment before twisting into pure rage. You beach. He lunged to grab the tape recorder from J.I.R.O.'s hand, but she nonchalantly jabbed one of her jacks into his chest and sent the amplified vibrations of her heartbeat radiating throughout his body. It was as if someone was playing an entire rock concert in his chest, paying no mind to how much the sound waves caused the foundation to crack and crumble. Or in layman's terms, it was very, very painful. Alright, Splody, here's how this is gonna work, J.I.R.O. began. If you don't want to have a case of assault on your criminal record, you're gonna leave green alone and stop using your annoying as hell quirk during school. And don't think about trying anything when I'm not looking, because if you couldn't tell by now, I hear everything. Capiche? Bakugo grumbled incoherently as he got up, his body still shaking from Gyro's attack. Though, that didn't stop him from shooting her the nastiest glare he could muster. What the FS your deal is? You're not even in our class. Why the hell are you standing up for this quirkless nobody? He gestured to Midoriya, who shrunk at the mention of his name. It's called being a good person. I suggest you try it sometime. F you. He flipped her the bird as he angrily stormed off, to which Gyro flipped him one in return. With the annoying blonde out of the way, Gyro focused her attention on the other presence in the room, whose heartbeat she nearly mistook for a jackhammer upon hearing it. Hey, you alright? Gyro asked as calmly as possible, not wanting him to freak out any more than he already was. Midoriya jolted at the sudden attention move on to him. Me? I dunno. I was just... Are you okay? I mean, I'm not sure if I've ever seen Kaken so angry at someone. Other than me. I thought he was going to. I thought you might. Hey, slow down there, Green, Gyro interrupted. Alright, sorry. Midoriya took a few deep calming breaths before continuing. Though, the look on his face made it seem like he wasn't exactly sure what to say. Thanks for helping me back there. But, you really didn't need to go that far for me. I mean, I'm grateful you did, and all. You'd be the first to do so in a while. But I wouldn't want you to risk yourself against Kaken. If you got hurt because of me, I don't know what I'd dash. Green, seriously, slow down, Gyro stressed, already beginning to notice a pattern with this guy. Sorry, he ashamedly curled in on himself, his gaze wandering to the floor. I tend to ramble a lot. Yeah, I could tell. But that wasn't all she noticed. She also got a good grasp on his body language in the short time she'd gotten to know him. And oh boy, was this guy twitchy. She could practically hear the subtle convulsions that accompanied his every movement. Just, take your time, man. Okay, Midoriya took another deep breath, this one much steadier than the last. Alright, starting over. Thank you for dealing with Kaken, but you really didn't need to do that for me. Even though he spoke clearer, Gyro still had no idea what Midoriya was talking about. Dude, I heard him using his quirk on you. I'd be a pretty shitty person if I didn't do anything. Yeah, but I don't want you to become Kaken's next target just because you went out of your way to help me. Trust me, he's really tough. Really? Gyro snorted in amusement, presenting the tape recorder to Midoriya. Did you forget what I literally just threatened him with? Well, yeah. But I thought it was just that, a threat. You're not gonna actually go through with it, would you? Yes, actually, I would. Why wouldn't I? I just don't think it would be right to ruin Kaken's chances of being a hero so soon, Midoriya insisted. Okay, now Gyro was really confused. Not 2 minutes ago, she overheard Bakugo using his quirk on Midoriya. Literally nothing about that scene screamed hero potential to her. She wasn't a doctor or anything, but Midoriya and Bakugo's relationship was giving off vague Stockholm Syndrome vibes to her. Well, look at it this way, she argued, I set clear boundaries for Bakugo. If he steps out of line, then it's his fault for whatever happens to him. Midoriya opened his mouth to argue, then closed it as he mulled his words over. That kind of sounds like victim blaming. I'm pretty sure you're the victim here. She pointedly stared at his bandaged burn marks. I mean, do you want him to keep attacking you? Midoriya sighed as he lowered his head in defeat. Okay, I guess you have a point. Of course I do, Green. Why do you keep calling me Green, anyways? Before Gyro could respond, Midoriya piped up with an answer of his own. Oh, right. It's because I never told you my name, did I? Now, even though Gyro already knew his name from her unintentional eavesdropping, she decided he didn't need to know that information. No, you didn't, she said in a manner that wasn't technically a lie. Well then, I'm Izuku Midoriya. He stuck out his hand for Gyro to shake, which she did. Kyoka Gyro. Nice to meet you and all that. As she shook the freckled boy's hand, she couldn't help but notice that the shakiness from before was still present as his fingers twitched, even while temporarily interlocked with hers. Hey, are you feeling alright? Hey. Midoriya looked confused for a moment before he gazed down at their handshake and quickly noticed what she was referring to. With a nervous squeak, he yanked his hand away from hers. Sorry about that. I've kinda been on edge as of late. Not sure why, though. Maybe it's school, maybe it's 𝐭𝐿, maybe I just have a lot of excess energy. I don't know. As he tiredly ran his hands down his face with a sigh, Gyro was busy pondering a solution. Now that I think about it, I might have come across a few similar situations with some online friends. Most times, the simplest solution is to just give your hands something to do. Oh, you mean like a stress toy or something? She let out an excited, yet slightly devious smirk. Maybe. But I had something different in mind. What are we doing at Sound Off Music Store? Midoriya asked as Gyro led him through the expansive aisles of guitars of various shapes and sizes. I told you, Green, we're finding you an instrument. A bunch of my online friends used to be super jumpy until their parents got them instruments. Then they mellowed out because they had somewhere to channel all that energy. Are you sure that'll work for me? I mean, 𝐭𝐿 plays the drums, and he's still 𝐭𝐿. Worth a shot, she shrugged before turning back to the wall of guitars before them. So, do you have a favorite type of music? No, not really, Midoriya admitted, his gaze refusing to meet Gyro in the eyes, as if what he said was somehow offensive. That's fine. We'll just figure it out, responded Gyro nonchalantly. Izuku breathed an internal sigh of relief that she didn't throw him to the curb right then and there for his lack of musical taste. I mostly just listen to whatever's on. Does lofi hip-hop beats to study, relax to count? Lofi's a bit technical. Probably best to start out with something simple. She took an electric guitar from the wall and handed it to Midoriya. Here, try this. Just don't be too rough. This place is real strict about damaging their wares. She gestured to a buff-looking man at the front counter, who briefly looked up from his book to shoot them a threatening glare. He spent the next few seconds getting a feel for the instrument, blindly testing out the individual strings and running his hands across the neck and body, paying close attention to how they felt on his fingers. I'm not entirely sure. I can't see myself jamming out with this, or jamming out in general. Not much of a rock guy. I don't think so. Loud noises just aren't really my thing. Yeah, doesn't take a genius to figure out why. Gyro let out a subtle scowl at the memory of Bakugo. It scared for both of them that even though they were nowhere near school, the angry blonde somehow found a way to insert himself into their situation, like a loud parasite that wouldn't go away. Well, I guess that rules out the drums, too, she sighed, leading Midoriya out of the guitar section. Maybe brass is more your speed. Oh, that reminds me, what instrument do you play? Mostly the guitar, but I dabble in drums, keyboard, bass, saxophone, violin, cello, trumpet, tambourine, and I think I even had a clarinet phase back in elementary. Gyro glanced back to look at Izuku, whose eyes were contorted in a shell-shocked manner. What? And nothing. When did you find the time for all that? I don't know. I just spent a lot of time making music. It's what I do. Okay. I guess that makes sense, considering your quirk. My quirk? Yeah. Sorry if I made any unwanted assumptions, but I kind of figured you were into music on some level because of your earphone jacks. So it's nice to see your dedication to the craft. It really fits you in a way, and you seem like you have a lot of fun with it. And for the first time since she met him, Midoriya smiled at her. In response, Gyro gave him a playful elbow nudge. Oh, quit it with the sappiness, dude, she snarked, though she didn't even try to hide the smile on her own face. She couldn't help it. His smile had some sort of contagious quality to it. Now come on, Green, we don't got all day here. Katsuki wanted to barf as he watched Ears and Deku acting all chummy from across the store, trying out various instruments for God knows what reason. The thought almost made him laugh. Like that quirkless idiot could actually accomplish something. Now, don't get him wrong, he didn't go to the store to stalk them or anything. He just needed to buy a spare pair of drumsticks because he knew he would be breaking his old ones after venting out the day's frustrations. But as he noticed the rectangle-shaped lump in Ears' pocket, He figured now would be as good a time as any to get his hands on the blackmail material, which he was planning on doing at school the next day anyways. How hard could it be? 𝐂𝐽𝐵 was probably lying about that whole hearing everything bullcrap. And even if she wasn't, Katsuki prided himself on his ability to be quieter than his explosions let on. Yeah, no, you're really not. Katsuki would insist until his dying breath that he did not let out a yelp of surprise as he jolted back at 𝐂𝐽's sudden appearance. He totally didn't. What the, how did you know what I said? Has If Deku been rubbing off on me? No. I just saw that smug look on your face and figured you actually thought you could sneak up on me. 𝐂𝐽 answered with a bored look on her face, as if she had experienced similar scenarios in the past. You know what? Fine. I'll just cut to the chase. Give me the diamond tape recorder, or I swear to God I'll dash, okay? She pulled out the tape recorder from her pocket and slapped it into Katsuki's hand, who balked at the sudden action. That's it. You're just gonna give it to me. Just like that. Hey, you said you wanted it. Okay, fine. Unwilling to question his current situation, as it seemed to be working out in his favor, Katsuki wasted no time loudly tearing the tape recorder apart with his bare hands. Ha! Now you got no leverage on me, you dumbass. 𝐂𝐽 pared a challenging eyebrow, almost as if she was calling him on some sort of bluff. Really? Are you sure about that? She asked as she pulled out a second, identical-looking tape recorder from her other pocket. Now thoroughly confused, Katsuki stared at the tape recorder 𝐂𝐽 held, then back at the shattered remains of the one in his hand. What the F did you? Katsuki trailed off as 𝐂𝐽 gestured to her side, where he bore witness to a rack of identical-looking tape recorders. Looks like you just damaged store property, blasty. Katsuki had half a mind to lunge at 𝐂𝐽 and blast that smug grin off her face. But before he could do anything, he felt a cold hand squeeze his shoulder. I think you forgot our #1 rule here, sir, said the buff man from behind the counter with a creepy, strained smile on his face. If you don't respect our equipment, we don't respect you. And before he knew it, Katsuki was tossed into a dumpster out back and promptly banned from the store. Seriously, what the hell was his deal? Him and his half-baked plans. It's like he forgot I could just record more blackmail, 𝐺HRO muttered to herself as she made her way back to the brass section. Oh, hey 𝐺HRO. Midoriya put down the trumpet in his hands to greet. Hey, Green. Find anything you like while I was gone? A few things, actually. When I tried out things like the saxophone, trumpet, and trombone, I found out that I really like the kind of instruments you blow into. Which, I guess makes sense. My mom always said I had a pretty high lung capacity. Alright, cool, 𝐺HRO nodded, figuring Midoriya was close to reaching a decision. I thought I was going to go with something like that, but then I spotted a keyboard from a different section and tried it out. And to be honest, I didn't realize how much I liked working with my fingers. So now I'm just stuck between two options with no idea which to choose. Midoriya frustratedly pulled at his hair, to which 𝐺HRO let out a huff of amusement. What? What's funny? Oh, nothing. It's just... Have you ever heard of a melodica? A what now? So it's like a tiny keyboard that you blow into? Midoriya asked as they walked up to the checkout counter, inspecting the unfamiliar instrument in his hands. Yeah, it's not too common to see, but I think it fits you, said 𝐺HRO. It's kind of weird. Yeah, like I said, it fits you. Hey. Oh, relax, Green. I'm just messing with you. She playfully shoved him before reaching for her wallet and pulling out a pair of cards. You don't need to pay for it, 𝐺HRO. I can handle it. Hey, don't worry about it. This is one of the cheaper models. Plus, I have the golden membership card, so I get a discount. Okay, I guess, Midoriya shrugged, but 𝐺HRO could tell he wasn't entirely satisfied. He was probably the type to have trouble accepting favors. At least, without an opportunity to properly pay them back. Well, if you're so adamant about it, you can cover us the next time we hang out. Midoriya's head whipped around to stare at 𝐺HRO with a look that just screamed cautious optimism. You want to keep hanging out with me? Yeah, sure, why not? Why not? Well, I feel like for starters 𝐺HRO tapped him on the forehead with one of her jacks to shut him up. That wasn't an invitation to list reasons why we shouldn't hang out, genius. Besides, someone's gotta show you how to play the melodica. You know how to play that, too? No, but I'm pretty good at binging music tutorial videos at 3 a.m. Is that how you learned how to play all your other instruments? Probably. That's like half the reason my parents soundproofed the entire apartment. With the same blank expression he wore every day, Sir Night-Eye stared in the mirror as he fastened his tie, preparing to leave for patrol. Of course, before he left, he planned to read his own future so he'd know what to expect. Normally, he would save the one usage of his quirk for whatever long-term investigation he was currently working on. But this was one of those rare times when his agency didn't have anything on the table. Just yesterday, he had wrapped up a case involving a rogue fireworks truck, which was discovered to be a multiversal affair and therefore fell out of his agency's jurisdiction. Not keen to waste any more time reminiscing, Night-Eye forced one eye open as he peered into the mirror, activating his quirk. And the future he saw was certainly interesting. Sometime around noon, he was going to run into some green-haired middle schooler. He wasn't sure what his future self said to the boy, but whatever it was made him tear up slightly. His most logical guess was that it was some kind of positive affirmation mixed with some sage advice. After his future self patted the boy on the shoulder, the vision ended. Now with a new issue to attend to, Night-Eye slipped over to his desk and started typing away at his computer, aiming to figure out where exactly he would run into this boy. Thankfully, during his vision, he managed to make out the words Ferric Street from one of the street signs. A quick Google search later, and he determined that he would be patrolling the streets of Mustafa today. An odd choice for sure, but Night-Eye was never one to stray from the future. Not that he had a choice in the matter. It had been a slow patrol so far. The worst Night-Eye had to deal with was a simple convenience store robber. Not that he was complaining. After all, there was nothing funny about crime. He spared a glance at his watch while pacing across the sidewalk. It was now the middle of the afternoon, right around the time he was set to bump into the kid. He mentally prepped his best caught-off-guard face as he awaited the moment prophesied that morning. If. Yup. There it was. And the boy was so light and skinny that he hardly even noticed it. Oh, sorry about that. The boy apologized as he scrambled to pick up his dropped notebook. Glancing upward, he slowly paused what he was doing to double-check if his eyes were deceiving him or not. The moment he realized they weren't, his jaw dropped to the floor. Are you Sir Night-Eye? Yes, he calmly nodded. The boy immediately shot up and began bowing profusely. Oh my God. I am so sorry for bumping into like that. I wasn't expecting a hero to be patrolling around here, much less Sir Night-Eye. I mean, your agency isn't located anywhere near here, so you must be in Mustafa for some kind of investigation. Maybe it's not important, Night-Eye interrupted, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. He had already wasted enough time here. He just wanted to get this conversation over with. The boy, upon noticing he was rambling, loudly slapped a hand over his mouth. Sorry about that. Bit of a mumbling problem. But, while you're here, do you think you could maybe sign this? With his hands nervously shaking, he presented the hero his notebook and opened to a page with a drawing of Night-Eye on it. With little emotion on his face, Night-Eye reached into his pocket and whipped out a pen. Very well. Who should I make it out to? Izuku Midoriya, sir. Without a word, the hero told the book and jotted down his signature. But as he did, he slowed down for a moment to read the words accompanying his page. It seemed to be some form of hero analysis. They were unfocused and amateurish, sure, but if he squinted, he could see some insightful theories and observations of his quirk and fighting style. Not bad for a kid his age. Interesting notes you have there, he commented as he handed the book back to Izuku, who blinked in disbelief at the statement. You really think so? I'm not the type to mince words, Midoriya. Knowing is half the battle, after all. Keep working to improve your craft, and invest in some colored pencils for God's sake. The world could use some more color, said the man wearing a plain gray suit. Izuku's eyes shimmered at the hero's words. It was clear that the small words of encouragement meant the world to him. But it still seemed like something was itching at the back of his throat. That kind of leads me to a quick question I have. See, you're the rare kind of hero to not rely on their quirk during combat. You only use it in about 7% of your fights. So, I was wondering, do you think it's possible for someone like me to be a hero, even without a quirk? Night Eye wasted no time in giving his response. Are you even listening to yourself? You clearly know the statistics, of course it's possible. Anyone who says otherwise is simply unaware of the facts, or they're just choosing to blind themselves to the truth. His words seemed to strike a chord in the boy, as he clutched his chest and began weeping tears of joy, or maybe it was relief. Either way, it seemed like this was a very important moment for the boy, something he needed to get off his chest for a while now. So there wasn't much else for Night Eye to do except reach into his pocket and hand him a packet of tissues he'd brought in advance. Thanks, Izuku hiccupped as he dried his eyes. Sorry about that. That really means a lot to me. I've been waiting my whole life to hear those words. You seem rather serious about being a hero. In that case, you should also know this. Night Eye leveled the boy with a serious glare, attracting his full undying attention. While it may be possible to be a hero without a quirk, that doesn't mean it will be easy. You'll have to fully dedicate yourself to refining both your strength and technique. Technique? You mean like how you base your fighting style on predicting enemy movements, even without your quirk? Precisely. Though, be warned, it is not an easy technique to master. It requires a complete understanding of the enemy. Understanding their behaviors, their tics, their tells, and their moves in as little time as possible. It practically requires you to get into their head. Izuku nodded, writing the information down so fast that smoke began to rise from his pencil. Night Eye had to admit, he admired the dedication on display. If you think you're up to the challenge, then I believe it's possible. Just remember to smile and crack a joke every now and then. More than anything, the world needs humor, and I'd hope you'd be able to provide. Izuku stood up straight and nodded dutifully. Yes, sir. I promise I won't let you down. I'm sure you won't. I wish you the best of luck going forward. With an encouraging pat on the shoulder, Night Eye turned and walked off, eager to catch the train back to his agency and file some paperwork. Though, in the back of his mind, he couldn't help but wonder if he would ever see that kid again, and if he would truly take his words of encouragement to heart. He personally hoped so, but only time would tell. Even after an hour, Izuku's head still spun from his surprise encounter with Night Eye. If you had told him when he woke up that morning that not only would he run into All Might's former sidekick, but he would encourage his dreams of heroism, he would have had you admitted to a mental institution. But no, it was real, and Izuku couldn't be more excited. The moment he got home, he ran to his computer and got to work. Night Eye stressed the importance of refining his strength, so that's where he'd start. He pulled up the webpage to one of the gyms in his area, filled out the sign-up sheet, and... Wait a minute, he paused, his finger hovering over the enter key. If 𝐭𝐿 sees me training to be a hero, he's probably gonna beat me up. Izuku buried his face in his hands and groaned. While riding his wave of excitement, he'd forgotten he was currently being oppressed. There was no way he'd be able to hide his training from 𝐭𝐿. That guy was much more observant than he looked. But maybe there was a way to avoid his bully's torment. After all, Night Eye stressed the importance of predicting your opponent's moves. If he could do that, he'd never have to soothe another burn or replace another uniform again. With his motivation returning as quickly as it left, he whipped out his notebook and opened it to his page on 𝐭𝐿, ready to give it a much-needed update. Night Eye said he'd have to get into his opponent's head, so just information about 𝐭𝐿's quirk and its applications wouldn't cut it. He'd need to catalog his personality, fighting style, hopes, dreams, aspirations, fears, insecurities, dining preferences, running and punching speeds. Izuku paused his writing mid-sentence as he re-evaluated what he was doing. No, this is all wrong. He slammed his notebook shut and threw it across the room, where it landed safely on his bed. Night Eye said I should strive to bring humor into the world, there's nothing funny about this. He got up and began pacing back and forth across his room, scratching his chin. Think, Izuku, think. What's the funniest way I can analyze 𝐭𝐿? What's a humorous method of gaining a deeper understanding of Katsuki Bakugo? How do I, Izuku Midoriya, analyze my classmate, who goes by the name of Katsuki Bakugo in a manner that might elicit a laugh from the individuals around me? Suddenly, he stopped in place. He felt that odd sensation in his brain where a group of cells organize themselves in such a way as to generate a previously unknown concept in one's mind. Or in layman's terms, I've got an idea. If I wanna analyze Kaken, I gotta get into character. The next day, Deku, why the F are you sitting at my desk? Katsuki yelled at Izuku, who had dyed his hair blonde, spiked it up, inserted red color contacts, and unbuttoned the collar of his uniform. Seriously, Deku's here. Izuku scoffed in an uncharacteristically gruff tone. I was hoping to get some peace and quiet for once, but leave it to the nerd to give me another goddamn migraine. No, I'm talking about you. What kinda bullshit are you plotting, pretending to be me? Me. If anyone's plotting something, it's the extra in front of me. Izuku shot out of his seat and poked Katsuki in the chest, causing him to clench his fists even tighter. Did you just call me a thing extra? Yeah. Because if you've got nothing better to do than imitate me, then your life is obviously thing pathetic. That comment elicited a few chuckles from several of the listening students. Something that did not go unnoticed on Katsuki's part. What the F are you extras laughing at? Sorry, Bakugo. But you have to admit, he's got you down pretty good, one of them commented. Yeah. If it weren't for the height difference, I don't think I could tell which one's which, said another. He's practically a spitting image of you. He is not. Katsuki snapped, Deku's not pretending to be me. He's just playing a narcissistic but who swears and yells too much. Really? Because I was gonna use those words to describe your fuck-ass performance. Izuku shot back. A vein burst on Katsuki's forehead as he reeled his hand back and prepared. An explosion. That's it. I'm gonna blast your dash. Bakugo, could you please save your horseplay for after school? Said the teacher as he walked in, holding a half-empty mug of coffee, barely awake. Fine. Izuku and Katsuki groaned simultaneously, both making their way to their seats. But despite his sitting down, Katsuki wouldn't let this stand. If he let the nerd continue at the rate he was going, Katsuki's name would be dragged through the mud, and people would start thinking he wasn't the best. And Katsuki would rather die than let that happen. Thankfully, all he had to do was prove to everyone that Deku was just playing a cheap imitation, and could never measure up to the real deal in a million years. Fortunately, that opportunity presented itself later that day during lunch. Unfortunately, that demon Deku had the ball to sit right in his F seat. Move, nerd. Katsuki shoved him out of the way, but to his surprise, he managed to resist. I was here first, you copycat extra, Deku spat. Now shut up and leave me alone or I'm gonna kick your butt. Katsuki would have laughed at that declaration if he wasn't in such a bad mood. You. Kicking my butt. Yeah, right. Your worthless face can't even match my spice tolerance. To prove his point, he slammed his bento box on the table and unveiled his lunch, still steaming from the zesty fragrance. What Katsuki wasn't expecting was for Deku to pull out an identical-looking bento with an identical-looking meal, but life can be full of surprises sometimes. Where the F did you get that? Katsuki demanded as Izuku ate his lunch with a scowl on his face. I could ask you the same thing. Well, I asked first. Fine. I got it the same place you think you got yours, which you didn't. The FS that's supposed to mean. 12 hours ago. Auntie Mitsuki, could you please make me an exact replica of Kaken's lunch for tomorrow? Sure, kid. What do you need it for? I'm trying to do something funny. Okay, Deku might have shown him up at lunch, but that didn't mean Katsuki was gonna give up just like that. There was still one more place at the school where he reigned supreme above all others, the classroom. Deku was always too shy to answer in class. All Katsuki had to do was get a few questions right, and everyone would stop associating him with some dumbass lookalike. Alright, does anyone know the value of X? The teacher asked, gesturing to the board. Katsuki was about to shout out the answer like he always did, but another voice spoke up before he could. It's 18. Anyone with half a brain cell could figure that out. Katsuki slowly turned to see in Izuku's direction. He couldn't believe the antisocial loner picked now of all times to start giving a DMN in class. But it didn't matter. Katsuki was still determined to show him up. And does anyone know the answer to the next problem? The teacher asked the class, to which Katsuki shot up his hand at lightning speed. 15. That's right. Now, does anyone know the next -3? Izuku answered, glaring at his opponent. Katsuki should have figured this would turn into a challenge. Luckily, no one was better at math than him. The answer to the next problem is 27. The answer to the one after that is 9.8. Izuku announced. The one after that is 2.18. After that is 162. 53. 33. 42. 670. 69. The square root of 3/2. By the end of the class, the two students had answered every question in the book, and were now moving on to advanced trigonometry. The rest of their classmates were in shambles. Izuku was pretty sure his day pretending to be Katsuki was going well so far. He could feel his method acting paying off in real time, and truly felt like he was gaining a deeper understanding of him. Plus, people seemed to be laughing at his antics. He was truly succeeding on all fronts. But of course, he knew 𝐭𝐽𝐿 well enough to understand that this day would almost certainly end in a brawl between them, so he decided to just bite the bullet. And by that, he meant he would get things started himself. That's it. I'm sick of your doppelganger bullshit. Izuku stomped up to Katsuki, whose mere presence ramped up his rage by several octaves. Hey, that's my line. Katsuki spat back, you've been asking for a beating all day, do? And I don't know why it's taken me this long, but I'm more than happy to make up for lost time. TCH, fine. If an extra like you wants to get there but beats so bad, who am I to say no? Izuku and 𝐭𝐽𝐿 squared up against each other, their jabs and insults quickly drawing a crowd's attention, who pumped their fists and chanted, fight! 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 Spurred on by their excitement, Katsuki opted to make the first move, reeling back his fist and going for a right hook. Die! Even if he wasn't pretending to be 𝐭𝐽𝐿, Izuku would have still been able to predict and dodge his opponent's signature opening move. Though, getting into the mindset of his bully certainly helped in knowing where he would fire off his explosions. He always went close quarters and aimed for the chest. Once Izuku got that down, the fight quickly devolved into an explosive game of tag. Come on! Are you even trying? How am I supposed to prove how great I am if you're not even using your full strength? Izuku taunted in a manner that matched Katsuki's bravado while ducking under another one of his blasts. Oh, I'll show you full strength. And then I'm gonna make you regret it. Katsuki's explosions noticeably increasing in size as he continued fighting, managing to singe bits of Izuku's uniform, but never his body. And why the hell aren't you fighting back? I thought you were pretending to be me. And there's no way I'd back down from a fight like this. Izuku steeled Katsuki with a rageful, murderous glare, one he learned from the man himself. Alright, fine. The next time 𝐭𝐽𝐿 lunged at him with an explosion, he sidestepped out of the way and delivered a right hook to his face, sending his opponent flying off course and sprawling to the ground. That's what I thought, Izuku huffed as he turned to walk away. 𝐭𝐽𝐿 got up with minimal issues and found himself equally perplexed and enraged by Izuku's actions. Where do you think you're going? We're not done fighting yet. Yeah, right. Like I'd want to stick around and fight an extra like you. You're not worth my time, and everyone here can see it. In reality, Izuku just didn't want to fight Katsuki anymore out of fear that his luck would run out, so he did his best to cut the brawl short while maintaining some semblance of character. Plus, he was sure he had made his point and accomplished his goal already. No shame in quitting while he was ahead. At Izuku's words, Katsuki focused his attention on the crowd surrounding them, where they mumbled and whispered to each other about the fight they just witnessed. I can't believe Deku just did that. Talk about ball of steel. Are Bakugo's moves really that predictable? Wasn't Bakugo supposed to be this school's top dog or something? I guess anyone can be a top dog if they have blonde hair and a bad attitude. You know, that gives me an idea. An unyielding pit of rage formed in Katsuki's stomach. His plan had backfired and he was left looking like an idiot next to his doppelganger. A large part of him wanted to chase after the nerd and blast his face off. Unfortunately, while he was distracted, Izuku was already off school grounds, and Katsuki had just enough common sense to not beat him up outside of school, lest some hero catch him in the act. All Katsuki could do now was wait until tomorrow to give Izuku his just desserts. But in a best-case scenario, the school would forget today's events and the status quo would stand strong. The next day, Katsuki was still fuming from yesterday's events as he walked through the school gates. There was only one thing on his mind as he burst through the front doors, practically foaming at the mouth: where the hell is Deku? He would soon find the answer to his question when he spotted the back of a spiky blonde head of hair. There you are, you quirkless copycat. He grabbed his shoulder and forcefully turned him around, only to discover that it wasn't Izuku, but instead someone else wearing a blonde wig and red color contacts. Hey, get your hand off me, you demon extra! Yelled the unfamiliar doppelganger. Startled, Katsuki took a few steps back, where he bumped into a girl who was also dressed like him. Watch where you're going, but... Why the hell are you quit yelling, blabbermouth. It's too early for this, interrupted a third student, also dressed at Katsuki. Taking a few mental steps back to prevent a migraine, Katsuki glanced around the hallway and realized a good chunk of the students were dressing and acting like him. Tens, possibly even dozens of them were wearing blonde, spiky wigs and red color contacts. It was at that moment that Katsuki felt a new kind of rage fill his entire body. One extra pretending to be him practically threw him into a frenzy, but add on a dozen more, and you get a recipe for the most fist-tightening, vein-popping, BLD-pumping, teeth-grinding, muscle-tensing, heart-constricting anger that Katsuki had ever felt in his life. An anger that he chose to let everyone know about in the most violently destructive way possible. I'm gonna kill each and every last one of you, he loudly proclaimed, lunging at the nearest head of blonde hair in his vicinity. When Sir Night Eye used foresight on himself before going out for patrol, he had no idea why he saw himself in Mustafa again. But as it turned out, he was needed to help restrain an explosive blonde boy who went on a rage-fueled rampage after seeing a bunch of people dressed like him. After handing him off to the authorities, he was approached by one of the boy's many lookalikes. Night Eye quickly recognized him as the boy he met 2 days ago due to the diamond-shaped freckles on his face. Is Kaken gonna be okay? He asked, nervously twiddling his thumbs. He'll be fine. Though, I imagine he'll have to go through a psych evaluation. My opinion, he'll need some serious anger management. If I may ask, what's your reason for concern, boy? Was he your friend? Not technically. But I'm a bit worried for him since I kinda started this whole thing. Night Eye glared at him suspiciously. Explain. Well, you told me how important it was to know your opponent, but you also said it was important to add some humor into the world. So I decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. By dressing up like your opponent and acting like him. Yeah. And you did such a good job at it that it inspired your classmates to do that same. I think so. That pretty much did it for Night Eye. After a few moments, he doubled over laughing, his hands rested on his knees, struggling to stay upright as his stomach ached and his cheeks hurt from smiling too much. He hadn't laughed like that since that one time Centipede slipped on a banana peel. Izuku, on the other hand, felt off-putted by the hero's sudden outburst. He knew Night Eye had an affinity for humor, but he'd never seen him break his normally stoic grin. He hoped that meant he did something right. After a few moments of laughter, Night Eye eventually calmed down, still breathing heavily as he tried to catch his breath. Midoriya, has anyone ever told you how funny you are? No sir. Well they should. Keep up the good work. With a pat on the head, Night Eye walked off, leaving Izuku somewhat confused, but still in high spirits nonetheless. He supposed he should really lean into the humor thing for his future hero persona. That seemed to elect a positive reaction from everyone. And there was nothing he wanted more than to make people smile and feel safe in his presence. Besides, he'd never miss an opportunity to do some research on Ms. Joke. Several months later. You're giving one for all to a quirkless middle schooler. Night Eye exclaimed into the phone. Yes, I am, Mirai. He was a young man I met in Mustafa, Toshinori replied in his usual calm demeanor. Whatever rebuttal Night Eye was about to give died in his tongue as he replayed that last part in his head. Hold on, did you say Mustafa? Yes, Mustafa. Why do you ask? This boy you're referring to. He wouldn't happen to have green hair and freckles, would he? Why, in fact he does. On second thought, Night Eye was willing to give this future a shot. It was a familiar routine for Uwabami as she went on patrol. She did the same stuff she did every day: smile, wave, greet fans, and sign an autograph or two. On occasion, she'd help take out a purse snatcher or shoplifter, but nothing much beyond that. On the off chance a villain did show up, she would use her quirk for purely defensive purposes, urging civilians out of the way, pinpointing the villain's location, grabbing the attention of nearby heroes, that kind of stuff. Never in a million years would she dream of actually getting involved in the action. She had a modeling career to look after. Her sponsors would drop her on the spot if she showed up to a photo shoot with cuts or bruises on her face. So, she opted to stick to the routine that worked best for her. She liked it, her fans liked it, and her sponsors liked it. It was a win-win for everyone. Unfortunately, it didn't feel like a win-win as she patrolled the streets of Mustafa. Sure, her face might have portrayed the same smile she wore for the public, but underneath, she couldn't remember a time when she felt so frustrated. She had traveled to Mustafa to attend a photo shoot for a magazine ad for a shampoo brand specializing in curly hair. Now, you might be wondering why Uwabami was chosen for such an ad, despite her lack of curly hair. The truth was that neither Uwabami nor the advertisement agency cared all too much. According to the data, as long as her face was present, sales would increase no matter the product. But that wasn't her problem. Her problem was that the curly-haired model got in a car crash with a fireworks truck on his way to the photo shoot. Thankfully, he had fireworks truck insurance, but the agency was still left scrambling for a replacement. Uwabami decided to go on a quick patrol while she waited, but at this rate, her entire schedule would be thrown off. The hero was suddenly pulled from her thoughts as she felt a familiar buzzing in her head. One of her snakes had sensed something was off. Looking around, she didn't see anything at first, just a few passers-by who seemingly didn't recognize her. Eventually, the green snake on her head Cassandra was her name tugged her in a certain direction, where she bore witness to a young man standing across the street, nervously staring at her. From a distance, the boy seemed pretty plain-looking by quirk standards, with no noticeable mutations to his name unless the green hair counted. But that didn't matter to Uwabami, as she was transfixed the moment she saw the curly locks resting on his head. Figuring this must have been either fate at work, or the beginning of a good luck streak, Uwabami strutted across the empty street to approach the boy, who nervously shrunk in on himself the closer she got. You know, some might say it's rather rude to stare, she smiled, causing the curly-haired boy to flush red. Sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to. Are you the snake hero, Uwabami? He blurted out, clearly starstruck by her appearance. That would be me. But the real question is, who are you? Oh. I'm Izuku Midoriya. But I don't know why you'd want to dash without warning. Uwabami bent down and squished his cheeks, giving her a better grip on his face as she inspected it. Not bad. Decent facial structure, shiny green pupils, the diamond-shaped freckles are a nice touch, the hero hummed to herself. Izuku was unable to take in any of those words, as his brain was too busy short-circuiting to think about anything else. www. What are you doing? Uwabami didn't respond, instead nodding, seemingly impressed with what she found. Midoriya, was it? How would you like to be in a magazine? What which? He immediately jolted out of his stupor. Me? In a magazine. But why? I mean, I'm not exactly, doesn't matter. I need a model with curly hair, and you fit the bill well enough. What'll it be? Yes or no? I don't have all day here. Yes. Izuku answered almost immediately, to which Uwabami beamed as she took him by the hand and dragged him off. Wonderful. Now let's get down to the studio. We don't have a moment to lose. Izuku had no idea how he ended up in this situation. All he wanted was a hero's autograph. And sure, it was well known throughout the hero community that Uwabami was one of those image over heroics kind of heroes, but Izuku still wanted her autograph. A hero was still a hero, after all. The last thing he expected was to be dragged off to an exclusive photoshoot where he was forced to hastily scribble his name on a contract. He really hoped there weren't any hidden stipulations that prevented him from being a hero or something, because he did not have the chance to read the fine print. Before he knew it, he was quickly passed off between hairstylists, makeup artists, and clothing coordinators, each moving at dizzying speeds to get him ready in as little time as possible. Through this whirlwind of preparation, his brain was forced to play catch-up as he was plopped in front of a large group of cameras, where he instinctively froze up at all the attention pointed in his direction. Uwabami tutted with a shake of her head. "Come now, Midoriya. I understand you're new at this whole modeling thing, but that's no way to act in front of the cameras. Here, let me show you." She grabbed him by the arms and began adjusting his pose like he was some kind of mannequin. Though, with how stiff he was at the moment, he might as well be. "Let's see here. Arms go here, legs like this, shoulders broad, chest puffed out, and for the love of God, smile." She pinched the edges of his lips and brought them up before stepping back to take a look at her work. "There we go, much better. Now just stand as still as possible while the cameras do their thing," she said before getting into a pose of her own. Luckily, Izuku was very proficient at standing still. It was a trick he had dutifully mastered in order to hide from Katsuki on his bad days. Though, he still had to fight back the urge to flinch or shut his eyes at the numerous camera flashes going off all around him. After a few minutes of that, the director instructed him and Uwabami to try a different pose. She helped to adjust his posture, and the cameras went off yet again. After 10 minutes, his cheeks began to hurt from all the smiling. After 20 minutes, his legs began to grow sore. After 30 minutes, he had stood still for so long that he felt like he was going to crumble on the spot. He mentally prayed for an end to his suffering. Thankfully, someone seemed to have heard him, as the shoot ended just 5 minutes later, and Izuku almost collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Meanwhile, he noticed Uwabami didn't look any worse for the wear. How she managed to get through this every day, Izuku would never know. "Thank you for agreeing to this on such short notice, Midoriya. You performed admirably today," she thanked him with a smile, to which he lazily shot one back. "Thanks Uwabami. It was an interesting experience," he yawned, his eyelids barely able to stay up. "I'm sure it was. Now, we'll send you your payment in the coming weeks. There's a car waiting for you outside to take you home." Thank God. Walking all the way to the train station was the last thing Izuku wanted to do. The minute he got in the car, he practically sunk into the soft, cushiony, high-class seat, content to relax for a bit as the driver brought him back to his apartment. Until a realization struck him in the head, and he immediately jolted awake. "CRP. I forgot to get her autograph." Several weeks later. "Izuku, I can't believe you made it into a magazine. I'm so proud of you." Tears flowed from Inko's eyes as she tightly asphyxiated hugged her son, earning a nervous chuckle from him. Yeah. I still can't believe it actually happened. Almost felt like a blur in my mind." Her hands trembled with excitement as she held up the ad she cut out from the magazine. "Oh, I just have to frame this. But where should I hang it? The living room? The kitchen? Your room? My room? How about everywhere?" "It's not that big a deal, Mom. It's just a magazine." "Are you kidding, Izuku? It's every mother's dream to see their child succeed in such a manner like this. I always told you how handsome you were, and I'm glad everyone else can see it too." "Yeah, but I only got it because I was just in the right place at the right time." "Still, it's an event to be celebrated." She scrambled over to the kitchen and pulled out her cooking utensils. "I'm making katsudon, and there's nothing you can do to stop me." Izuku was happy that his mom was proud of him, but if he was being honest with himself, he was a little nervous about the whole ordeal, specifically in regards to Katsuki. If he found out about this, he'd probably be enraged that Izuku was getting a head start on heroics or something. Thankfully, no one had brought it up during school that day, So Izuku figured he was in the clear and was free to use the respectable sum of money he earned to buy some exclusive All Might merch. As he prepared to see what he could find online, he felt his phone buzz in his pocket. Opening it, he saw that he got an email from the company he did the photo shoot for. Having no idea what else they could possibly want from him, he opened the message, only for his jaw to drop at its contents. Dear Izuku Midoriya, we're contacting you today in response to the feedback on our most recent advertisement. After gauging public opinion, we discovered that audiences responded positively to your image, a reaction we believe is due to your unique diamond-shaped freckles. As such, we would like to request you appear in our next commercial alongside Uwabami. Filming will begin tomorrow at 5 p.m. sharp. Additional details can be found in the attachment below. Izuku, are you okay? You've been staring blankly at your phone for the past 10 minutes. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 tried to lightly shake him out of his trance. Mom, I was just asked to appear in a commercial. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 was forced to bite down a surge of excitement to ask her son a very important question. That sounds wonderful. Are you going to do it? I mean, I do still need to get that autograph. I must admit, I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon, Uwamabe said as she wrote her name down in Izuku's notebook. To be honest, neither did I, Izuku nervously muttered. It's definitely a lot different from the photo shoot. I've never had anyone spend 2 hours trying to get my hair the exact shade of green. Though, to be fair, it was a very nice shade of green. Thankfully, the hard part is over. All you have to do is smile while playing with your hair in a very specific way. The rest is usually done in post. How specific are we talking about? Very specific. But don't worry. I'll be there to guide you every step of the way. She bent down and ruffled his curls as he breathed a sigh of relief. I can't thank you enough, Uwabami. Seriously, if you weren't here, I don't know what I'd do. Think nothing of it. I like to think there's a model inside everyone. After all, the versatility of quirks creates more than enough niches. All you need is the right guidance to bring out your inner beauty. Izuku felt his chest swell with determination at the hero's words. The way she said it reminded him of how All Might said anyone could be a hero, just applied to a different profession. And if all these people depended on him to play his part well in this commercial, nervous or not, that's exactly what he tried to do. Though, he was only slightly concerned about all the beautifying chemicals they put in his hair. He made a mental note to himself to take a long shower once this was over. Overall, the filming went pretty well for Izuku. Barring a few slip-ups of course, but thankfully, Uwabami and the crew were very understanding. He supposed they were used to these kinds of things happening. Very few things were done in one take, after all. By the time the commercial hit the airwaves a few weeks later, the public had reacted positively to his presence, and he was asked to appear in another one. Needless to say, Izuku was feeling pretty good about himself as he packed up his school bag that afternoon, planning to go right from Aldera to the film set. It felt weirdly assuring that people found him and his face good-looking enough to be shown on TV. He wasn't used to so much approval being thrown in his direction, but he couldn't deny he liked it. For once, people weren't focusing on his quirklessness as his main defining trait. He almost understood why Uwabami put so much stock in her modeling career. That feeling was addictive. So of course, whenever something good happened in Izuku's life, the universe just had to throw in a caveat. What the hell, Deku? Katsuki slammed the green teen to the wall with one hand, while showing him footage of the commercial on his phone with the other. Why are you of all people in a commercial with F. Uwabami? You better not be trying to get a leg up on me in heroics. No, Kaken. It's not that, I swear. It's just, they needed someone with curly hair for a commercial, and I just happened to be passing by. Katsuki slowly loosened his grip on Izuku, seemingly buying the story. Really? Is that actually what happened? Why yeah. Okay then. He looked like he was going to back off for a moment, before suddenly gripping Izuku's head with one hand and letting out a frustrated snarl. And you expect me to believe that you weren't going to have Uwabami write you a ticket for UACE recommendation exam? No, Kaken. I promise that thought didn't cross my mind at least once. You're DMN right, it won't. Not after she drops you like the piece of trash you are. She wouldn't do that. She will as soon as I'm done with you. Boom. Midoriya. What in the world happened to you? Uwabami exclaimed the moment she laid her eyes on the young model, who wore a dizzy expression on his face, and his hair even more of a mess than usual, looking like a bomb went off on his head. It's nothing. Just an accident at school, Izuku mumbled, clearly still dazed from whatever happened to him. Well, we can't have you on like that. Here, sit down. She pushed him into a chair and sat him in front of a large mirror. Can we get a stylist here? It's an emergency. At Uwabami's call, a woman whose quirk gave her barber supplies for fingers ran up to Izuku and started fixing his mess of a hairdo. All right, now tell me what happened, the snake hero requested. I told you, it was just an accident during Homie C class. It was an oven. Uwabami squinted her eyes, to which Izuku noticeably grew wary. Oh really? Because Catalina begs to differ. Catalina. I'm referring to her. She pointed to the pink snake on her head, who wiggled her snake body to say hello. Anyways, she detects trace amounts of nitroglycerine in your hair. So either you were dealing with illegal pyrotechnics, or someone with an explosion quirk attacked you. Though, based on what she'd seen from Izuku so far, mainly his skittishness and nervousness, she figured the latter option was the more accurate one. Come on Midoriya. If you're being bullied at school, you can tell me. As a hero, I promise that I'll do whatever I can to help. Mainly because she couldn't keep having her model show up to photo shoots with partially exploded hair, but he didn't need to know that. For the next few moments, Izuku silently stared down at his lap, his mind in deep contemplation. Was this really something he could trust Uwabami with? Sure, they had only met a handful of times, but she had been so helpful and supportive during those short moments, guiding him through the photo shoots and filmings to make them as painless as possible. He had started feeling good about himself for the first time in forever, and that could mostly be attributed to her. With all that in mind, the answer was clear as day for Izuku. Yeah, it does involve someone at school. But it's not just that one person. It's kind of a problem that extends to my entire school. You might want to sit down for this. By the end of the week, 𝐒𝐽dera was shut down, a sizable chunk of its staff were arrested, and Izuku and Katsuki were relocated to separate schools, with the latter receiving a boatload of community service for his actions. Thank you for joining me on such short notice, Uwabami. The heroine in question nodded as she took her seat at her agency's meeting space. Granted, it was less of a hero agency and more of a modeling agency at this point. It's no problem at all, Hanamura. You don't call for meetings often, so I assume it's important, she said to her agent, who wore a pair of square glasses, long black hair, and a matching business suit and tie. Yes, I'll get right to the point then. She reached under the table and pulled out a newspaper, which she slid across the table to Uwabami, who jolted in surprise as she found her name in the headline. This is new, she hummed as she observed the picture of her watching 𝐒𝐽dera's teachers and principal carted off into police cars. She could still recall the feeling of satisfaction she got from putting those quirkist BSers away. My thoughts exactly, Hanamura nodded. We both know you're the type of hero to make the paper in the advertisement section instead of the front page. Needless to say, this will have dire effects on your career moving forward. How so? Simply put, you'll have to actually do your job as a hero now. If Uwabami was drinking something, she would have spat it back out. What? How did you get to that conclusion? Please let me explain, Hanamura grumbled, never one to be pleased when someone interrupted her. Now that you've gone and actually done something heroic, there are more eyes on you to see if you'll continue that trend. And if you just go back to being a model, there's a chance the negative reaction will cause your product's sales to plummet. You know what they say, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Uwabami face-planted her desk in defeat. So that's it, my modeling career is out the window because I decided to do one heroic thing. Oh, quit overreacting, I never said that. You just need to keep up the act for a week or so, then the public will forget, and everything goes back to normal. Uwabami managed to regain some of her composure upon hearing that. All right, that sounds doable. Just need to fake it till I make it, just like how I got my hero license in the first place. Right? Hanamura muttered awkwardly. Not sure if that was something she was supposed to hear. That's all I wanted to talk to you about. Now hurry up, you're due for another commercial in 5 minutes. Thanks again, Uwabami. Izuku waved as he exited the studio, looking a lot less exhausted compared to the last few photo shoots. She could tell he was rapidly adjusting to the workload of a model. Good for him. Unfortunately, that was where Uwabami's good mood ended, because when her photo shoots ended, her patrol began, and she dreaded having to actually put in an effort this time. Seriously, does Hanamura really expect me to get into villain fights? She knows I haven't done anything with my quirk since. When was my last sports festival? Forget it. I'll just have to. Her train of thought slowed to a crawl as she noticed a lone notebook lying open on one of the chairs. Picking it up, she immediately recognized it as Izuku's. He must have left it there by mistake. Her mind flashed back to the autograph she gave him during the commercial shoot. While she signed it, she noticed a sketch of her likeness accompanying the page. Part of her was curious to see if the rest of the notebook was like that. Do I dare peek into the notebook of a teenage boy? She pondered to herself, but not for too long. I'm sure it's fine. Whatever's in there, I've probably seen worse on the internet. Opening to her section, her eyes were immediately drawn to the sketch of her that took up most of the left page. Not bad, but she'd seen better. On the next page, however, was something Uwabami wasn't expecting. It was a series of questions relating to her quirk and its applications. Some she knew the answers to, others not so much. She mentally did her best to answer them as she went down the list. How does she communicate with her snakes? Telepathically, though they're incapable of human thought. Does she control her snakes, or are they capable of independent thought? Independent thought, but they usually listen to her. She trained them well. What species are each of her snakes? Cape cobra, ball python, green water snake. Are they venomous? She was sure at least the cobra was. Can they spit venom? Maybe. Can they extend from her head? Wait, can they? How far can they extend? Far enough to bite someone. Uwabami figured she'd stop right there. Those notes had certainly given her a lot to think about regarding her quirk, especially since she hadn't thought about her quirk in ages. Absent-mindedly, she wondered if any of those potential applications would pop up during her patrol. Yes. The answer was yes. Not 10 minutes into her patrol, and the side of a nearby bank had burst open, where a villain with a laser blaster for a hand proudly flaunted his sacks of cash before making his way to his getaway car. Uwabami, sensing the expecting gazes of the small crowd before her, reluctantly leaped into action and dashed towards the villain as fast as she could. Which wasn't very fast because her heels were not made for running. While the criminal was distracted loading his bags into the trunk, she wrapped her arm around his neck and locked him in a chokehold. He violently thrashed around, firing his blaster with reckless abandon. Uwabami knew she had to calm this guy down, or he might shoot a civilian by mistake. Then her reputation would be practically unsalvageable. Korea, do the thing from Midoriya's notebooks. She mentally commanded the cobra on her head, who leaned down and bit the criminal on the head, injecting a minuscule amount of venom. Just enough to paralyze, but not kill him. The criminal stopped resisting almost immediately and slumped in her arms. The crowd cheered and clapped for Uwabami, who gave her trademark celebrity smile, taking a small bit of pride in her accomplishment. Unfortunately, those feelings were drowned out by the dread caused by the thought of the paperwork she would have to file. It was one of the major reasons she stayed out of the hero part of heroism. Okay, she could technically assign the paperwork to one of her interns, but still. Either way, by the time she handed the criminal off to the police, there was only one pressing concern weighing down on her mind. I really need to contact Midnight and ask her how she manages to run around in heels. As it turned out, there was a special brand of impact-absorbing heels made specifically for heroes, which were an absolute godsend on Uwabami's part. Even before she began taking her hero work seriously, her feet would always be sore after her patrols. But for once, beauty didn't have to automatically equate to pain. At least, that's what Uwabami thought before she was cornered in an alleyway and nicked on the arm by some katana-wielding maniac, drawing a small amount of BLD. Worse yet, the moment he ran his tongue across his definitely unwashed blade, she lost all feeling in her body and fell to the ground. What kind of quirk requires you to like BLD? And more importantly, how do you figure out you even have such a quirk? Well, if it isn't the snake hero, 𝐻𝐻𝐵, the masked swordsman began to monologue, I find it hard to believe that you have the gall to call yourself a hero, what with how you focus so much on your modeling career instead of saving lives. Every time I see your face on a billboard, my urge to see your BLD on the pavement increases tenfold. I can't believe 𝐻𝐻𝐵 just let his speech go in one ear and out the other. Why did this guy care what she did with her time? But thankfully, his long-windedness gave her enough time to realize that her snakes were wriggling on her head, trying to get her attention. She was unspeakably relieved that they technically counted as separate individuals, and thus hadn't yet been paralyzed. This gave her a small opportunity to fight back, and she'd be DM'd if she didn't take it. As the swordsman finished up his speech and unsheathed his katana, she figured she might as well try out another one of Izuku's theories, mostly because she didn't have any other ideas at the moment. You are truly one of the biggest fakes I've come across, and it will bring me great joy to see you culled before my blade. He dramatically lifted his katana in the air and drove it down, aiming for her throat. But before it could connect, two of her snakes, Cassandra and Catalina, extended several feet from her head and caught the blade with their mouths. The swordsman froze in shock for a moment, his mouth slightly agape at the snakes fighting back against his blade. What the? I thought I paralyzed you. You did, but if you did your research, you'd know that I never work alone. 𝐻𝐻𝐵 gestured with her eyes to the ground, where Cordelia slinked over and bit the swordsman's ankle, paralyzing him as he did her. The two laid on the ground for a few moments. It was a race against the clock to see whose paralysis would wear off first. Thankfully, 𝐻𝐻𝐵 won that race by a wide margin, giving her ample time to confiscate the guy's frankly absurd amount of blades and put him in cuffs. Yeesh, what the hell was that guy's problem? She muttered as the police carted the man away. I swear, it's always the toxic hero fans. We're definitely in the running for the worst fandom out there. How the hell did you take out the goddamn hero killer? Hanamura ran up to 𝐻𝐻𝐵 the moment she stepped into her agency. The what now? She asked exasperatingly, not in the mood to be bombarded with questions after almost dying. You know, the hero killer. Stain. Kills all heroes who don't live up to his extremely specific standards. Come on Hanamura, you know I don't keep up with whatever villain of the week managed to make a name for himself. Well you should, because you just made the news because of it. She pulled out a remote and turned on a nearby TV, where a report was already in progress. In a shocking turn of events, the hero killer was unexpectedly taken down by the snake hero, 𝐻𝐻𝐵, adding yet another incident to her sudden streak of heroism. Does this increase in activity mean she's decided to switch gears from her modeling career? More tonight at 8. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you this, but you just earned yourself another month of actual hero work, Hanamura explained, flipping through a batch of important papers. I've already taken the liberty of reorganizing your schedule. My schedule? 𝐻𝐻𝐵 snatched one of her assistant's papers and paled at what she saw. What happened to all my photo shoots? My commercials? My public appearances? I had to cut most of them out. Right now, the public is expecting you to be a hero first and a model second. You still have them, but they'll be playing second fiddle to your increased patrol hours. 𝐻𝐻𝐵 huffed, resisting the urge to pull her hair out. Please tell me I'll be able to get back to my old life one day. Of course you will. We just need to wait until the public loses interest in your hero work. Which shouldn't take too long, assuming you don't get into any more big villain fights. No need to worry about that, Hanamura. I'll be sure to steer clear of trouble from now on. Unfortunately, trouble did not steer clear of her. 1 year later. Wow. I can't believe how quickly you shot up the hero ranks. Izuku exclaimed, pacing around excitedly while flipping through his notebook. I mean, you went from somewhere in the thousands to number 26 in practically no time flat. I know, it's practically unheard of. 𝐻𝐻𝐵 stared blankly out into space, still not exactly sure how she got where she was. Thankfully, Izuku was there to remind her. I mean, looking back at it, it makes sense in context. You played a big hand in taking down Muscular, Moonfish, the Creature Rejection Clan, and the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾. All in such a short amount of time. For a while, I felt like I couldn't go 5 seconds without seeing your face in the news. I know. Who knew all those villains were susceptible to snake venom? She mumbled. But as it turned out, the answer to her question was looking her right in the eyes. Oh right, you did. I did. And I'm so glad you actually listened to my quirk and costume suggestions. I can't believe people thought they were creepy or useless when they helped you save lives. Yeah. I saved lives. And that was the part that really stuck with 𝐿. She saved lives during her time as an actual hero. If it weren't for her, people would have been dead. Like that little girl she helped rescue from the clutches of the 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐾. She still had 𝐂𝐻𝐢's crane drawing hung up on her fridge, portraying 𝐿's snakes violently biting Overhaul's head off. As much as she wanted to deny it, it felt good to make a real difference in the world, knowing that there were people out there whose lives were better because of her. She never got that feeling during her time as a model. And to be honest, she wished she had known sooner. It was still a huge change from what she usually did, even a year later, but maybe this whole heroism thing was something she could get used to. Epilogue. Izuku hummed a jaunty tune as he finished counting his money. He had made no small sum over the past year of being a model, and that was before 𝐿's agency started paying him for his analysis. Thankfully, he knew exactly what he wanted to spend it all on. There were only a few months left until UA's entrance exam. And while he had been exercising his butt off, he was still missing that little extra something that would guarantee him a place in the hero course. But after nearly a year of saving, Izuku was certain dreams would be more than just ambitions. He eagerly swiped his phone and punched in a number he'd been waiting to call his entire life. Hello. Is this Inventions Incorporated? I'd like to order one mech suit please. In the middle of the Sonoran Desert in Arizona, miles away from any other form of civilization was an old decrepit gas station. And in that gas station stood a lone fireworks truck and its driver, who hopped out of his seat and made his way to the nearest nozzle, which somehow still had gas in it despite its decades of disrepair. The driver, who was a man with devil-like features dressed in biker garb, casually swiped the nozzle and stuck it into the side of his truck. But while he waited for it to fill up, he noticed he wasn't alone in this seemingly barren gas station. Oh, hey, it's you, the driver pointed out. What? You don't remember this handsome face? It's me. The guy with the fireworks truck, aka the driver, aka Roadie Crash, aka your best friend. Honestly, I'm kinda shocked to see you here in America, in Arizona, in the middle of nowhere. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were stalking me. Ha! I'm just messing with YA. I know why you're here, you're looking for some sequels. Well, thankfully, we got some time to burn here. Between you and me, this truck gets terrible gas mileage. Okay, starting out here, we've got a sequel to Chapter 43, Flecht Turned the Janitor. If memory serves, Flecht was so appreciative of Izuku's quirk analysis skills that he made a whole dang religion based on him. Let's see how that's going, shall we? Denki Kaminari couldn't believe he was doing this. What started as a simple Google search on how to get a better handle on his quirk led him to come across an entire religion focusing on quirk analysis. He also couldn't believe he actually ended up going to their temple of worship. He was desperate. Okay. The UA entrance exams were coming up soon, and he didn't want to blow it. But regardless of his motive, here he was. The moment he made his way under the large pair of arches, he was greeted by a man with a shaved head and pointy mustache. Ah, hello there. Is this your first time here? He asked politely, his hands folded. Yeah. This is my first time trying one of these. Do you work here? Kaminari assumed that was the case based on the green cloak he was wearing, but it never hurt to ask. Why yes I do. My name is Flecht Turn, and I assume you're here because you require assistance with your quirk, correct? Hey, am I that easy to read? He grinned, scratching the back of his head. It is our main service, after all. Lucky for you, the Lord is free to see you right now. All you have to do is make your way up those stairs. Flecht gestured to the large staircase in front of him. On both sides of each step stood a green-cloaked figure, their hands folded in a praying position. They were chanting something, but Kaminari couldn't tell if it sounded angelic or demonic. As Kaminari climbed the stairs, he couldn't help but be a little unnerved by the scene set before him. If he didn't know any better, he might have just joined a cult. If that was the case, he was more prepared to zap everyone at a moment's notice. But regardless, Flecht led him up the staircase, where they were met with a large set of drapes that towered over the duo. They soon parted, revealing what looked to be a green-haired boy around Kaminari's age, meditating on top of a pile of cushions, bathed in a bright white light. He had to admit, it was an ethereal sight to see. "I'll leave you two alone," Flecht said, shutting the drapes. Kaminari wasn't exactly sure what to do in a situation like this. It wasn't every day you met a supposed religious figure. So he just settled with standing awkwardly in place and twiddling his thumbs. Eventually, the green teen got up from his meditation position and noticed Kaminari's presence. "Oh, did Flecht send you in? Sorry, I was a bit too in the zone to notice." Don't worry about it. It's cool," he tried to casually wave it off as best he could. "Are you alright? You seem uncomfortable," the green figure surmised as he climbed down the mountain of cushions. "I assume Flecht had something to do with that. Sorry about him, he insisted on going big with this whole religion thing. I just wanted to help people with their quirks, which I assume you're here for. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. Denki Kaminari. And yeah, that's right," he nodded. Izuku reached behind his back and pulled out a notebook and pen. "Alright, what's the issue?" "Well, you see, I got an electricity quirk, pretty basic as far as quirks go. But I always end up using too much of my power at once. My brain gets fried and I go away." He demonstrated with a stupid smile and a lazy pair of thumbs up. "Do you think you can help with that?" So you said you use too much at once, right?" "Yeah. It's like whenever I use my quirk, I'm letting all the air out of a balloon or something. I'm not sure if that was a good analogy, but you know what I mean." "I think I do. Maybe you could try using less of your electricity by channeling it through some kind of weapon, like a lightning rod. That way, you're not exactly letting the air out of the balloon, just transferring it to a different balloon." "Okay, you're right, that's not really a good analogy." No, I think I understand. That's a pretty cool idea." Kaminari gazed up in wonder as he thought of all the cool potential support items he could transfer his electricity through. One look at Izuku revealed he was doing the same. "Welp, that sounds like something I ought to get to work on." He waved goodbye as he turned and exited through the drapes. "Thanks for your help, man." "No problem. Come back anytime." As soon as Kaminari got back to the stairs, Flecht swiftly approached him and grinned. "I assume our lord was of good help." "Totally, dude. I might actually have a shot at UA now. IT has been done." Flecht boomed, falling to his knees and throwing his hands up in the air in unison with the dozens of other cloaked figures, creating a rather unnerving sight for Kaminari. Did they do this every time someone received quirk advice? Because despite Izuku's words, Kaminari was still 90% sure he'd just become indebted to a cult. Oh well, sometimes you gotta do weird things if you want to be a hero. And it looks like Izuku's cult religion is gaining a heck of a lot of notoriety. It's only a matter of time until all of UA has been assimilated. And then Japan. And then the world. And then Belgium. Next up, we got a sequel to Chapter 46, Soto the Baker. You might not remember the ending to this one, but basically, Soto beat Bakugo in a bake-off, and Bakugo got into the top culinary school in Japan to spite him. Unfortunately, he was so focused on that goal that he forgot about UA. What's our least favorite explosive Pomeranian doing in that new school of his? Let's find out. Katsuki couldn't believe he was here, at Totsuki Culinary Academy. Or rather, he didn't want to believe he was here. Sure, he was the undisputed best at cooking. That bake-off he had with Big Lips was totally rigged, but he was supposed to be the best at heroism, not frying eggs. Katsuki sat at his desk with a barely audible groan. Unfortunately, it didn't matter how he felt. A school like this wasn't exactly something you could just drop out of without serious repercussions. So he was forced to spend a whole 365 days at this useless butt-baking school. Once spring rolled around, he'd be jumping ship to UA faster than you can microwave a bowl of instant ramen. Granted, he wasn't exactly sure how UA's transfer policy worked, especially in regards to the hero course, but he knew they'd accept him eventually. They'd be a bunch of dumbass not to. But for now, he'd just have to coast along in his cooking classes and not talk to anybody. "Hey, you're pretty cute." "Oh god damn it. F off," Katsuki grunted to the girl on his right, whose hair was neatly styled in 2 buns. "Oh, don't be like that. Aren't you excited to get cooking? To make something yummy? To really dig into something thick, juicy, and bloody? To fry and skewer some meats until the juices start leaking out?" The girl liked her lips as she rubbed her pencils together like a pair of knives. "Anybody ever tell YA how thing creepy you are?" The girl let out a short giggle. "Everybody except my parents. But I don't care. That's just part of the Himiko Toga charm. What about you, Pineapple? What's your name?" "Hey! Don't call me Pineapple." "I won't have to if you tell me your name, and maybe give me your number," she winked, to which Katsuki rolled his eyes. "If I tell you, will you leave me the hell alone?" "Nope." Before Katsuki could lose any more brain cells from the asinine conversation he was forcefully engaged in, the classroom door opened, and in walked a noticeably tall woman with a green face and fox-like features. She nervously slid up to the front podium, almost as if she didn't feel like she was supposed to be there. When her naturally tall stature attracted the class's attention, she pulled out a series of note cards from her pocket and fumbled them in her hands. Hello, class. My name is Ipin Josie. And I'll be your homeroom teacher. PP, please be nice to me." "Wait, no, was I supposed to say that last part?" Katsuki bit his lip in frustration as he slumped even further onto his desk. This was just great. He was stuck with an annoyingly energetic creepy girl and a stuttery as hell teacher for the rest of the school year. How could this get any worse? As if the universe wanted to mess with him, right at that moment, the door swung open, and some blonde boy covered with enough sparkles to make Katsuki's eyes hurt burst into the room. "Bonjour, everybody. Is this classroom 1B? "Why yes it is," Ipin frantically nodded. "We were just about to get started. Yuga Ayama, right? You can sit over there." She pointed to the empty seat just left of Katsuki, who suddenly felt the inexplicable urge to knock himself out with his own quirk. "Merci," Emma thanked the teacher before going over to greet his seatmates. "Bonjour, my friends. I can already tell this year will be absolutely magnifique." Magnifique wasn't the first word Katsuki would use to describe the year ahead of him. He would go with something like completely insufferable based on how things were looking. But if this was what he had to endure in order to get to UA, then he might as well strap in for one hell of a bumpy ride. Rody liked his finger before turning the page of his guidebook to the multiverse. So, according to this is a universe where Toga's parents accepted her for her quirk, and Ayama's parents never made a deal with All for One, so they both wanted to become chefs instead. Don't ask me why Ipin Josie is their teacher though. Because I have literally no idea. Alrighty, the next one is from Chapter 14, Night Eye the Critic, the one where he's a JRK. To make a long story short, in an attempt to show All Might why Izuku isn't worthy of One for All, he accidentally got all Dera shut down. You know, like how one normally does. But if you think that's gonna be Night Eye's only attempt, you clearly don't know him very well. One of the few good things to come out of Night Eye accidentally shutting down Izuku's school was that it somewhat mended the rift between him and All Might. Which was good, because after the Night Eye agency was destroyed and his sidekicks left him, All Might was generous enough to let him operate at Might Tower. As much as he missed his old agency and All Might merchandise, he couldn't deny the perk of being able to keep tabs on Izuku Midoriya. He might have failed to convince All Might last time, but this time would be different. Today was one of the days All Might was too busy to watch over Izuku's beach training, so he asked Night Eye to do it instead. This was absolutely perfect, as it allowed him to get up close and personal with All Might's lesser successor. "You won't be able to do this," he said out of the blue. Izuku ceased dragging the minifridge across the sand to look up at Night Eye. "Hey. I said you won't be able to do this, he repeated, looming over Izuku with a steely glare. You really think you can clean this entire beach by yourself? If I were into ironic humor, I'd have a good laugh at that idea. You're simply not built to handle the weight move upon your shoulders. Izuku could hardly bring himself to look at Night Eye, instead slumping on the minifridge, staring down at the sand. You're right, he quietly admitted. I've been having doubts about myself from day one. This just doesn't seem feasible for one person. Well, I'm at least glad you understand. I hope you know the appropriate course of action from here. At Izuku's silent nod, Night Eye straightened his suit before walking off with a satisfied grin on his face. He figured Izuku's constitution was as weak and fragile as his muscles. All he needed was a push in the right direction. Night Eye was sure that by tomorrow, the boy would be informing All Might that he had given up, allowing Mirio to take his place. The next day, Night Eye was starting to get concerned. It was nearly 5 o'clock, and All Might still hadn't called him about needing to find a new successor. He hoped Izuku hadn't gotten a second wind and changed his mind at the last minute. Asking All Might's secretary, she told him he had gone to Dagobah Beach. It immediately became clear to Night Eye that Izuku wanted to break the news to All Might there, which meant he better get there fast if he wanted to properly capitalize on the moment. Making his way to the beach, Night Eye was surprised by the sight laid out before him. Instead of All Might disappointingly standing over Izuku while the teenager told him why he was such a bad pick for One for All, there was an entire group surrounding the various trash mounds on the beach, all working together to haul off the larger pieces of junk. Before he could question what was going on, All Might gleefully approached him in his skinny form. Ah, Mirai, good to see you. Can you believe what young Midoriya has done here? What did he do? Night Eye asked cautiously, worried that he might not like what he was about to hear. Well, he told me that after you gave him some advice, he realized he wouldn't be able to clean the entire beach on his own. So he organized a volunteer group to help him out. He did. Night Eye whispered, his left eye twitching. Impressive, isn't it? The ability to bring others together to achieve a common goal. Truly one of the greatest things a hero can do. Why, it's moments like this I'm reminded why I chose him in the first place. Night Eye wanted to say something to All Might, but he was interrupted by a familiar voice. Oh, hey sir. Fancy meeting you here. Waved Mirio. Mirio. What in the world are you doing here? Night Eye demanded, not entirely believing what he was seeing. I figured hauling trash around would make for a great full-body workout. Plus, I get to meet some new people. Why didn't you tell me about this Midoriya guy sooner? He's a riot. Night Eye couldn't believe this. How the heck did Izuku misconstrue his words of discouragement this badly? Either the kid was denser than a sack of bricks, or he was snorting enough pure optimism for it to legally qualify as a health risk. Though, there is one thing to worry about, All Might mused out loud, resting a hand on his chin. While I appreciate his drive, he still needs to build up the muscle mass. Oh well, I suppose we can just do the rest at Might Tower. Who knows, I might end up calling in Gran if I run out of material. What do you think, Mirai? Night Eye didn't respond. He had gone catatonic trying to digest the information. Mirai. Indy $5 says this is gonna lead to a whole thing where Night Eye tries to mess up Izuku, but it always ends up backfiring on him and making things better for the guy he's trying to mess with. I wouldn't be surprised if his meddling leads to the League of Villains being captured or something. Anyways, next on the list is one from Chapter 56, Uwabami the Model. Rhodey paused for a moment upon saying that out loud. Wait, hold on, didn't that chapter just come out? Why is there already a sequel snippet? Why not just include it with the chapter itself if you're gonna put them so close together? You know what? Never mind. All you need to know is that Izuku's a model, and Uwabami went from a celebrity who only used her hero status to boost her notoriety, to an actual hero who fights and saves lives. This change means she didn't send an internship request to Kendo or Momo, but she's got someone else in mind, someone who could really benefit from her teaching methods. Stay tuned. Do you sense it? Uwabami whispered. I think so, Habuko replied as she took in her surroundings. But not with her eyes, but rather with her nostrils. She knew from experience that snakes like her have an extra potent sense of smell, so much so that it was practically a sixth sense. But Habuko always felt she couldn't reach her full potential with that ability. At least, that was until her internship. At the beginning of every day, Uwabami would have her meditate on a floor mat while the hero set up several dummies around the room. It was up to Habuko to locate them by smell alone. It had been difficult at first, what with the dummies lacking a distinct scent. But every day, her times got slightly lower, and her guesses became more accurate. They were nearing the end of the week now, and Habuko already felt like she improved by leaps and bounds. So, where do you think they are? Uwabami cut in, indicating her time was up. If snakes could sweat, she was sure she'd be pouring buckets. I think there's one over there. She pointed right around the top left corner while keeping her eyes shut. And maybe one there. And the third one's right there. 2 out of 3. Not bad, Uwabami nodded, as did her snakes. Habuko breathed a sigh of relief, opening her eyes to see she wasn't too far off with the third dummy. Alright, now that we've got our morning exercises out of the way, time to get started for real. And we'll be doing something a bit different today. The snake hero smirked in Habuko's direction, sending a chill down her spine. Is it gonna be something dangerous? That depends on your point of view, darling. But before we get into that, I have a question for you. Why do you think I sent you an internship request? Oh no, a question. Habuko hated being put on the spot. Is it because snake? She pointed to her reptilian head. Yes, that's part of the reason. But there's also something else. Truth be told, you remind me a lot of my first apprentice. Now didn't that just throw Habuko for a loop? Midoriya. Yup. When I first met him, he was just as shaky and stuttery as you. But that can't be right. His just so, her eyes sparkled as she thought back on him, something that Uwabami clearly noticed. Yes, I know you have a crush on him. You and everyone else at UA. What? But that's not important right now. Do you know what changed for Izuku to make him the man he is today? I dunno. What? He began starring in advertisements, that's what. He found an environment where he could unleash his inner beauty to the world. And I think I can do the same for you. Habuko's jaw dropped to the floor as she pointed to herself in shock and surprise. Me. In an advertisement. But my quirk's weird and creepy. Who would want to see someone like me in a magazine? Well, for starters, how about these guys? She slipped a business card in her hand, and Habuko's eyes nearly popped out of her skull when she recognized the company and product. It was for a brand of body wash designed for people whose quirks gave them rough or scaly skin, people like her. You can't be serious, she said, the business card shaking in her hands. Nope. Completely, 100% serious. Uwabami nodded. Of course, if you don't want to attend the photo shoot, you don't have to. I don't want to have to make you do anything. But I think this is a perfect opportunity for you to shed your skin, metaphorically speaking. And maybe earn a bit of extra spending money along the way, she winked. I mean, you saw what Izuku could afford on his salary. Habuko looked back down at the business card in disbelief, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. Sure, she knew how terrified she got around cameras. But if Izuku was somehow able to grow out of it, then maybe she had a chance too. Plus, it didn't hurt that she was a huge fan of this product. Oh okay, she nodded with the slightest amount of determination. I'll give it a shot. And now wasn't that a touching display? Rodi-ku'd, I think we owe consumerism at least 1 point. Though, minus 50,000 for all the plastic in the ocean. That wasn't very cash money of consumerism. Okay, moving on. Next on our list is Chapter 27, Kaminari the Dunce in Disguise. Doing a quick recap here, Izuku helped Kaminari realize that he gets smarter the more electricity he absorbs, which he used to help him become the top student at Aldera. I have no doubt this reputation carried its way over into UA, but let's look at what happens from there. Izuku breathed as he threw the roof's door open, the raging storm immediately hitting him in the face. Even with one for all, running up all those flights of stairs still proved to be a chore and a half. But he couldn't focus on that, He had bigger things to worry about. Stepping onto the roof and peering upwards, through the harsh winds and the pouring rain, he could barely make out his idiot of a boyfriend shimmying up the antenna, illuminated by the occasional flash of lightning. "Denki! What are you doing?" he yelled, which just barely managed to get his attention. "Oh, hi Izuku." He cheerfully waved from above, seemingly not caring about the precarious situation he was currently in. "Yeah, I'm just trying to get struck by lightning." "Why?" "Because Ashido asked me to tutor her for the upcoming exams. I gotta make sure I'm smart enough to do a good job." "That doesn't seem like a good idea." "It doesn't." "Why?" "Because Ashido needs someone who can simplify concepts so she can better understand them. If your brain is too big, then you might overcomplicate things." Kaminari stared blankly out into the horizon for a moment, seemingly digesting Izuku's argument in his head. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Good point, Izuku. I'm coming down now." Izuku let out a tense breath, still frustrated with Kaminari for going to such an extreme, but mostly glad to see him unharmed. Of course, that instantly changed the moment Kaminari got struck by a bolt of lightning during his climb down. He spasmed in place for a few moments, his chest convulsing inwards and outwards. Until eventually, he lost grip of the antenna and fell to the ground, where Izuku was quick to catch him. Denki, are you okay?" he worriedly asked, ignoring the buzz underneath his skin from the shared electricity. He was used to it by now. Thankfully, there were no outer signs of damage on his body, but you could never be too sure in these situations. In an instant, Kaminari's eyes shot wide open, and a lazy smile crept up on his face. "I just figured out the formula for time travel." "Not again," Izuku groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. "We really need to limit the amount of electricity you're allowed to take in at once." "Sorry, Izuku," he grinned cheekily, though his eyes were full of guilt. "If it helps, I've also devised 115 optimal date spots for this weekend." "Dang it. You make it so hard for me to stay mad at you." "And apparently, there's such a thing as too smart. Something Izuku found out the hard way when I electrocuted Kaminari, and the two worked together to create a giant death ray. But that's a story for another time, by that I mean probably never. Alright, last one of the day here, it's a sequel to Chapter 44, Lady Nagant the Watchdog. In it, 𝐭𝐚 escaped from Tartarus with some help from yours truly, and Izuku helped get the HPSC off her trail. Now she's living with him and his mom, sleeping on their couch. Let's see what's going on. 𝐒𝐿 was too asleep to tell what time it was, but common sense told her it was late at night, or maybe even early in the morning, depending on how you look at it. Either way, she couldn't afford to care. All she needed was a quick drink, and she'd be out like a light. As she groggily hobbled through the living room to get to the kitchen, able to expertly maneuver around all the furniture despite the lack of any obvious light source, she managed to pick up the faint sound of tossing and turning. Of course, she knew who was making those sounds in an instant. She glanced to her left to see 𝐭𝐚 nestled up on the couch, shaking ever so slightly. Looking closer, 𝐒𝐿 soon realized 𝐭𝐚 wasn't sleeping very peacefully. There was a downtrodden look on her face, sweat pooled down her forehead. It was obvious to anyone she was having a nightmare. This wasn't the first time this had happened. When Izuku first introduced 𝐭𝐚 to 𝐒𝐿 and asked if she could stay, they explained her situation alongside it. 𝐒𝐿 knew 𝐭𝐚 had to do some unsavory things during her time working for the HPSC. It was only natural for those deeds to keep her up at night. Though, most of the time when that happened, 𝐒𝐿 wouldn't know about it until 𝐭𝐚 woke up screaming and breathing heavily. But not this time. With a gentle hand, 𝐒𝐿 lightly shook 𝐭𝐚 from her sleep, whispering, "𝐭𝐚, wake up, you're having a nightmare." 𝐭𝐚's eyes opened just a crack, and her tossing and turning momentarily ceased. "You had another nightmare. Here, come on." Without a moment's hesitation, she helped the half-asleep 𝐭𝐚 off the couch and carefully led her across the hall. "I'm sorry," 𝐭𝐚 muttered, almost out of instinct. "It's all right, I was already awake," 𝐒𝐿 responded, turning the corner and leading 𝐭𝐚 to her room, where the former pro hero rolled into bed before she was out in a few seconds. 𝐒𝐭 let out an amused giggle as she nestled up on the other side of the bed. She wasn't exactly sure if this would help 𝐭 with her nightmares. But the former hero had told her about her past experience in Tartarus, how the lack of social interaction could be seen as a form of torture in its own right. 𝐒𝐭 figured a bit of companionship might be just what 𝐭 needed. Just as that thought entered her head, 𝐭 turned over and wrapped an arm around 𝐒𝐭, pulling her close. Oh God, 𝐒𝐭 was internally panicking now. She could feel her face heating up from the closeness. Part of her wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to wake 𝐭 up. God, she hadn't been this close with anyone in bed since. God, how many years had it been since Hisoshi left? Her thoughts were cut off as 𝐭 squeezed a little tighter, practically clinging onto her body like a koala. As much as 𝐒𝐭 was freaking out, she had to admit, the touch felt nice. 𝐭's hands were shockingly smooth, not to mention warm. It almost made 𝐒𝐭 feel safe in a way. Not that she was in danger or anything, but it was always reassuring to have someone she cared for by her side. With that thought in mind, it made it easy for 𝐒𝐭 to slowly doze off in 𝐭's embrace. 𝐭 woke up the moment the sunlight peeked through the curtains, and she immediately felt something was off. Her surroundings seemed foreign, the couch cushions she usually slept on seemed a lot fluffier, and since when did she have this giant pillow? Wait a minute. 𝐭's eyes slowly trailed down to the pillow locked in her grasp. Except it wasn't a pillow, it was a person. Suddenly, the memories of last night came rushing back to 𝐭 like a tsunami. She had a nightmare. 𝐒𝐭 let her sleep in her bed, and in her half-asleep wisdom, she ended up clinging to 𝐒𝐭 like some kind of stuffed animal. 𝐭 would like to die right now, thank you very much. But before she could do that, she made an effort to carefully detach herself from 𝐭's sleeping form, only for the green-haired woman to grab her by the arm and pull her right back in. For someone who was supposedly asleep, 𝐒𝐭 had a real tight grip. Okay, this was happening now. Cool. 𝐭 totally wasn't blushing so hard the heat could melt the polar ice caps. Sure, she was mature enough to admit she thought 𝐒𝐭 was cute upon first meeting her. And how could she not think 𝐒𝐭 was one of the kindest beings on the planet when she let 𝐭 crash on her couch with little questions asked? But she didn't expect things to escalate to this level this quickly. Oh God, what was she going to tell Izuku? Hey, kid. I cuddled with your mom last night. Yeah, right. Like that would go over well with him. 𝐭 had no doubt in her mind he was going to kill her for this. But little did she know, Izuku had been waiting for a moment like this from the minute he introduced her to his mom. So far everything had been going according to his plan. Rody smacked his lips as he used his tongue to feel around his teeth. Guys, I think I gotta go to the dentist. The mass amount of fluff is giving me a cavity. Anyways, that just about wraps things up. My tank's just about filled up now, so I better get going. He hopped into his truck and turned on the engine. Oh, by the way, don't come by this gas station again. I spent a lot of time gaslighting people into thinking it was haunted so I could have the gas all to myself. But if you want, you could dress up as a ghost and give the other truckers a bit of a scare. Ha ha. I'm just kidding. I already do that myself. I pray every day that I don't get found out by Scooby-Doo. When the first knock elicited no immediate response, Izuku turned to his mom and silently shrugged, to which she non-verbally urged him to try again. Thankfully, the second knock proved successful, as after a moment, a series of unlocking sounds could be heard from the other side. Which felt odd to Izuku since he didn't remember having that many locks on his apartment door. The door opened a small crack, and a singular tealish grey eye looked them up and down before the entrance opened the rest of the way, revealing. Wow, she was tall. Hi. The tall, fox-like woman greeted with a small wave. Can I help you? Hello there. We're your new neighbors. We just wanted to stop by and say hi. 𝐒𝐿 smiled, walking up to the fox woman and handing her a bag of chocolate chip cookies that Izuku had helped bake. I'm 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya, and this is my son Izuku. Nice to meet you. I'm Ipin Josie. Yes, that's me. With a somewhat forced smile, she leaned down to shake 𝐿's hand before moving to shake Izuku's. Upon shaking her hand, Izuku immediately noticed how shaky and sweaty it was. Just like his. He assumed Ipin wasn't the best at meeting new people, a sentiment which he could relate to immensely. As their hands pulled apart, the two shared a quick look. And while no words were exchanged, their feelings were more than prevalent. They each found themselves relating to the sheer anxiety in the other's eyes. It wasn't much for first impressions, but they both figured it would suffice. From there, a few more pleasantries were exchanged, and 𝐼𝐴 slunk back into her apartment. Though, Izuku couldn't help but notice how she ducked down to fit through her doorframe. That must not have been pleasant, living in an apartment you couldn't even stand up straight in. As always, Izuku wished he could help. But the more realistic side of him knew there wasn't much he could do short of overhauling the economy. Though, maybe he could deliver her some more cookies, if not to make things seem a little better. Though, for her sake, Izuku hoped 𝐼𝐴 was more of an outdoor person. The next day. "Oh, Ms. Josie." "Oh, hello Midoriya," 𝐼𝐴 greeted with an awkward smile. Izuku figured he would have run into his neighbor at the supermarket, considering it was within walking distance from his apartment complex. Though, he wasn't expecting to see her as a cashier. Busy day today. Izuku attempted to make small talk as 𝐼𝐴 frantically scanned his items. She nodded, glancing at the long line of customers behind Izuku. It's been a lot. And wasn't that an understatement? The whole place was packed and Izuku only saw 2 or 3 cashiers, including 𝐼𝐴. One look at her, and he could see the LBR was taking a toll on her. She had that whole, "I'm tired beyond belief but I'm going to force my body to keep moving anyways" vibe to her. Well, at least now there was a feasible way for Izuku to help. As soon as 𝐼𝐴 finished ringing him up, he parked himself at the neighboring cash register and turned on the sign. "Register 20 is now open," he announced. 𝐼𝐴's eyes widened in surprise as the green teen asserted himself at a cash register and began scanning groceries like he owned the place. She'd be impressed by the tenacity if she wasn't so nervous for him at that very moment. What are you doing?" "Giving you a hand," he casually answered, not looking up from the items he was scanning. "You looked like you needed help." "No, but I mean, are you allowed to work here? It's not that I don't appreciate it, and the last thing I want is for the manager to kick you out right now. I just think that," 𝐼𝐴 paused, as she noticed a large chunk of her line transfer over to Izuku's. She took that as a quick reminder not to look a gift horse in the mouth. "I think I'm going to stop talking now." As it turned out, that decision was for the best. The crowd thinned out much quicker with Izuku around to lighten the load, and 𝐼𝐴 could finally breathe now that she wasn't swamped with work. She just hoped she could say the same thing tomorrow. The day after that. Despite his usually cheerful and energetic demeanor, Izuku still required caffeinated sustenance like every other being on this planet, especially after those nights where his intrusive thoughts kept him up for hours on end. So he made sure to stop by the coffee place he usually passed on his walk to school for a quick pick-me-up. But the moment he stepped through the doors, he spotted a familiar face in a seemingly unfamiliar environment. "Ms. Josie, you work here, too?" he shockingly asked as he walked up to the counter to give his order. "Midoriya," she yelped, clearly just as surprised to see him. Yeah. I work here too. You know, just a woman with 2 jobs. Completely ordinary. But, what would you like?" Hold on a minute, was that normal? Izuku wasn't completely sure since he never had a job before. He really hoped that wasn't the case. Because if someone had to work 2 jobs in order to afford an apartment they couldn't even stand in, then he might actually have to start planning that complete overhaul of the economy he'd been thinking about for the past 2 days. But that could come after his white chocolate mocha with extra whipped cream. As he grabbed his hot drink, a pair of small children in Halloween costumes burst through the door and rushed past him, practically slamming into the front counter. "Trick or treat!" they exclaimed. Now, Izuku normally wouldn't have paid this much mind if it weren't for the high-pitched squeal of terror that erupted from 𝐼𝐴's mouth, followed by the sound of her tripping and falling over. "Miss Josie, are you all right?" He immediately rushed over and went to help her up a task that proved fairly difficult given the height difference. "Thank you, Midoriya. I'm fine," she assured before eyeing the 2 kids with apprehension, specifically the one dressed as a skeleton. "I was just startled by skeletons. They just scare me." "You mean they spook you?" exclaimed the skeleton kid. The other kid, who was dressed like a pumpkin, jumped up and down in agreement. Yeah, 'cause it is the spooky month, he said as the two did a spooky dance. Wait, isn't it February? Isaku questioned out loud. No, it's spooky month. Okay, Izuku turned to leave, but was interrupted when one of the coffee machines blew up in a huge burst of steam. Giving into his instincts, he crouched down and made himself look as small as possible, his eyes squeezed shut as he anticipated a hit that never came. Are you okay, Midoriya? Ippan leaned over the counter to ask him. Izuku forced one eye open, suddenly realizing that the explosion wasn't due to Kaken for once. Yeah, I'm fine. Not a fan of explosions. Okay, Ippan's tone was laced with suspicion, but the broken coffee machine already occupied her mind. Sure, it wasn't the only one they had plugged in, but it would reduce her efficiency by half. And if you asked any economist in the world, they'd say that's a one-way ticket to failure. Oh geez, how am I gonna set up the spare machine and deal with the customers? I can help. Izuku immediately raised his hand. But don't you have school? And do you even know how to set up a coffee maker? I can figure it out as I go along. And as for school, I don't think anyone will really notice if I'm gone. He looked at the floor dejectedly for a fleeting moment before making his way behind the counter, where he began fiddling with the replacement coffee machine. Picking up on the context clues, Ippan found herself a little concerned for the boy's well-being. Unfortunately for her, being a barista required she allot 100% of her brain power into fending off the early morning rush, so all she could do was mentally thank Midoriya for his generosity as she got to work mixing coffee like her life depended on it. Later that night. Tonight was one of those few nights Izuku was alone in the apartment. His mom had to leave for a day or two for a business trip, and she trusted him enough not to get into any trouble. Fortunately, she also had the foresight to leave Izuku some money to order takeout. And if the ding-dong of the doorbell was anything to go by, it had just arrived. When he went to open the door, he was once again shocked out of his mind to find Ippan Josie in a DLVY uniform, breathing with her hands on her knees as if she had just run a 5K. He unintentionally blurted out the first thought that came to his mind. You have 3. Yes. Yes, I do, she huffed, still trying to regain her breath. At this point, Izuku was sorely tempted to question why she kept popping up everywhere, but he instead decided to focus on the other pressing concern. Have you been delivering all these orders on foot? She nodded. The company scooter broke down, and I have the longest legs. It's been a lot. She tugged at the long strand of hair sticking out of her headband. Izuku assumed it was some kind of nervous tic. But, speaking of which, I have another order 3 miles from here due in 20 minutes, so if you could just please, all right. Izuku took the bag and handed her the money, but the food was the last thing on his mind right now. If Ippan kept going like this, she'd likely collapse from exhaustion by the end of the night. Meaning there was only one thing he could do. Hold on for one more second before you leave. He quickly ran into his apartment and brought out his bike, to which Ippan raised a confused eyebrow upon it being presented to her. Are you lending me your bike? She spared a quick glance at the pedals, and then her comparatively larger feet. I think that's a bit too small for me. Oh, I know. That's why I got these. He proudly gestured to the pegs on his back wheel for Ippan to stand on while he pedaled. And with that, it became an offer she simply couldn't refuse in a physical sense, of course. Because her legs felt like they were about to give out. The streets were bustling as Izuku pedaled down the sidewalk, with Ippan clutching his shoulders from behind. He was thankful for the busy roads, as that just gave him more light to help see through the chilly February night. The last thing he wanted right now was to crash, especially with Ippan relying on him so much. Though, that just begged the question of what exactly his new neighbor's deal was. For all he had been helping her, the two knew surprisingly little about each other. The most he could say about her was that she was afraid of skeletons, and that was hardly anything. Midoriya, Ippan meekly spoke up. Izuku momentarily glanced over his shoulder to meet her in the eyes before responding. Yeah. I just wanted to say thank you. You know, for helping me with my job. Or, my jobs. I'm not sure if I've already said it before, but it bears repeating. Also, take a left turn up here. Izuku's bike veered left. Oh, don't worry about it. Not a big deal. I was just trying to help out. Well, it's a big deal for me. My experience moving so far it hasn't been the best. But I'm glad you're here to make things a little better. It means a lot to me, really. Izuku felt his lips stretch into a smile against his will. He couldn't help it. It felt good to do good. That was one of the reasons he wanted to be a hero. To give people that spot of hope when they were feeling down, to be there as a shining beacon when everything else seemed bleak. You want to be a hero. 𝐼𝐴 suddenly cut in. Izuku jolted in surprise, causing the bike to swerve to the left. Thankfully, he managed to regain control before it hit anything. Did I just say that out loud? Yeah, you did. Was I not supposed to hear that? I'm sorry, I just thought no, it's fine. It was my fault, Izuku assured, focusing his eyes back on the road. But yeah, I've always been into heroes, always wanted to be one. You have a favorite? All Might, he answered without hesitation. Yeah. I should have expected that. The way you smile kind of reminds me of him. Well, people have told me I do a pretty accurate All Might impression. He turned to 𝐼𝐴 and flashed her with a grin, his facial features somehow morphing into an exact replica of All Might's. I am here. He shouted in an eerily similar voice to the #1 heroes. It took all of 𝐼𝐴's combined willpower not to leap off the bike out of shock. But she did scream. Wah! Yeah, I get that reaction a lot, Izuku chuckled, his face morphing back to normal in the blink of an eye. Yeah, that's kinda creepy. 𝐼𝐴 suddenly realized what she just said and slapped her hand over her mouth. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you creepy, she mumbled, her head hung low with guilt. Judging by how she said it, Izuku figured being called creepy was a particular sore spot for her. It didn't take a genius to figure out why, given her less than ordinary appearance. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm guessing you were called creepy before. She nodded meekly. Yeah, some people at work, and on the streets, and back during school. Her head suddenly shot up as she cut herself off. But that's not important or anything. You're already doing so much for me, and I wouldn't want to be a burden by boring you with they're all jealous. Hey. They are all jealous, Izuku repeated in a surprising display of bluntness. I don't think I can name a single physical attribute of yours that could be described as creepy. Well, besides your height I guess, but All Might 7'3", and no one calls him creepy. The two were silent for a short moment, taking the time to let the beeps and vrooms of passing cars do the talking for a while. As they did, Izuku could feel 𝐼𝐴's grip on his shoulder tighten ever so slightly. It was a lot more firm and less shaky than before. Glancing back at her, he noticed her expression soften as she let out a calm smile. Thanks for saying that. Honestly, I consider myself lucky to have my apartment next to yours. She said quietly. No problem, he smiled back, and I could say the same for you. But, if you don't mind, why don't we move on to some more light topics? Oh, like what? Like, your interests. I told you about my hero obsession, so what do you like to do? What do I like to do? She mumbled, tapping her finger to her chin. Well, my interests are pretty plain compared to yours. I'm sure they're still interesting regardless. That's why they are called interests. Okay. Well, I've always liked outdoor activities, gardening, camping, swimming, that sort of thing. I had a garden at my old place, but now I have to settle for growing plants on the windowsill. What do you grow? The kind of stuff you'd expect. Succulents, cacti, Pileia peperomids. I don't think I was expecting that one, Izuku chuckled. Pileia peperomids, try saying that 5 times fast. 𝐼𝐴 was more than up for the challenge. Pileia peperomids, Pileia peperomids, Pileia peperomids, Pileia bleh. No, I can't say it. The two shared a short laugh at the failed tongue twister before she continued. But yeah, other than that, my other biggest hobby is cats. Our apartment complex doesn't allow pets, Izuku pointed out. I know. I never had a cat. I'm allergic. Ipin slumped in disappointment, using Izuku's bike helmet as an elbow rest. I always wanted to have a cat, ever since I was 6 and my friend invited me over to her house. Let me guess, they had a cat. Her name was Meggie and she was the fluffiest cat in the world. My 6-year-old self would sometimes think about stealing her. Izuku snickered. Man, I'm glad you never gave in to that temptation. I thought about it. But at the end of the day, cat plushes were also pretty fluffy, and they require less maintenance. She was about to continue, but a glance at her phone told her they were quickly approaching the DLVRY destination. Oh, turn left up here. The house should be on that street. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about the DLVRY, Izuku said amusingly as he had the bike turn left. That reminds me, is there a particular reason you have so many jobs? Oh, well, it's kind of related to, the question almost instantly caused Ipin to clam up. Her grip on his shoulder loosened as she glanced away, hesitant to meet him in the eyes. The casual, playful atmosphere from before had suddenly evaporated into thin air, and Izuku wanted to kick himself for making his new friend uncomfortable. Never mind. You don't have to tell me now. He parked the bike right in front of the house and Ipin got out with the food. Thanks, she quietly said as she made her way to the front door. The deliveries continued from there, with Izuku and Ipin biking all across Mustafa. Despite the brief awkward moment from earlier, the two ended up having a fun time exchanging stories, talking about their interests, and cracking the occasional joke. Ipin was also kind enough to offer some of her pay as thanks. Izuku wanted to decline, but his new discovery of Ipin's puppy dog eyes made it particularly difficult to say no. After some back and forth, he was forced to go home with a few extra bills in his pocket, much to his dismay. By the time he made it home, his legs were absolutely killing him. He wasn't sure he'd ever biked that much in his whole life, especially with all the extra weight in the back. Thankfully, his high spirits outweighed any muscle pain he felt at the moment. He couldn't remember the last time he had so much fun with a friend. Scratch that, he couldn't remember the last time he had a friend. He hoped they weren't just designated to work buddies and they could actually hang out outside of Ipin's many jobs, but that was a concern for later. Right now, Izuku would be content with what he had. The next day, of course, the moment he found something good in his life, the universe just had to remind him of his place. Except in this case, the universe was Kaken. On the bright side, Kaken's building frustrations didn't boil over until the end of the day. On the not-so-bright side, Izuku was out of burn cream, and he knew his mom hadn't gone shopping for any, so he was forced to make his way to the nearest CVS pharmacy while cradling his burnt arm. When he finally got there after what felt like an eternity, he snatched up the first bottle he could find, ran over to the checkout counter, pulled out his wallet, and Midoriya. For a brief moment, all his pain was replaced by dread as he slowly peered up to see Ipin managing the checkout counter, because of course she was. Honestly, Izuku probably should have seen this coming. Okay, I know this looks bad, Midoriya. What happened to you? Ipin began to panic, opening the tube of burn cream in one hand while taking his arm in the other, not even caring if it had been paid for. How long has it been burning? When did this happen? How bad is it? Ms. Josie, calm down, it's not that big a deal, Izuku tried to assure, but Ipin was clearly having none of it. Not that big a deal. Midoriya, your arm got burnt. Who did this to you? Was it a villain? What? No. Kaken's nodded. He suddenly pinched his lips shut to cut himself off. CRP. He let a name slip out. Kaken. Who's Kaken? Is he someone from your school? Have you been getting bullied? Ipin's mind jumped to conclusions. Unfortunately, those conclusions just so happened to be correct. Izuku sighed as he tried to keep his composure. Do you think we could maybe not talk about this here? You're right, I'm going on break. She hung up her employee uniform and practically dragged Izuku out of the pharmacy and to the back of the building where they could converse without interruption. All right, could you please tell me what's going on, Midoriya? I know we haven't known each other too long, but if you're hurting like this, I at least want to try and help. And I can't do that if I don't know all the details. Izuku cradled his burnt arm while staring down at the ground. It's not like there's much you'd be able to do, he grumbled, a hint of frustration seeping into his tone. Well, it wouldn't hurt to at least tell me, would it? Izuku looked up at her for a brief moment before relenting with a sigh. Alright, I guess. Just, please don't tell my mom about this. Ipin already didn't like the direction this conversation was headed. Okay, but what is it that your mom doesn't need to know? That I'm being bullied in school, just like you guessed. And it's not that she doesn't know, it's just that I stopped telling her. Ipin took a sharp inhale to help take in the information she just received. Okay. I have a few questions right now. Let me explain. Izuku sat down by that wall, indicating this would be a long story. Ipin, getting the hint, sat right next to him. I don't think I've told you this, but I'm quirkless. No, you didn't. Izuku surveyed her face to gauge her reaction, but all he came up with was staggering indifference. Which, if you ask him, was preferable to pity or disgust. All right. Well, a lot of the people at school don't like me because of that. Including Kakin. Especially Kakin. He tucked the arm with the burn mark behind his back, not wanting to be reminded of his bully's misdeeds. When my mom found out, she tried complaining to the school. But no matter what she said to them, they never actually did anything. They always let Kakin get away with everything because they think he's a shoo-in for UA. Which he is, but that shouldn't excuse the things he did to you, Ipin growled, baring her surprisingly sharp fangs. This certainly threw Izuku for a loop. He had no idea Ipin of all people could make those noises. You say that with some form of familiarity, he absent-mindedly pointed out, causing Ipin to immediately retract her fearsome look. Oh, is it that obvious? She asked, shrinking in on herself. Kind of. He scooted closer to her. Do you want to talk about it? She glared at him. I thought this conversation was about you. It can be about both of us. We're friends, right? And friends listen to each other's problems. Unless you're not comfortable, of course. Ipin nervously tilted her head from side to side, internally debating whether she should open herself up or not. She glanced at Izuku, who wore a pleading look on his face. She just couldn't say no to that, could she? Alright, I'll tell you. But you might not believe me at first. She mentally steeled herself as she prepared to open up for the first time in what seemed like forever. I'm being hunted by the creature rejection clan. Izuku's eyes grew wide as his jaw hung low, which was about the reaction Ipin expected. Hold on, the creature rejection clan. I thought they died off by the start of the era of peace. They mostly did, but a few branches stuck around, and one of them's after me. She cradled her face in her hands, the very mention of her situation stressing her out to the nth degree. Izuku blinked. Okay, it's not that I don't believe you. I'd just like to know how this all happened, if that's okay. Alright, I'm already in this deep anyways. It all started a few weeks ago. Ipin's mind raced just as fast as her legs as she ran down the sidewalk. This was just her luck. Her alarm clock had decided to break the same day she had an important event at work, and she ended up oversleeping. For once in her life, she was grateful for being so freakishly tall, as her wide strides gave her a fleeting chance to be on time. Of course, her speed came at the cost of impaired vision. At least, when it came to minuscule things standing right in front of her. Such was the case when she bumped into a short man, no more than 5 feet tall, causing his coffee to fly out of his hands. Ipin stopped for a moment and frantically scrambled to pick up the man's coffee, while also stammering out a tearful apology. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to dash you mutant some. The man interrupted, forcefully grabbing her by the collar and pulling her close to his face, where he wore what was probably the most hateful expression Ipin had ever seen. Know this, you absolute freak of nature, I will hunt you down until you are sent back to the fiery pits of hell where you belong. Ipin shuddered in fear as the man snatched his half-spilled coffee from her hand and stormed off. Part of her wanted to curl up and cry right now, having just received what she was pretty sure was a death threat. But she still had a job to be on time for, so she would push it down for now and pray the man was just cranky due to a lack of coffee. They burnt down my house that night. Oh my god. Izuku placed a hand over his mouth. What happened next? I got put in witness protection. but I was worried I wouldn't be able to get a job, so I kind of overcompensated. Man, that's... I don't know what to say. Izuku peered down, dragging his finger across the ground beneath him. Yeah, it's not good. I mean, I'm glad I'm safe and all, but I can't help but wonder how long that'll last. Sometimes I worry that I'll run into